In this world, the dream of every girl is to marry a prince. However, there is a girl who risks her life to strive just to enter the Knight Order, aiming to secure a permanent government position and live a peaceful life. Turns out, she accidentally transmigrated and became the best friend of the female lead in a novel. The original work describes the female lead, Hestia, as having a sweet and lovely appearance, captivating all three male leads. As Hestia's best friend, Nana is also well-liked by the boys, but their true purpose in approaching her is only to scout out Hestia's situation. In the end, her family goes bankrupt, and Nana is forced to marry a wealthy nobleman. To rewrite this tragic ending, in this life she is determined not to act as a matchmaker for the cowherd and weaver girl anymore. She plans to rely on a permanent knight position to enjoy a wealthy and comfortable old age. However, Nana never in a million years expected that her transformation would not only make the three male leads change their course to pursue her, but even her soulmate Hestia would swear not to marry anyone but Nana. Today is the opening day of the new school year at Ogrand Academy. After saying goodbye to her older brother Helen, Hestia is led into the school by the management. On the way, she asks Nana which department she chose. Hearing that her friend chose the swordsmanship department, Hestia's face shows clear signs of worry, because boys usually don't have much sympathy for girls who swing swords. Nana just gives a faint smile, completely unbothered by the eyes of others. Just do what you like. Hestia is clearly used to her friend's weird words. She is only sad that Nana cannot study in the same class as her. The admission ceremony quickly takes place. Despite having excellent grades, Nana dodges the front row seats immediately, simply because if she sits there, how can she sneak a nap? Right at this moment, the principal calls the freshman representative's name to the podium for a speech. Hearing the name, Nana feels a flash of familiarity. It seems to be the crown prince's name. When she clearly sees the face of the person on the podium, she suddenly shivers with a chill. Turns out, just early this morning, she had a loud dispute with that guy just to compete for a treasured sword. The outcome was that Nana successfully used a magic ball to capture the crown prince and mocked him thoroughly. Recalling his threat that he would show her what's what the next time they met, Nana secretly cries to the heavens. What kind of a small world is this, that the major of that crown prince, yes, is also swordsmanship? Dragging her steps back to the dorm, Nana's face clearly shows uneasiness. Hestia's outstanding beauty has already attracted countless admiring glances around them, but compared to those boys, Hestia only cares about what Nana is worrying about. Nana quickly covers it up, saying she is fine, and unconsciously the two arrive in front of their room doors. Upon parting, Hestia has tears in her eyes, complaining poutily, "I thought you'd be very sad that we don't live together, but turns out I was just being overly affectionate. Go have fun with your swordsmanship, boys. In the future, I will also make lots of friends." Having no choice, Nana reaches out to pat and coax her crybaby friend, swearing that her only best friend will forever be Hestia alone. Even so, Hestia is still not satisfied, insistently forcing Nana to promise not to easily accept confessions from boys. Nana is speechless, thinking to herself that avoiding the trouble of getting her head broken and face bruised is already lucky enough. Finally, she successfully detaches from this clingy tale. Finding her room, Nana pushes the door open with trepidation and steps in. A girl is sitting on the bed, looking exactly like a makeup department student, lazily tossing out a greeting. Her name is Vishay, a third-year upperclassman. Seeing this, Nana respectfully carries her luggage over to greet her. Vish suddenly asks a tricky question. Have you ever experienced the feeling of a single room suddenly turning into a double room? Nana stands frozen in silence, not knowing how to reply to sound cool. Right when she thinks this upperclassman has an eccentric personality, Vish breaks into a bright smile, saying she was just joking and warmly invites her to sit. Nana's dangling heart finally settles down. At this time, Vish curiously asks about her major. The moment she hears the word swordsmanship, the upperclassman's face is filled with disbelief, because everyone knows that once you become a knight, the chance of dating and marriage is practically zero. Nana then proudly declares that marriage is not her safe harbor. Only a handsome income and a generous pension can bring a happy and peaceful life. Hearing that, Vish excitedly grabs Nana's hands. She highly appreciates independent and badass girls like that. In Nana's heart, countless emotions swell. Whenever she expresses her dream to be a knight, people usually have only two reactions. One is to look down and doubt, the other is an encouragement like, "You really have spirit." She understands these reactions very well. If it were before, maybe she would have also thought of the scene of staying at home, being supported by a husband, and taking care of children. However, ever since she dreamed of her past life, her thoughts completely turned around. In the dream, she realized she was living in a novel world. In the future, Because her family goes bankrupt, she will be forced into being sold to a filthy rich nobleman and ultimately die a tragic death. Bitterly enough, the root of all the tragedies stems from none other than her best friend, Hestia. She had buried her head in reading the novel, hoping to find some valuable information, but who would have thought she witnessed with her own eyes the scene of Crown Prince Hyas showing cheesy, passionate love to Hestia, which scared Nana so much that she flipped backward right off the bed. When it came time for the swordsmanship class, to avoid being recognized by the Crown Prince, Nana used a scarf to wrap her face up tightly. Seeing the Crown Prince in the distance completely oblivious to her existence, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought the teacher suddenly announced a one-on-one combat test? And as bad luck would have it, Nana happened to stand right next to the Crown Prince's position. She really did not want any involvement with this guy. Even though the 3 male leads in the original work were all a bit mentally unstable, the most obsessive and crazy one was definitely Crown Prince Hyas. In order to get close to Hestia, he intentionally clouded and befriended Nana. Yet life was full of ironies. He instead turned around to stalk Nana in a sick, morbid way. An escape plan was activated. Nana waddled up to the teacher's spot, admitting her weak strength and inability to participate in combat, hoping the teacher would allow her to go to the back to practice swinging her sword in isolation. The teacher frowned, decisively refusing her plea, and even left some heartfelt advice, urging her not to shrink back due to fear. I highly admire the path you have chosen, especially when you are a girl. Therefore, I will definitely do my best to support you. Having finished speaking, the teacher turned around to request the Crown Prince to personally tutor Nana. Seeing the Crown Prince with a grumpy face, the teacher immediately threw out a threatening move. If your highness does not cooperate, I will report your class skipping incident to His Majesty. In Nana's heart, she kept screaming for the teacher to speak less, otherwise her dream of becoming a government official with a permanent position would really go up in smoke. Ever since she remembered her past life, her life ideal had completely changed. Other girls dreamed of marrying a prince, while she only directed her whole heart toward a fulfilling civil servant path, living a peaceful life. For that reason, Nana buried her face in studying every single day. At night, she stood before the mirror to psychologically manipulate herself, not daring to slack off on physical and swordsmanship training. But if she were charged with the crime of insulting the royal family, the rest of her life would definitely be spent counting bars in a stone house. At the same time, the Crown Prince also noticed her bizarre scarf-wrapped appearance. He asked if she was a fugitive criminal. Nana quickly shook her head. With that, the scarf slipped down. Her clumsy look became even more hilarious. Seeing her state, the Crown Prince suddenly got angry, but then abruptly realized this face looked very familiar. Staring intently for a moment, he concluded, "Turns out she was a crazy fan secretly following him. I didn't expect you girls to be this persistent, spending money to sign up for the swordsmanship class just to pursue me." Nana's jaw dropped in shock. She awkwardly covered her face, flatly denying it. But how could the Crown Prince believe it? He even thought that her wrapping the scarf around her head was just a trick to play weak to attract his attention. Immediately, he haughtily ordered her to pack up her things and get out of his sight. That arrogant, power-delusional attitude and bossy behavior made Nana flip her lid in anger. She loudly warned the Crown Prince, cautioning him to stop overthinking. "I go to school for wealth and glory, for the salary and government benefits of a knight, not because I'm free enough to waste time on you. I hope your highness stops hallucinating." Looking at Nana's mocking facial expression, the Crown Prince finally had a sudden realization. This voice and this face, wasn't it exactly identical to the girl who locked him inside the magic ball? He rushed over and snatched the scarf off Nana's head, confirming she was indeed the sword-disputing enemy from that day. Nana instantly backstepped quickly, 10 meters away, bickering back and criticizing the Crown Prince for being a petty, grudge-holding man. The Crown Prince was mad as hell, taking long strides to rush over. The exact moment he was about to grab her, Nana activated her haste magic, and with a zoom, she retreated a full 50 meters away. Conveniently, while passing by the teacher, she tossed back a sentence asking for permission to use the restroom, then slipped away fast. As evening fell, Hestia came to ask Nana out for a walk, but Nana was already exhausted and just wanted to go on strike and sleep early. Hearing that, Hestia reluctantly hugged her friend, caringly telling her to get some rest. Getting back to her room, Nana face-planted on the bed like a dead fish. Suddenly, from inside her bag, a voice notification rang out. Nana thought her family was calling, but who would have thought it was a side job to repair a magic prop? Initially, her face was all scowling and grumpy, but the moment she heard the client lock in the price with an extra 5 gold coins, her face flipped to a bright and cheerful smile. gladly securing the order and promising to report back once the repair was done. Turns out, to be financially independent, Nana also grinded, a side hustle under an anonymous identity, specializing in restoring magic props. All of these skills were thanks to the programming knowledge she learned from her past life. While dreaming of quickly finishing the repair to collect the cash, Nana suddenly jumped in shock because of a loud shout. She hurriedly stuffed her things back into place and turned her head, seeing that Bish had returned. The upperclassman nosily asked Nana if she encountered anything interesting in the swordsmanship class, because rumor had it that a female student had severe constipation and asked to use the restroom mid-class, but hadn't returned for ages. Hearing that, Nana felt like a bolt of lightning had struck her ears. Meanwhile, at the boys' dorm, the Crown Prince was throwing a furious tantrum and smashing furniture, causing his roommate to lose sleep all night. The next day, Nana was supposed to be taking a walk with Hestia, but the sudden appearance of the Crown Prince made them both panic and dive straight into a bush. The Crown Prince brought along a whole storm of rage, loudly demanding Nana to show her face. Seeing that no one answered, he picked up rocks and threw them around randomly. As bad luck would have it, a rock hit Hestia right on the head, making her groan out in pain. Nana thought this segment was totally cooked, but to her surprise, Hestia bravely stood up to shield her. When the Crown Prince saw Hestia's teary-eyed appearance, her fragile beauty like a morning flower, his rage instantly vanished into thin air. A flush of embarrassment unconsciously crept onto his face. He stammered to ask about Hestia's injury. She only sobbed out a reply that she was fine, then coldly turned on her heel and walked away, completely ghosting the Crown Prince. All of a sudden, the Crown Prince picked up the sweet drink left behind by Hestia. He hugged it tightly to his chest and began pouring out cringy love confessions. Nana, hiding in the bush, felt like she was getting a migraine from listening, getting goosebumps all over her body. Recording complete. A sudden notification sound rang out, freezing both of them right on the spot. Nana frantically searched through her bag for the voice communication device. Turns out today she brought along the item that needed fixing, but completely forgot that this prop had a faulty touch sensor that automatically records. Following the sound, the Crown Prince discovered Nana cowering inside the thicket. After a hard time fleeing back to the dorm, Nana was sitting on pins and needles, fearing the Crown Prince would go mad and expel her from school. But thinking it over, the item in her hand was exactly his Achilles heel. So the girl quickly copied the audio recording into multiple backups. This comedic confession was so cringy that even Vish, who claimed to be a fan of the Crown Prince, felt nauseous after listening to it. The next day, Nana made plans to meet Hestia in the evening and then cheerfully ran to the swordsmanship class. Seeing her friend regain her energy, Hestia's worries also eased up a bit. During class, Nana used a passive-aggressive tone to caringly ask about the Crown Prince's health. While he was still dazed, she mimicked the exact cringy words from yesterday to mock him. "Your Highness, yesterday, you said your heart stopped beating. I wonder if you have been diagnosed with any terminal illness?" The Crown Prince's face flushed red with embarrassment. This reaction further stimulated Nana's teasing desire and opportunity for payback. After that, she straight up played the recorded audio for the whole public to hear. The panicked Crown Prince rushed over to grab the device and used his wooden sword to smash it to pieces. But who would have thought the very next second, Nana casually pulled out 4 more backup players. The Crown Prince was mad as hell, roaring at Nana to just give him a fatal blow and get it over with. Nana smoothly talked back, saying she wouldn't dare. After all, to be a knight in the future, she still had to serve His Highness. Realizing the time was ripe, Nana put away her playful attitude. She told the Crown Prince that success requires 1% effort and 99% connections. The Royal Knight Order had long banned females, so even if she met the requirements, there was still a risk of being failed. The Crown Prince fell silent. He gradually understood the desire in her heart. She only needed a fair selection mechanism, transparent, and she had more than enough confidence in her own ability. The Crown Prince nodded to help, but with an additional condition. Upon knowing he wanted her help to play matchmaker with Hestia, Nana said no flatly without a second thought. In another development, Cory was leisurely walking to the magic class. A pretty lady passing by caught his attention. Hestia's cute and beautiful appearance made him unable to take his eyes off her. At this moment, a male student stepped forward to block Hestia's path. "Did you read the letter I wrote the other day?" Because he waited forever and didn't see a reply, he had to show his face in person. Hestia replied extremely cold-heartedly. "Sorry, I didn't know. But even if it's a rejection, do I really need to reply? Besides, the only true love in my heart is Nana." Cory, eavesdropping on the conversation nearby, broke into a cold sweat. Her outside is so gentle, but her inside is terribly brutal. But in the end, Who on earth is this person named Nana that she keeps mentioning? In the magic class, the teacher stood on the podium lecturing endlessly, while the students below were all dozing off. The only person still awake was Nana. She looked very much like a top student taking notes, but in reality, she was passionately scribbling doodles of the Crown Prince in her book from memory. The first time Hestia and the Crown Prince met in the original work didn't happen this early. Furthermore, the two were supposed to have a soulful connection, but currently, Hestia clearly had not a single shred of interest in the Crown Prince. Nana convinced herself that it was probably because the Crown Prince looked a bit like a brat when he was younger, which was why it turned out like this. While she was pondering, a sharp knock landed on Nana's forehead. The teacher scolded her for having an unserious learning attitude and instantly assigned homework. In Nana's heart, a storm swirled. Clearly, that whole crowd below was snoring loudly. So why did the teacher keep targeting her to lecture? He must definitely be jealous of her supreme intelligence. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Nana quickly grabbed her backpack and flew like the wind toward the cafeteria. Just as she was preparing to raid the food, the Crown Prince suddenly called out to stop her. On the surface, he used the excuse of looking for Nana for urgent business, but in reality, he wanted to use the opportunity to get close to Hestia. Seeing that the Crown Prince wanted to take her friend away, Hestia's face turned into a deeply reluctant pout. That needy, fragile look hit the Crown Prince's weak spot instantly, yet he still tried to act cool, staying silent and pretending not to care about Hestia. Waiting for Hestia to leave in a huff, Nana gave him a sharp glare, urging him to say whatever he had to say quickly. In the swordsmanship sparring yesterday, Nana had unexpectedly won by using cheat magic. Even so, the Crown Prince had never seen anyone use magic so proficiently. Thus, the two made a contract. The Crown Prince would help Nana with physical training, and in return, she would become his personal mage. The next day, the Crown Prince set up a special training syllabus for Nana, the opening items being 80,000 push-ups and sit-ups. Nana seriously suspected this guy was intentionally setting her up. Conversely, the plan Nana gave the Crown Prince was even more bizarre. Every day, using fists reinforced with magic and a wooden sword, to strike 5,000 times, both knew full well the other person was intentionally torturing them. But neither would admit defeat. As night fell, Nana dragged her battered body back to the dorm. Seeing your Shaking's appearance, Hees rushed over to help. Nana just claimed she was fine, but the next second she collapsed from exhaustion. After taking a bath, Hees helped Nana dry her hair, while advising her not to overdo it, as the Crown Prince's training intensity increased day by day. As a result, Nana returned covered in wounds every day, sometimes so exhausted that she fell asleep before cleaning up, all thanks to Heis's care. That she looked human again. Having just met for a few days, her senior took such thoughtful and tender care of her. Nana waited until Hees was fast asleep before peacefully drifting into a dream. Suddenly, a soft voice woke her up, and looking closely, it was Hestia. She was sneaking into Nana's blanket, and it turned out Hestia just had a nightmare. She dreamed Nana was laughing and talking in a crowd, but left her all alone. She couldn't imagine life without Nana, where she would drift to. Hearing this, Nana felt extremely guilty for neglecting her best friend while focusing entirely on training these past few days. For a girl experiencing dorm life for the first time, anxiety and insecurity were completely normal. Right after, Hestia hugged Nana tightly, not wanting to grow up, only wishing to act spoiled by Nana's side forever. Nana didn't know how to comfort her properly, since this wish was too unrealistic. In the end, she just patted Hestia's back, soothing her friend to sleep in her arms, having made up her mind to make up for this neglected time tomorrow. The next day, Nana proudly showed Hestia the results of her training over the past few days, even though this action looked a bit foolish to outsiders. But seeing the bright smile return to Hestia's lips, Nana felt all this exhaustion was completely worth it. The lunch break ended, and the two reluctantly parted ways to return to their majors. Before leaving, Nana gave Hestia an ice pop. This was a snack that, when they were kids, Hestia always wished for, but Nana kept calling it expensive and refused to splurge. Even now, Nana's stingy mindset remained the same, as she proudly bragged that this ice pop was homemade from grape juice. Waiting until Nana disappeared from sight, the smile on Hestia's lips faded. Actually, deep down in her heart, she was extremely lost. On one hand, she wanted Nana to bravely move forward for her ideals. On the other hand, she feared she would move too fast and leave her behind. Isekai as the female lead's best friend to change her tragic fate, the girl worked hard, trying to join the knight ranks to enjoy a peaceful life. However, she never in a million years expected her best friend Hestia, whom the male leads were lining up for, only wanted to stick to her for life. After soothing Hestia, Nana hyped herself up ready to hit the training ground. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she suddenly realized her stamina and muscles had indeed leveled up significantly. Although the Crown Prince's training method made her dizzy, it was still way more effective than figuring things out on her own. Arriving at the meeting point, Nana waited endlessly without seeing any sign of her partner. Glancing around, she saw a trio of traffic light-colored guys gathering noisily not far away. The three peeked around, and seeing no one, they decided to go big. In magic class, the teacher mentioned that the human body contains a type of gas that can buff fire magic. As a mage, Nana knew exactly what that mystery was, but she didn't expect these idiots would actually dare to test it on themselves. A second later, along with an unpleasant odor, a violent fire exploded. Nana began to regret hiding and staying quiet until now. Right at that moment, the Crown Prince casually came and sat next to Nana, holding a crystal ball, recording the entire shining moment of those three idiots. So last time you watched me make a fool of myself with this exact same mindset, right? The Crown Prince smirked. Seeing this, Nana gave a forced, gentle nod. The Crown Prince clenched his fist. Luckily, you kept your word and deleted the recording. Otherwise, it would be a big deal. Hearing this, Nana went speechless. The Crown Prince immediately realized the truth, furiously chasing after Nana to teach her a lesson. After class, the Crown Prince went back to his room to clean up. Just as he rolled up his sleeves, countless bruises appeared. Lately, Nana had been training him more and more ruthlessly. Countless strange magic spells hit him, making his head spin. Recalling that he had never experienced such humiliation before, the Crown Prince was both furious and a bit scared, but the catch was he was completely helpless against her. Clearly a magic prodigy, yet just for a few coins, she desperately insisted on becoming a knight. The Crown Prince felt a bit guilty for accidentally angering Nana at first, but now there was no turning back, so he could only grit his teeth and train. Thinking back, when teaching, Nana was actually very patient, sometimes encouraging and praising, other times correcting mistakes. However, he always felt like Nana treated him like a younger brother to take care of. Even though it felt a bit off, he didn't reject that feeling at all. The bizarre expression playing on the Crown Prince's face unfortunately caught the eye of his roommate, Cory. This usually majestic and powerful Crown Prince. Why was he smiling so shyly today that it was creeping him out? Caught red-handed, the Crown Prince immediately wiped off his smile. He coldly told Cory to stop being nosy. Cory didn't even care, continuing to lounge on the bed and munch on a bag of snacks. Looking at the snack wrappers scattered all over the room, the Crown Prince frowned in annoyance. Now he found this roommate even more annoying than Nana. At this moment, Cory suddenly asked if anyone named Nana had been seen in the swordsmanship class, because the Crown Prince was used to calling her Goldie, and also didn't know Nana was Sharena's nickname. He nonchalantly replied that he didn't know her. Hearing this, Cory lost his mood and slumped on the bed, his mind sinking into a tangled mess of thoughts. The next day, Nana planned to set up an occult magic club and invited Hestia to join. Although she didn't want to pour cold water on her friend's enthusiasm, Hestia still had to politely decline because she was completely clueless about magic. Initially, Nana planned to start a tiny club with just 2 members, just to scrape by and avoid dissolution, while casually scooping up the school's generous funding. Just as Hestia left for another class, Cory walked into the classroom. He asked around to see if anyone knew Nana and if she was attending swordsmanship class around this time. Hearing this, Nana was certain this guy was looking for her. However, she had absolutely no impression of this fierce-looking yet quite handsome male student. Not wanting her peaceful life to be disrupted, she asked guardedly what he wanted with Nana. Suddenly, Cory pulled a lollipop out of his pocket, unwrapped it, popped it into his mouth, and blandly replied that it was nothing. He just wanted to admire her beauty. This ridiculous reason left Nana speechless. Before turning away, Cory added that if she saw Nana, to please pass on the message that Cory was looking for her. Hearing this name, Nana suddenly realized that this male student was the young master of the Marquise family. Duazet, and also one of the male leads pursuing Hestia in the novel. Although his stalking method wasn't as crazy as the other characters, he was actually deeply devoted, always secretly watching from behind. To find out his true intentions, Nana had to confess that she was the one he was looking for. Looking closer, Cory was stunned to discover that Nana was a girl. Nana was speechless. What guy would be named Nana? After that, Cory scratched his head and said it was nothing big, just that he heard Hestia's ideal type was Nana, so he was curious to see what his love rival looked like. After explaining, he stuffed the candy back into his mouth. Cory's explanation made Nana drop her jaw. When they were kids, it was fine if Hestia joked like that. But why was she still spreading misunderstandings around now that she was grown up? Massaging her aching head, Nana suddenly remembered that in the original novel, Hestia and Cory weren't supposed to meet this early. Could the timeline of the male leads have all been accelerated? After parting ways with Cory, Nana hurriedly went to recruit members for her club. The Crown Prince had already joined the Swordsmanship Club long ago, while Hayes was comfortably settled as the vice president of the Makeup Club. Seeing that all her acquaintances had found their places, Nana came up with an idea. What if she used that video to blackmail and force that traffic light trio into the club? While stuck in a rut, a thought sparked in her brain, and she dashed out of the club room. The club she set up was closely related to magic, and in the story, Cory happened to be a magic expert. With some smooth-talking persuasion, she was sure he would bite the bait. Just as she caught up, Nana happened to see Cory bump hard into another male student, dropping half of his lollipop. The two male students bristled, cursing Cory for walking without eyes. Just as they were about to aggressively lunge forward, they saw his dark, gloomy gaze. Cory's bloodlust scared the two out of their wits, and they ran away as fast as their legs could carry them. Witnessing everything, Nana began to suspect this guy had violent tendencies. But remembering their conversation earlier, she felt he wasn't as bad as his appearance suggested. Gathering all her courage, she stepped up to introduce herself. I heard you have a passionate love for magic. I've just established a magic circle manipulation club. I hope you'll join so we can explore the mysterious world of magic together. Cory looked dazed. Please speak human language, meaning using theoretical magic formulas. To control the transformation of the magic circle, Nana explained. Hearing this, Cory felt a spark of interest. However, he still bluntly rejected her, saying he preferred livelier places. Joining a tiny club with just a few members like this would only bring more heavy responsibilities. Despite Nana's begging and coaxing, Cory flatly shook his head. Just then, the teacher walked over, and seeing this, scolded Cory. Don't bully student Sharena, Cory cried silently in his heart. Clearly, he hadn't done a damn thing. Nana guessed it was probably Cory's face that easily caused misunderstandings, so she urged him to try smiling. Cory warned her, You'll regret it. However, Nana remained nonchalant, acting like it was fine. Cory smirked, flashing a smile like a demon possessed, terrifying enough to send a chill down Nana's spine. With goosebumps all over her body, Nana secretly thought it would be a miracle if his appearance didn't cause misunderstandings. Guessing this guy was a loner who didn't have any friends, Nana began using sweet talk to manipulate his mind. It's useless for you to join a crowded club anyway. Why don't you join my club so the two of us can laze around the days away? Saying that, she waved the registration form in front of him. Sure enough, Cory fell into Nana's sweet trap and slipped into the snare, easily. Right after that, Nana excitedly worked hard to haul all the equipment into the club room. Although the club had only 2 members, the school still favored them with a huge room. Just as Nana rolled up her sleeves, ready to show her skills, Cory strolled in. His luggage consisted of only a small chest. Upon opening it, besides a thin blanket, it was completely full of snacks. He declared that bringing this much was enough to survive, and if Nana wanted to eat anything, she should feel free to take it. After speaking, he pulled out the blanket, planning to take a nap. Since Cory was just a placeholder anyway, Nana didn't bother to manage him. Who would have thought that the moment he laid down on the sofa, Cory cheered happily. He calculated in his head. Now not only did he have a premium bedroom, but using the club activity as an excuse every day, he could also cut down on class time. It was truly a win-win situation. Seeing this, Nana sighed. Classmate Cory, as long as you're happy. Unexpectedly, this way of address made Cory uncomfortable. Can you stop using honorifics? Just call each other like normal friends. However, Nana didn't want to get closely involved with this guy. Seeing the rejection clearly written on her face, Cory pulled out a cookie and stuffed it straight into her mouth, shutting her up. When she was about to refuse, he repeated the question impatiently. An indescribable expression appeared on Nana's face, forcing her to mumble, Cory. The next second, a rain of snacks flew rapidly, pelting straight at Nana. Cory smiled mischievously, threatening that if she didn't obediently agree, he would continuously attack her with food. The girl who accidentally isekai'd as the female lead's best friend in the novel, originally intended to stay far away from the love square of the male leads, to live a peaceful life. Who knew that driven by circumstances, she ended up befriending 2 male leads. The climax was she never in a million years expected Hestia, her precious best friend, actually seriously wanted to turn their childhood joke into reality. Today was music class day. Nana found it extremely boring, only wanting to blend into the crowd and lip sync to get it over with. If it weren't for Hestia, who was extremely passionate about this subject, she would have slipped away to the club to immerse herself in her inventions. Students from other classes who had finished their lessons were gathering outside the door to check out the commotion. Leading them were none other than Cory and the Crown Prince. Seeing this scene, Nana felt annoyed again. Why did this music teacher love to drag out the time so much? Suddenly, the teacher's voice calling out gave Nana a jolt. The sharp-eyed teacher noticed that she had only been moving her lips the whole time instead of actually singing, so she demanded she step up to perform a song. Otherwise, the whole class was guaranteed to stay and not go home. Everyone's eyes converged on Nana. The peer pressure was too great, so Nana had to compromise. She tried her best to follow the music, but disastrously, right as she uttered the first line, the whole class almost burst into laughter. Nana herself realized her singing was highly entertaining. Well, since there was no turning back, she just let herself go completely, confidently showing her color and vibing through a whole song. This time, the entire crowd was rolling on the floor, laughing. Only Hestia clapped wildly, praising her singing voice. Like an unhinged fanatic, from that day on, whether in class or during breaks, whenever anyone saw Nana, they couldn't help but chuckle and tease her. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she got. But then Nana just gave up, secretly praying that time would quickly blur this stain. Nana wanted to hide in the club to seek refuge, but as soon as she pushed the door open, she saw Cory curled up fast asleep on the sofa. Nana found it strange. Why was he wrapped up so tightly like this? Suddenly, she noticed a pile of snacks neatly laid out on the table, accompanied by a note telling Nana to feel free to enjoy. Only now did she realize these were all foods that helped protect the voice. She pulled the blanket, intending to drag Cory up to ask him clearly. Who would have thought she would see him, curled up in the blanket, laughing so hard the couch shook, his face completely flushed. Whether it was because he treated Nana as a friend or felt a pang of conscience, from that day on, every day Cory brought snacks to serve her right at her mouth, even a newly baked type of candy he set aside for her. Hestia saw this and grew suspicious, not understanding why Cory kept sticking to Nana and giving her food. However, Nana automatically assumed that Cory was only doing this as an excuse to get close to Hestia. She turned to ask Hestia how she felt about Cory. Although his attitude is a bit stiff, he really cares about me, so he's probably not a bad guy. Most importantly, she got free delicious food every day. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Cory materialized out of nowhere, bringing today's snacks. This time he handed the food straight to Hestia. Looking at the talented guy and beautiful girl standing next to each other, Nana became even more convinced of her deduction. In the afternoon, Cory and Nana returned to the school to attend the club. Because of the rule that they must have good results to maintain it, Nana kept her head down working non-stop. To protect their mutual benefits, Cory told Nana to order him around as she pleased. Although Cory had a great learning spirit, Nana found it hard for him to understand the advanced theoretical knowledge she brought from her past life. Still, through their time together, she realized Cory was a very kind person. He had a natural gift for magic, but was humble, always patiently listening to her complaints. In Nana's eyes, Hestia and Cory were the most perfect couple in the world, while that naive crown prince clearly wasn't on their level. Thinking so, Nana straight up asked Cory if he liked Hestia. At first you came to find me just because you wanted to know more about Hestia's ideal type, right? Cory was dazed, not understanding why Nana suddenly steered the conversation to this. He frankly nodded. That's true. Saying that, he reflected for a moment, then sat down on the sofa to open up. He admitted that at first he was indeed attracted to Hestia, but the two had never talked deeply, so it couldn't be called liking. Thinking back now, he probably just found Hestia sweet, like a piece of candy. And he was very glad she wasn't afraid of his aggressive face. Nana was speechless. Okay, so in short, do you like her or not? Seeing Nana silent, Cory raised his glass and gently said, I came to find you, not because I wanted to meet Hestia. Cory's words made Nana freeze for a few seconds. Regaining her composure, she immediately shot back. I knew it already. You were just too lonely, so you came to find me, right? Cory excitedly jumped up and flatly denied it. As if I'm desperate for company, friend. No, isn't there the crown prince, and don't I have you? Seeing him frantically making excuses over such trivial matters, Nana suddenly found this guy a bit cute. In the dead of night, Nana startled awake because a nightmare gripped her, resulting in a completely drained spirit the next day. Looking at her friend's pale face, Hestia frantically worried, hoping that if she had any troubles, she would just speak out. However, Nana absolutely could not open her mouth to say a single word about this secret. It turned out that lately, memories from her past life had been rushing back more clearly in her dreams. Even the most distant and hardest days recalled the pain buried deep at the bottom of her heart. In the afternoon, the pair with panda eyes dragged their corpses to the club. Under Nana's guidance, Cory successfully fused 2 different magic circles into one. He extremely admired Nana's deep understanding of this field. Nana humbly exchanged a few polite words, saying this actually wasn't anything difficult. Suddenly realizing Cory kept staring at her, she wondered why, and he curiously asked why Nana was so good at magic but threw herself into learning swordsmanship. Nana smiled brightly and smartly replied, "Because being a mage doesn't make as much money as a knight." Cory heard this half-doubtingly. "If that's the case, why do you still desperately cling to this club scholarship? From what I know, your family background isn't so bad that you've hit rock bottom." It was hard for Nana to explain, so she could only criticize Cory's thinking as too naive. The current happy life wasn't a permanent warranty ticket. In her past life, she was also born with a silver spoon in her mouth and lived wealthily, but tragedy struck when her parents died in a traffic accident, leaving her a massive debt. At a very young age, she was forced to shoulder the responsibility of accepting the inherited property, along with the company's debt. Because of poverty, she had to taste countless humiliations. So, in this life, she swore she would never follow that same path again. It was just a pity that the younger siblings in her past life eventually abandoned them. Sensing Nana's dropping mood, Cory waved his hand in front of her. He felt extremely guilty for accidentally asking about a sensitive matter. Seeing Nana feel awkward and at a loss for words, Cory immediately cast a spell, using the blanket to wrap Nana up tightly. Then he tossed her onto the sofa, massaged her head, and instructed, "You should rest a bit and clear your head." Clearly it was a bland tone, but it brought Nana an indescribable sense of security. So she tried to hold back her tears and buried her head deep in the blanket. The faint, sweet scent of candy gradually soothed the anxieties in her heart. The next day, Nana diligently crafted a pair of earrings with the ability to regulate magic, packaging them carefully as a reward for the positive club participation of Cory lately. This could also be considered a thank you for his subtle gesture yesterday. At the same time, the Crown Prince also posted a brand new training syllabus, clearly to get revenge for Nana using him as a punching bag to vent her anger over being laughed at by the whole school. After class, Cory kept constantly pulling out snacks on his way to the club to eat, making the Crown Prince, who was walking with him, complain. "Why do you always keep this magazine by your side?" Cory advised the Crown Prince to stop being nosy. These candies were meant for him to share with someone else, while the magazine had an article written about the person he secretly admired. "Someone with zero interest in magic like you, Your Highness, wouldn't understand even if I explained." Arriving at the club room, Cory saw Nana busily working on some object, so he poured a pile of candy into a box to lure Nana into coming over to eat. Then he leaned over to observe the object in Nana's hands. "It looks like the Oberon mountain range area near the school." Nana nodded in confirmation. "Then why are you making this terrain model? Don't tell me the swordsmanship department plans to hold an exam there." Nana was stunned. "How did you know so well?" It turned out both the swordsmanship and magic departments were taking the exam at the same location, and the test included a section evaluating monster hunting skills. But Cory still didn't understand what this toy had to do with the upcoming skills exam. Hearing Nana promise to explain after the exam, Cory stopped nagging and only tenderly reminded her to be careful with monsters. He was satisfied with her non-nosy attitude. Normally at the club, besides telling her not to dirty the sofa, Cory really liked floating in midair to read books. He always used his own way to fully protect Nana, completely, opposite to that Crown Prince guy who only knew how to hack and slash. At this moment, Nana suddenly remembered the gift she had prepared for Cory. Opening the box and seeing an earring, Cory was a bit dazed, since today wasn't his birthday or any holiday. Staring at the item for a moment, he suddenly jumped up in shock, so excited that he slipped and fell thudding onto the ground, stammering to ask Nana where she bought this. When Nana casually replied that this was handmade by herself, Cory bounced up like a spring, cherishing the earring in his hand, looking at it over and over, then confirming, "Is the other name on here you?" Nana thought he didn't like it, so she hesitantly asked what was wrong. Only at this moment did it dawn on Cory that Nana and Seneville, the anonymous magic tool repairer, were actually the same person. The guy was so overjoyed that he danced wildly around the room. Nana's mood was extremely complicated after reading Cory's magazine. She didn't expect someone would have nothing better to do than record stories about her alter ego. She told herself that from now on, whatever she did, she had to wipe her tracks clean, leaving no trace behind. Now she could only beg Cory to keep this a secret. Before she could even finish her sentence, Cory held out his hand, shook it for a moment, and then excitedly dashed out of the room, slamming the door. seeing Cory this hyped for the first time. Although Nana was a bit happy that he liked the identity of Senevel, she was constantly worried that meeting him in the future would be awkward. A moment later, Cory returned and cleared his throat to explain that he just went out to stabilize his mind. By this time, his look of surprise had vanished, and instead he had obediently put the earring on. Nana breathed a sigh of relief, her mood becoming more relaxed. However, right in the next second, because he pierced his ear too hard, Cory's ear began to drip blood profusely. During recess, Hestia was diligently jotting something down in her notebook. Nana thought her friend was reviewing lessons, but as soon as she walked over, Hestia frantically closed the notebook, covering up that she was just doodling. Nana didn't mind either, gently saying, "If you need study materials, I'll share them with you." To snatch the scholarship, she had been hitting the books and preparing thoroughly since forever. Right at this moment, a curly-haired girl rushed over, insistently demanding Nana share her secret tips. Her name was Rose, famous for being the loudest neighborhood loudspeaker in class. Normally, Nana wouldn't bother hanging out with her, but out of nowhere today she leaned in closely, talking about completely random things. "I only give these tips to Hestia. Why on earth should I give them to you?" Rose showed a cocky attitude, saying she didn't give a crap about studying. What she wanted to know was why Nana could be so close to Cory, while every time she lingered around to ask for a favor, she got completely ignored by him. The question left Nana speechless. "Cory looks like a hardcore gangster on the outside, but on the inside, he's totally harmless." Rose immediately hit back, insisting that she once saw pure bloodlust in Cory's eyes. Although she felt bad that Cory was misunderstood, Nana was too lazy to argue with this crazy woman, so she pulled Hestia away to buy snacks in order to escape. Who would have thought Rose would stick to them like a hungry leech? Just because you're favored by Cory, you think you can look down on everyone? Hearing this, Nana's inner crazy surged to her brain, and she aggressively stepped in front of Rose. "Since you're so curious, this lady will let you know." Waiting for Rose to lean her ear in, Nana suddenly blew a blast of cold air into it, making her shudder with goosebumps. Seizing the moment Rose was still dazed, Nana grabbed Hestia's hand and successfully escaped. As they walked, Nana vented her feelings to Hestia, wondering why people like Rose were scared to death of Cory, but still loved to lean in. Unexpectedly, Hestia gave her a shocking answer. "Cory looks fierce, but he's actually a heartthrob loved by thousands." He was handsome, had a massive family background, and was a top student in the magic department. Hearing this, Nana suddenly felt like her connection with her clubmate was completely out of sync. That afternoon, the skills exam was held at the Obran mountain range. As soon as they arrived, Nana stared intently at Cory with a fiery gaze, giving the guy goosebumps. In Nana's eyes, Cory was a total traitor. Before, she thought he was lonely and friendless, so she kindly took him into the club. But who knew the guy was actually a school idol? Looking at Cory's face glowing brilliantly under the sunlight, Nana felt a bit jelly, but had to reluctantly accept reality. After all, the guy was a novel male lead. As for her, her looks were average, and as a kid, she was always mistaken for a boy. Seeing Nana keep staring at him, Cory asked if she had something on her mind. Nana pouted and blurted out a random answer. "It's nothing. I just think you're so handsome." The moment the words left her mouth, Cory's face turned beet red, and he embarrassedly covered his face and turned away. His voice was as tiny as a mosquito, begging her not to say those things anymore. Only now did Nana remember Cory was a hardcore fan of her alter ego. Her insecurity instantly turned into amusement, and she secretly thought this guy was pretty cute. Just praising him as handsome once made him so shy. To salvage her pride, she even proactively demanded a handshake and a hug from her fan. The sight of the two, pulling and pushing, unfortunately caught the eye of the crown prince, who had just run over. He grumbled, wondering why everyone else was sweating blood preparing for the exam, while Nana was strolling leisurely like she was taking a walk. Nana smiled slyly. "I'm thinking about how to prank you later, Your Highness." However, the crown prince was already immune to her teasing. The exam was about to start, and candidates had 30 minutes to hunt enough monsters. Nana was extremely hyped. To guarantee safety, the student uniforms were designed with teleportation magic, automatically flying back to the infirmary upon encountering danger. The crown prince looked around and wondered why the magic students were so few. Cory explained that this test wasn't mandatory for mages, and only those majoring in offensive magic participated. The crown prince let out an, no wonder Swan wasn't seen." The name Swan plunged Nana into deep thought. Hearing the crown prince and Cory talk, she began to vaguely suspect if this was an old acquaintance. Finally, that name matched a silhouette in her memory, and Nana's face darkened. When they were kids, that guy always told her to get lost, seemingly never bothering to spare her a glance. Although she vaguely remembered he had the looks of an angel, She didn't understand why she completely forgot about him. Hearing the tone of the Crown Prince and Cory, it seemed they had known Swan for a long time, and the Crown Prince found him extremely annoying. Seeing Nana silent, the Crown Prince turned to ask. From what he knew, the Blanche and West families were very close. So could it be that Nana didn't know Swan? Nana blandly replied that the two weren't close at all. Although they crossed paths often, that didn't mean they were close. Back when they were kids, because of family business, Swan often followed his father to her house. While the adults discussed business, he would spend the whole time in the courtyard practicing swordsmanship, which was why he often ran into Nana. Swan was good-looking but arrogant, always wearing tightly covered clothes with long sleeves and high collars. Once Nana accidentally saw that his body was covered in wounds. That scene was deeply engraved in her mind, until now. But every time she tried to start a conversation, that guy completely ignored her, so there wasn't a single spark of affection between them. On the contrary, he would only open his mouth when Hestia initiated a conversation. This discrimination used to annoy her, but since he was a male lead, Nana reluctantly let it slide. After all, she wasn't desperate to cling to the male lead's aura. The exam officially began, and students automatically formed teams to hunt monsters. Nana felt extremely secure with her carry lineup, with 2 battle gods on the team. It looked like this round's scholarship was definitely in the bag. She began dividing the duties. She would be responsible for herding the slimes into one place, and Cory would unleash a wide-range AoE attack to wipe them out, while the Crown Prince will handle soloing the boss slime, but remember to capture it alive, absolutely no killing it. Waiting for the Crown Prince to leave, Nana casually drew an illusion magic circle on the ground. When the magic circle activated, the scene before their eyes left Cory with his mouth wide open. Countless slimes were crawling in droves toward the same direction. He didn't expect illusion magic could have such a miraculous effect. It turned out, Nana had upgraded a type of luring magic, making her body now emit a scent of mana that the slimes were extremely addicted to. After hearing the explanation, Cory's eyes lit up with admiration. Seeing that the slimes had gathered in full force, the finishing move duty was handed over to Cory. The moment mana condensed on his fingertips, the energy wave was so strong that it blew up his clothes and hair. An incantation echoed, and power surged out, sweeping away the entire horde of slimes in the blink of an eye. Standing next to him, Nana was secretly astonished, wondering how insane the flame's temperature must be to burn with such a brilliant blue light. While engrossed in casting, Cory suddenly remembered Nana was standing behind, and fearing she might get burned by the heat, he immediately cast a water bubble to enclose her. Feeling the pleasant coolness, Nana gave an appreciative smile. Cory also smiled gently and nodded in response. Once done, Nana divided the spoils evenly into 3 shares. With this amount, top 1 in the whole school definitely belonged to their team. Since there was still plenty of time left, Nana gave Cory a magic ball in the form of a popcorn. To demonstrate, she threw the ball hard at a slime wandering nearby. With a pop, the slime was shrunk and neatly locked inside. Nana urged Cory to give it a shot, but the guy cherished the ball in his hand like a treasure, because Senevel's signature was engraved on it. Next, Nana excitedly expressed her intention to lock these slimes into the Oberon terrain, model at the club to monitor their movements, aiming to help the club score an excellent achievement mark. While Nana rambled on, Cory kept smiling subtly and quietly listened. He felt that the time spent by Nana's side was so interesting. Nana, on the other hand, scratched her head in confusion. Clearly a few days ago this guy was still turning up his nose at it. Right at this moment, the Crown Prince's loud voice echoed over. He had successfully beaten the boss slime, but the moment he saw Nana, the Crown Prince's face instantly froze. He screamed like the house was on fire, waving his hand and telling her not to come over. Seeing the tense situation, Cory quickly shielded Nana, looking around alertly to see if anything was going down. The two were dumbfounded when they realized the thing the Crown Prince was scared to death of was actually Nana. The girl stared blankly, looking toward the direction his hand pointed, only to understand the cause was the magic ball in her hand. Standing not far away, the Crown Prince emotionally cried and accused, "In the end, what did I do wrong that you keep treating me like this?" But when he met her gaze, he got so scared that he shut his mouth. Too lazy to waste words, Nana threw the ball straight toward him. The Crown Prince startled, and opening his eyes, he saw everything was still peaceful, except under his feet. There was an extra ball containing the boss slime. Nana leisurely walked over to pick up the ball, her tone sarcastic but soft. "Rest assured, Your Highness, now that I know you're royalty, I won't play those kinds of tricks anymore." The Crown Prince confusedly apologized for overreacting. However, Nana's smirk made him instantly realize this brat had secretly recorded a video again. The Crown Prince wasn't a pushover either. He immediately pulled out the audio recording of Nana's disastrous singing voice to flex back. The two sides glared at each other with sparks flying, competing to threaten the opponent to delete the evidence. Cory stood next to them, commenting, "You two really have a great relationship," and he immediately received a fierce objection from both of them. But looking at the Crown Prince and Nana bickering so naturally like that, a spark of jealousy and loneliness suddenly rose deep inside Cory's heart. Today was the day final exam grades were released. While her friends had frowning faces due to low scores, Nana was flexing hard. The teacher just announced the news that she had excellently scooped up the highest tier scholarship of the academy. Even though she had anticipated the result, joy still surged through her veins. After the exam, Hestia eagerly ran to find Nana. Both were ecstatic because the semester had finally ended and they could go home for the holidays. Hestia was thrilled, because once back home, she could stick to Nana every single day to hang out. Out of habit, the girl acted spoiled again, asking Nana to help pack her things. But this time, Nana hesitated. She wanted to correct her best friend's overly dependent habit. Nana was self-aware that Hestia's reliance was because she spoiled her. Since childhood, from reading fairy tales to all sorts of wild requests under the sun, as long as Hestia asked, Nana would do her best to do it for her. Weighing it back and forth, Nana gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She gently advised Hestia to practice packing her own luggage. "We are no longer kids. In the future, we have to be independent and can't keep relying on others forever. From now on, if anything happens, try to resolve it yourself first." Hearing the word independent, Hestia's face turned completely blank, totally not understanding what Nana was saying. However, Nana didn't notice her friend's insecurity at all, still smilingly encouraging her to pack her own things. As soon as Nana disappeared, Hestia stood dazed, her mouth muttering, "What's the use of being independent to me anyway?" At the same time, Nana and Cory were staying rooted at the club to finish their project. They locked the captured slimes into the terrain model for culturing. Now the slimes had integrated perfectly into the environment, even reproducing at a crazy rate. However, Nana's mind kept drifting back to what happened earlier. She felt guilty for accidentally saying words that hurt Hestia, but then told herself to be strong because she couldn't stay by her side to protect Hestia for life. Cory's voice dragged her back to reality. "Sorry for making you sit and write the report all by yourself." Nana laughed it off and gently comforted him. "Don't worry about it. Your handwriting is like chicken scratch anyway. So as long as you don't get in my way, I'm happy enough." Nana complained about being a bit hungry, so Cory hurriedly pulled out cookies and tenderly handed them to her to eat. But somehow clumsily tripping, the cookie followed the momentum and flew into midair. Luckily, Nana's reflexes were lightning fast and she snapped the cookie right in her mouth. Seeing this acrobatic show, Cory clapped enthusiastically and praised her, making Nana feel completely on cloud nine. So, the guy continuously threw a few more pieces. Nana caught them without missing a single one, even though her mouth was still grumbling, scolding him for playing childish games. In no time, Nana finished writing the project report. Right at this moment, Cory brought some good news. The managing teacher of the club was extremely impressed with their mythical creature research, guaranteeing that next semester, the two of them would still scoop up an excellent grade easily. Hearing that, Nana paused slightly. After all, she had forced Cory into the group at first, and he once said he liked lively clubs, so she didn't want to force her friend anymore. She looked deep into Cory's eyes and seriously asked, "Next semester, do you plan to continue staying here?" When class ended, students flooded in droves down to the cafeteria. Only Cory was sleeping face down on the table like a dead fish. The Crown Prince shook him for ages to wake him up, but right in the next second, the guy slammed his face back down on the table. The Crown Prince found it annoying, grabbing Cory by the collar and nagging about how he was too lazy to eat or sleep, sluggishly living like a vegetable every day. He must have caught that lazy habit from that brat Nana. The moment Nana was mentioned, Cory bolted up like he got electrocuted. He almost forgot he had a club activity scheduled today. To show his sincerity, he loudly declared that today he would bailing on dinner with the Crown Prince. Saying that, he quickly stuffed a few candies into the Crown Prince's hand, telling him to eat them instead of rice. Then he bolted straight to the club. This action made the Crown Prince flip out in anger, slamming the handful of candy hard onto the ground. On the way, Cory wondered why the Crown Prince had been getting so close to him lately. Clearly before, he wouldn't even bother talking to him, let alone inviting him to eat together. Thinking back and forth, everything seemed to originate from Nana. The Crown Prince complained to him every day about Nana's coldness, while Nana often showed him her plans to prank the Crown Prince. Naturally, he got caught in the middle, becoming a part of the friendship circle of those two. Thinking up to here, Cory became even more certain that all the credit went to Nana. Stepping into the club, he saw Nana curled up, sleeping soundly on the sofa. This was the first time Cory got to look closely at her sleeping face. He squatted down and watched intently, without him knowing since when. While all the other boys fell hard for Hestia, his gaze was only directed toward Nana. Her eyes always carried a hint of exhaustion, as if she were carrying a massive burden. Watching her sleep peacefully, Cory's heart also felt filled with a strange sense of peace. Finally, he dragged himself over to lean next to the sofa. The silent room only had Nana's steady breathing, but when Nana woke up, she was shocked to discover her hair had been braided into countless tiny braids. She stood by the window, glaring to interrogate the culprit. Cory smiled subtly while apologizing, defending himself that seeing Nana's hair too messy, he intended to braid it back neatly. But who knew his hand slipped and braided it into this look? As Cory stepped closer to help undo the hair, Nana let out self-deprecating words, criticizing herself as ugly. Cory frantically tried to comfort her. Anyone who just woke up looks like that. It's normal. But in his heart, he slapped his own mouth for being so restless. Working hard for ages, he finally finished undoing the tangled mess. Nana checked over and over, still seeing no difference from before. But that dazed, sleep-deprived look made Cory's heart skip a beat. He tried to suppress his embarrassment and gently said, "Nana, you're not ugly at all. On the contrary, I think you're very cute." The moment the words left his mouth, Nana was stunned, but then she panicked and quickly reassured herself, taking it as just polite praise from a kind person like Cory. If it were the crown prince, he definitely would have laughed in her face. At this moment, Cory gently slipped onto her hand. Nana, an orange-shaped earring. Nana curiously asked why he suddenly gave her a gift. Cory held out his hand to show off the earring she gave him the other day, smiling and saying, "This is a return gift, and also the token of our club. From now on, please guide me well, Magic Circle Manipulation Club President." Cory's sunny smile made Nana's cheeks flush with heat, and she embarrassedly turned her face away, secretly telling her heart to stay calm. Seeing her red face, Cory thought she was sick. Nana was about to explain when her stomach let out a traitorous growl. Coincidentally, Cory hadn't eaten anything either, so he invited her to the cafeteria. Suddenly remembering the crown prince's advice, he cleared his throat and ordered her to eat properly. Snapping his fingers to cast a floating magic, Cory pulled Nana along, flying straight toward the cafeteria. Right at that moment, the communication device rang loudly. Nana asked Cory to buy her a sandwich and said she would come after answering the call. When he walked out of sight, Nana pressed the earpiece. On the other end was the wealthy client who had asked her to repair items. He broke the news that a VIP character wanted to meet Senabel. In the afternoon, the academy gates were packed with carriages picking up students. Nana said goodbye to Cory and the crown prince. The three agreed to gather for food and drinks during the break. Nana craved strawberry-flavored cake. The crown prince demanded apple-flavored, while Cory followed the two, jumping on the bandwagon and saying he wanted to try grape-flavored. The crown prince left first. Cory was in no rush to go home because he still had an appointment at school. And so a semester flew by in a flash. Nana was excitedly dreaming about the days of being a parasite to her family and enjoying the holiday. But as soon as she saw her older brother Helen sitting right there in the carriage, her face turned black as charcoal. The uninvited appearance of her brother made the carriage tightly packed, leaving almost no room to stuff the luggage. Luckily, even if the items fell, they wouldn't crush Nana and Hestia. In the carriage, Helen started his usual nagging lecture about his sister's coldness, complaining, "I missed you to death at home, but every time I went to school to find you, I missed you completely. You must be dodging me on purpose." Nana was about to talk back when Hestia added a critical hit. "Nana said you're too annoying. That's why she hid." The thick-skinned Helen didn't take it to heart, insisting that whatever his sister did was cute in his eyes. Saying that, he spread both arms, intending to hug his little sister. Nana bluntly pushed her brother away. Helen covered his face in regret, complaining, "Now you won't even give me a hug. If you get married in the future, I'll be completely shut out." Thinking about some random guy daring to eyeball his precious gold, the older brother's heart ached terribly. Nana gave her brother a tired glare for needlessly worrying. She was confident her looks and personality were more than enough to guarantee a permanent single life. In her past life, she had never been tied down by any romantic relationship. In this life, it must be destiny forcing her to be Hestia's matchmaker. While she was self-pitying and complaining, Hestia suddenly grew thrilled. "Brother Helen, did you hear that?" Nana said she doesn't want to get married. "In the future, I'm going to move in and live with Nana." The first semester concluded successfully. After parting with Nana, Cory didn't drag his corpse home, but walked straight to a classroom. There, his upperclassman Eves West was already waiting. The two maintained an underground deal. Cory processed magic stones for Eves, and in return, Eves had to hunt down Senevel's items as payment. Although he highly approved of Cory's skills, he was too lazy to argue or chat with this guy. As Cory turned around, ready to slip away, Eves called him back, saying he had good news to break to him. Cory stayed silent without replying. He knew perfectly well this old fox was definitely planning to play tricks to exploit his labor as a coolie again. The corporate smile always fixed on his face was the perfect camouflage cloak. In the business world, so Cory flatly refused. Just as Cory's silhouette disappeared behind the door, Eve's welcoming smile instantly evaporated, replaced by a sinister and highly mocking face. He originally intended to reveal that he was about to meet Senevel, but looking at Cory's attitude, it seemed he already knew Senevel's real identity inside out. As for Nana, the moment she showed her face back home, her younger brother Cory ran out chirping to welcome her. The two siblings excitedly hugged tightly. Helen, seeing this, leaned in and demanded Cory perform the same welcoming ritual for him. In response, he got two completely deadpan faces from Nana and Cory. The innocent younger brother added the final blow. "I don't like hugging you." With that, Nana took Cory's hand and turned right back into the house, leaving their brother standing all alone, shouting in protest. At dinner, the whole family gathered in full force. Not having seen their precious daughter for a long time, the barren couple busily asked around about school stuff. Different from the anxious and dead-end feelings in her past life, Nana now felt a strange sense of peace and warmth. However, high-end courses being served up continuously made her start breaking into a cold sweat. Since when did her family have the money to live such a luxurious lifestyle like this? Looking at the designer dress and the pile of sparkling jewelry on her mother, Nana instantly understood that her mom had secretly splurged money while she was away. Feeling a chill down her spine, the Baroness shuddered in guilt, hurriedly praising her daughter for glowing up lately, then inviting her to go shopping on the streets tomorrow. Nana tactfully declined, telling herself not to ruin the atmosphere. After all, this feast of delicacies was prepared all because of her. At night, the maid helped massage and wash Nana's feet. The servants in the Baron's mansion all respected Nana because she was never harsh to anyone. Even when the family's economy was collapsing, she didn't unreasonably fire the workers. Nana tactfully asked the maid if, while she was away, anything had happened at home. The maid startled in awkwardness, saying she didn't know anything at all. This reaction made Nana realize the severity of the problem even more, so she dragged Cory out to interrogate him thoroughly. At first, the little boy beat his chest, swearing he would confess everything. But as soon as he was asked about their mother's clothes and spending habits lately, Cory burst into tears, saying, "I'm sorry, sis." Hearing her younger brother's tearful explanation, Nana walked back to her room, trembling. She couldn't believe her eyes looking at the stack of shopping bills as tall as a house, while they were already drowning in unpaid debts. Yet her mother dared to dip into the emergency fund, just to doll herself up. At this rate, her family might not even afford the bank interest. Having no other choice, Nana had to bring out her Senevel alter ego to grind for some side income. Through the magic ball, she knew there was a merchant group wanting to negotiate with her. Cory revealed that it was the Lunasa Merchant Group, a powerhouse making waves in the business world. A sweet deal like this, Nana obviously couldn't miss out on. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Nana went to find her mother to settle the score. Hearing the gentle call echoing outside the hallway, the Baroness turned pale with fear and dove to hide behind the curtains. According to her past experience, this kind of tone always signaled a bad omen. Waiting for the outside to quiet down, she timidly poked her head out to look. Who would have thought Nana was already standing right there waiting? She intimately invited her mother out for a little chat. The Baroness pulled an orange one-piece dress out from the wardrobe. "Mom went through a lot of trouble to buy this for you. How is it? Is it pretty?" Nana waved her hand. "It's pretty, but right now I'm not in the mood to hear these things." Saying that, she laid out a whole series of neatly organized payment bills, demanding her mother explain. The Baroness pouted in awkwardness, partly because of guilt for draining the emergency fund, and partly because she didn't expect she had checked out items so aggressively. Aware of her mistake, she decisively bowed her head to apologize. "Since the day you left home, life has been so boring and exhausting, so Mom had to go shopping to kill time. Please forgive this useless mother of yours." Seeing her mother sad, Nana also felt heartbroken, but she couldn't easily let it slide. Her mother was exactly like her mother in her past life, loving her children boundlessly. Therefore, Nana decided to psychologically manipulate her to trigger her maternal instinct. The girl stayed in character within a split second, crying a river, asking her mother if she actually loved her. At this rate, I'm about to be sold off to clear debts. Right now, the finances are tight. If mom doesn't tighten her belt, the savings will evaporate in no time. At that time, not just me, but both Carrie and brother Helen will be sold off too. Hearing that, the Baroness panicked intensely, raising her hand to swear that no matter what happened, she would never do something like selling off her children. Little did she know she had fallen into a trap. Nana pretended to be terrified, throwing herself into her mother's arms. I don't want to live in poverty and starve to death. The Baroness beat her chest, promising, whatever my daughter says, Mom will do her best to comply. Hearing that, Nana instantly wiped away her pitiful act, changing her face lightning fast. In that case, Mom, go return that whole pile of items for me. She ordered her mother to wrap things up and then compile the bills to report to her. Having handled the family matters, Nana urgently changed her clothes, transforming into Seneville. According to the client's words, they would meet at the center of the capital. Naturally hating crowded places, even though the chance of being recognized was almost zero, she still carefully wrapped herself in a tightly enclosed magic cloak. After that, Nana was guided by the staff into the meeting room of the Lunasa headquarters. In this empire, Lunasa was the most dominant merchant group, gathering talents from all fields and holding wealth equivalent to half of the national treasury. All of this success was thanks to the newly appointed representative. Nana had tried to investigate this guy's identity, but it was hopeless. Sometimes she felt guilty, fearing her tracks might be exposed. But then she psychoanalyzed herself not to overthink too much. Who knows? The opponent might just be some random client wanting to seek revenge on her. At this moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room was quite suffocating. Despite being in the lion's den of Lunasa, and knowing full well this room was rigged with surveillance equipment, she waited for ages but saw no one. It was too hot to bear, and thinking no one was watching her yet, Nana just took off her heavy magic cloak. Who would have thought that less than a second later Eves pushed the door and walked in, exposing Nana's alter ego just like that. This time was not like the encounter with Cory. The opponent used all kinds of schemes to corner her into submission. It turned out the being late drama just now was a script orchestrated by him. Waiting forever in the hot weather, she had to shed her camouflage. And at that exact moment, he stepped in, hiding her identity with so much effort, only to end up getting exposed as easy as pie. Nana was a bit annoyed, blaming herself. Why did I skimp on money and not just buy a magic transformation potion? But was this arrogant guy really the merchant group representative? As if reading the doubt in her eyes, Eves West proactively introduced his name. Hearing the name Eves West, Nana's eyebrows twitched. He was one of the male leads pursuing Hestia in the original work. The book described him as the precious son of the merchant group's chairman. Who would have thought he had already leveled up to the representative position now? While trying to recall this character's personality, Nana saw Eves playfully calling her big sister. However, she knew full well this guy was no fool. On the outside, he was all smiles and giggles, but his schemes were unfathomably deep. Inside, he was actually a cold, hidden iceberg. Not wanting to drag things out, she immediately asked straight up what request he had. Once done, she was heading home. Eves clapped, praising her for being straightforward, and then tossed a stack of documents onto the table. Picking it up to look, Nana froze when she saw it was a signed contract. No way was she going to blindly sign with someone she just met for the first time. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refuse, Eves had already backed up behind her, since who knows when, smiling like a leech and pouring honey into her ear, telling her to look closely. The conditions are extremely generous. Curious about the massive contract, Nana skimmed her eyes through it and let out a soft gasp of surprise. The compensation was so generous, it was hard to believe. Just by signing to work for the merchant group, every month there would be a base salary of 1,000 gold coins. And completing any task would bring a bonus of 100 gold coins per task. With her talent, this money was more than enough to fill her family's deep pit of debt, even taking her to the peak of life. Thinking of that scenario, Nana's heart was thrilled. But turning back to look at Eves, she instantly regained her sanity. In the end, she still resolutely refused Eves's invitation. This outcome seemed to have already been within his calculations. Seizing the moment he turned away to look for something, Nana planned to make a quick exit. However, just as her hand touched the doorknob, a large hand slammed down hard, blocking her way out. Nana angrily glared back, but ran right into a cold gaze as sharp as a knife from the opponent. At this moment, she finally truly experienced his original Yander male lead aura. She poked her hand into her pocket to look for self-defense gear, but unluckily, she only brought a detector, a finder, and a recording ball. Nana came up with the idea to use the ball as a smoke grenade. A flashbang thrown straight into Eva's face. The enemy didn't flinch at all, pulling out a hairpin to smash the ball into fine dust. Nana sardonically mocked, "What kind of psycho puts that kind of dangerous weapon on their head anyway?" As fast as lightning, Eve used the pin to tie his hair back and press Nana close against the wall. "Calling me big sister is useless now. Is it because I'm younger that you look down on me?" He playfully twirled a strand of her hair, and then inside Nana's horrified eyes, he uttered the two words she absolutely detested, Shirena. Seeing Nana's face turn pale, Eve smiled with extreme satisfaction. Nana racked her brain to think about what this guy's purpose was for investigating her. Logically speaking, with the power of Lunasa, finding someone was as easy as pie. Their money could crush people to death, which was why she was always careful. To avoid any deals that could offend this merchant group, or did she accidentally take the wrong case? Thinking forever without figuring it out, Nana decided to unleash her inner crazy. She rushed in and slammed hard into Eve's, running like crazy toward the door. But alas, the door was double locked. Eve's smilingly announced that currently only he could open this door. Being spun around like a toy, Nana got heated and decided to teach this guy a lesson. She snatched the pin right off his head, unleashed a kick that knocked him down to the ground, and then held the pin tight against his neck. She threatened him to open the door immediately. Faced with death, this man still grinned and joked, "If you want to open the door, sign the contract first." Nana was speechless, confirming 100% that this guy's brain had short-circuited. She pressed the pin even closer. But seeing him still stone-cold, unmoved, Nana gradually calmed down. If she just left like this, what if he got salty and hired assassins to shank her, or brought a loudspeaker to school to blast music and make a scene? Both scenarios were a total disaster. Thinking thus, she could only hold out her hand and proactively take a step back. Whatever your purpose is, or whatever you want to say, bark, cough, say it, I'm listening. It turned out everything originated from Hestia, because Eve secretly monitored the OG. Hestia. He accidentally discovered Nana's existence. Hearing up to here, Nana's face darkened. She instinctively thought this guy planned to use her as a stepping stone to get close to Hestia. Who would have thought when asked about his future plans? He nonchalantly replied that he had no plans, because currently he felt more interested in the Senevel right in front of him. Nana concluded that this guy was completely insane beyond saving. Next, Eves threw out two options. One was to sign the contract to work like a horse for the merchant group. Two was to vanish without a trace. However, he guaranteed that if she didn't sign the contract, Nana's life would always be threatened. Finching his words, he tore the contract from earlier into 100 pieces right in front of her. He explained that once she signed, her body would be stamped with a magic curse mark, and at that point, her whole life would have to be sold to work for Lunasa. No matter how dirty or filthy the work they forced her to do, she would have to bow her head and accept it. Eves was very satisfied with Nana, so he didn't want her to be bound by this kind of limitation. This meant Nana only needed to pretend to sign a contract and secretly do private work for him. Of course, Nana wasn't naive enough to lower her guard just because of a few sweet words. In the novel, this guy was most famous for his backstabbing games. Right at that moment, the curse mark on Eve's neck suddenly flared up. The violent pain made him collapse onto the floor. Eve gasped for air, weakly begging Nana to save his life. Today, on a rare occasion, Nana was free enough to escort Hestia to drink afternoon tea on the street. Hestia started her usual nagging lecture about how it was a holiday, but her best friend kept going out and vanishing. She even suspected Nana was secretly hanging out with Cory and the Crown Prince, but Nana's mind had been completely spacing out, her eyes shifting around to look at the surroundings. Finally, Hestia's dissatisfied scream dragged her back to reality. Looking at Hestia's puffed-up, angry cheeks, Nana also felt extremely guilty. But the problem was she had no time to hang out. Even today's appointment was actually her carrying out Eve's orders, to monitor a target. A few days ago, being backed into a corner, she had to reluctantly sign a secret contract with Eves. If she refused, Lunasa would either financially blackball her family to starvation or straight up dispatch assassins to send her to the afterlife. Furthermore, she couldn't bear to turn a blind eye to Eves' cry for help back then. According to Eves, the poison curse mark on his body flared up because he had leaked the merchant group's secrets. Even though he carried the antidote on him, Nana still felt a chilly shudder. Just how cruel must the head of the merchant group, who was also Eves' biological father, be to personally carve That kind of curse mark onto his own son's body? Compared to that, the oath Nana made seemed way too small. To be absolutely safe, Nana forced Eves to sign an additional sub-blood covenant. If Eves dared to betray her, the orange tattoo on his butt would burn up like a red-hot iron rod, roasting his rear end. Right at that moment, the surveillance target suddenly stood up, intending to slip away. In order not to lose the trail, Nana hurriedly asked Hestia to walk with her. A few days later, the guy being tracked finally exposed a loophole. Because she was so engrossed in tailing the target, Nana was so busy that she had no time to stuff a single bite of food into her stomach. She held out a sandwich for Eves, but the opponent heartlessly rejected her kindness, turning away to flip through the files she had just investigated. Eves showed a look of surprise. "I didn't expect you to finish the mission so fast, big sister." Nana's gaze landed on Eves, and she blandly replied, "I'm just working to earn money." Observing closely, Nana noticed that on Eves's face, there wasn't a single trace of emotion left, and his usual smile rarely appeared. Clearly, this was his true self. But in the end, what kind of tragedies had he gone through to give rise to the intention of taking revenge on his own biological father? Curiosity urged Nana to blurt out, "How do you plan to retaliate against the merchant group master?" Eve coldly advised her to stop poking her nose into other people's business. Nana got annoyed. "After all, the two of us signed a contract. I have the right to know a brief summary of the case, right?" Being nagged by Nana to the point where his ears ached, Eves had to reveal the plan. He planned to set up a shell company to trick his father into pouring investment funds, then use this fake project as bait to expose his past illegal deeds in order to throw him into prison. He knew full well his father wouldn't be locked up there forever, so he would use this opportunity to monopolize all the assets. Even if he gets out of prison later, he will no longer have anyone backing him to start over from scratch. Hearing up to here, Nana could clearly feel the boiling resentment in every word Eves said. Right at that moment, the target walked out of the office. Nana hurriedly packed up her things, preparing to tail him, only to see Eves still expressionlessly looking at the opponent's back. In the next second, he suddenly swept Nana up, lifting her in a princess carry. "Taking the stairs won't catch up to him," Eves had said. Hearing that, Nana was scared out of her wits. The place they were standing was the 20th floor. "Endure a little bit, and it will be over soon," Eves whispered to comfort her in an emotionless voice, then held her tight and jumped straight down, performing a critical leap of faith. In a state of pure panic, Nana's brain went on strike, and she could only clasp her hands to pray. Suddenly, Eves let go of his left hand. Losing the support for her lower body, Nana frantically flapped in midair like a stranded fish. As for Eves, he nonchalantly ignored her, pulling out a small piece of paper with his hand and tearing it with his mouth. Instantly, a gentle stream of magic enveloped the two of them, and the falling speed gradually slowed down. Even though they landed safely, Nana was still so scared that her legs couldn't stand firm. Having no choice, Eves had to carry her on his back to continue tailing the target. Just turning a street corner, the target vanished completely. Nana advised Eves to come back another day, but he instantly refused. Ahead, there were 3 ladies spilling the tea. Eves told Nana to pretend to sleep, then ran over with a killer smile. "Beautiful ladies, could you help me out for a bit?" The 3 ladies were thrilled to be praised and eagerly asked what was wrong. Eves began to act deep, blinking his eyes to make up a story. "My big sister is dead drunk and doesn't know anything, but my dad holds the house keys. I can't bear to let my sister sleep on the street. Just now I saw my dad walking this way. He wore a black hat and a red coat." Being enthusiastically given directions by the ladies, Nana and Eves stepped into a bar. This place was quite similar to the clubs in Nana's past life. The lights were dim, the music was deafeningly blasting, and the atmosphere reeked of alcohol. In no time, Eve successfully spotted the target, but there were too many people around him. Eve then told Nana to create a fake situation to cause a distraction. Nana refused 100,000 times. In a chaotic place like this, a minor commotion wouldn't mean anything, but thinking of the pay, she could only bite the bullet. Looking toward the dance floor, Nana came up with an idea, but this stunt was highly embarrassing. She made it a condition that Eves had to give her a bonus. Once the deal was closed, Nana gritted her teeth to execute the plan. Stepping out onto the middle of the dance floor, Nana immediately claimed the center position, shouting out loud to attract everyone's attention. Then she ripped off her outer coat and started tearing the roof down. But each of her moves was so bizarre it was baffling. Exactly like a fish thrown onto the shore, gasping for air. The audience below, witnessing that scene, they all held their bellies, laughing hysterically. Even though internally, she felt utterly humiliated and wanted to dig a hole to bury herself for the sake of making a living, Nana had to shamelessly keep dancing. Coincidentally, Nana's unique dance actually hyped up the atmosphere. making the whole bar explode. Watching Nana dance wildly on the stage, from deep within Eve's eyes, a genuine smile flashed for the first time. Having finished the mission, Nana hid in a corner, unable to believe she could actually pull off such an embarrassing stunt. Back in her past life, working a part-time job, wearing a mascot suit, she was always terrified of being recognized by acquaintances. Then Eves called her to get ready to leave. Just as she stood up, Nana collapsed, probably because she danced too hard, so her legs turned to jelly. Eves bent down, telling her to climb onto his back, but Nana firmly refused, determined not to do anything embarrassing anymore. During the struggle, she accidentally sprained her ankle, so in the end, Nana still helplessly lay flat on Eves's back. The two of them passed by a cart selling all kinds of skewers. Eves saw the skewers and suddenly froze for a split second. The image of Nana dancing like crazy on the floor flashed through his head again. Seeing his quirky look, Nana pinched his neck hard. Eves snapped out of it, immediately regaining his cold expression. He asked her if she wanted to eat skewers. Nana was about to refuse when her stomach growled loudly in protest. So Eves bought 2 skewers of grilled chicken right away. Nana wondered why he bought 2 whole skewers, thinking he was busy carrying her, so he wanted her to feed him. But when she brought the skewer to his mouth, Eves shook his head, saying both of these skewers were hers, because he felt she needed to eat 2 skewers for it to barely make a dent. Furthermore, only by eating a lot would she grow up fast. Hearing up to here, Nana's inner rage flared up. She hated it most when someone judged her appearance. She resolutely forced Eves to eat one skewer no matter what, throwing a tantrum on his back, making such a fuss to the point that Eves helplessly thought about throwing her into the trash can. Suddenly, Eves turned around, grabbing Nana close, and then took a huge bite of the meat. This unexpected action made Nana freeze in place. After chewing and swallowing, Eves nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth, while Nana's face turned beet red and her heart pounded wildly. While chewing the grilled meat, she inwardly exclaimed, as expected of a novel's male lead, just eating a meat skewer almost gave her a heart attack. But Nana suddenly found it strange. Why did Eves specifically choose the vegetable part to eat? Come to think of it, she had never seen him eat a proper meal. Every meal he only used water or milk mixed with some kind of powder. Suspicion arose, and Nana started associating it with some kind of banned substance. While she was lost in thought, Eve's voice dragged her back to reality. He admitted at first he planned to use every means to force her to help him take revenge. Nana wasn't surprised. She already deemed Eves as not a good person. Remaining silent for a moment, Eve sighed and said currently his thoughts had changed, because a kid like her shouldn't get her hands dirty with these filthy things. Sure enough, Nana's image in Cory's heart was as solid as a rock, unmoved by anything. When Nana used magic to transform into her past life's appearance, only Cory recognized her right off the bat. Today, Nana was busily pressing vegetable juice in the kitchen. The reason that night Eve refused to let her get her hands dirty with filthy things kept keeping her mind troubled. He said he didn't want her to step into the mud while she was still so young. Did that mean Eves wasn't as evil as described in the story? In the end, where did the author's brain short-circuit that he kept intentionally nerfing the character like that? While lost in thought, her big brother Helen suddenly jumped out from behind. Seeing the green juice on the table, he instantly chugged a mouthful. Who would have thought that super? Pressed juice almost sent her big brother to the afterlife. The next day, Nana painstakingly went to Eves' office. Seeing her, Eves thought she had taken his advice to heart and planned to back out. But if I quit, that merchant group boss will definitely not let you off. Nana firmly insisted on keeping at it. Hearing that, Eves was a bit embarrassed. In reality, that whole thing was just a story he fabricated to scare Nana into staying. He had even prepared a whole bunch of discount shopping vouchers to bribe Nana's mother. Knowing all of Eves' petty tricks, Nana still hesitated. She knew full well that tangling with him was playing with fire. But after that night, she realized Eves wasn't completely trash. So she nodded in agreement. Where else on earth could she find a client willing to pay like him? And for the record, since you made my family even poorer, I will bleed you dry to the last penny. Hearing that grand declaration, Eves let out a sigh of relief and began assigning tasks to her. After handling a mountain of paperwork, Eves brought lunch to Nana. It was a premium sandwich that looked expensive at a glance. Yet he himself still went back to his old menu. Raw powder mixed with water. Finding it an eyesore, Nana pulled out an upgraded version of the vegetable juice she made with her own hands. She advised Eves that he should eat and drink properly to get some nutrients. Try drinking this nutrient-rich juice and see how it is. Eves, however, felt his powder mixed with water lunch was perfectly fine. It had just enough carbs and was even mixed with headache and stress relief medicine. making it extremely convenient. Nana felt her blood pressure rising hearing that. "You call that pig feed a meal?" Seeing Eve still sitting there like a log, she used a reverse psychology tactic, pretending to snatch the juice bottle back. Unexpectedly, Eves didn't even bother to fight for it. Angered, she slammed the bottle hard onto the table. "If you won't drink it, then throw it away." Nana grumpily stomped off, annoyed that her kindness was treated like garbage. Just as she turned away, she suddenly froze upon hearing a tiny, "Thank you," mumbled from Eves's mouth. Eves told her from now on not to do these things anymore, because people who act nice to him, if they don't have bad intentions, are just creeps. After taking a sip, Eves grimaced and called it bitter. Nana inwardly rejoiced because last night, her big brother Helen had bravely tested the poison. Thanks to that, she was able to improve the flavor. After that, she bluntly demanded Eves to quit that toxic powder right away. At least until he finished paying her wages, he had to live like a proper billionaire CEO. Right at that moment, a knock on the door echoed. Hearing the news that his father called, Eves's face darkened instantly like a pitch-black night. But the moment his father's henchman stepped in, he immediately put on a bright, cheerful mask, obediently replying, "I'll be right there." That dizzying transformation gave Nana goosebumps. Before leaving, Eves carefully told her to lock the door and absolutely not go outside. Bored with nothing to do, Nana wandered over to the bookshelf. She picked up a random book titled The Origin of Tragedy, thinking it was a romantic novel, but alas, the content was incredibly dull. After reading a few pages, Eves suddenly leaned in close, making her startle and shriek out loud. After a brief apology, he wrapped his arms tightly around her. Though surprised, Nana didn't resist at all. She could feel the extreme pain and anxiety bottled up inside him. Only a moment later, Eves pushed her away, his expression turning ice cold again, as if nothing had happened, and silently went back to his desk to work. Only now did Nana shockingly discover that Eves's hands were covered in wounds. Watching him force himself to work despite trembling from pain, for the first time, Nana truly felt the cold-blooded cruelty of that merchant group boss. From that day on, Eves's attitude toward Nana changed completely. Whenever he saw her face, he would lean in close or linger around, leaning on her to find some warmth. To be honest, if it were the Crown Prince, she would have punched his teeth out. But with Eves, Nana just clicked her tongue and let it slide. His cold outer shell was just to cover up the utter exhaustion inside. One moment he radiated pure killing intent, the next he whined like a 3-year-old. She convinced herself that it was probably just because he trusted her too much. But there was one thing that left Nana extremely unnerved. Whenever he was sad, Eve would resort to bizarre stress relief habits. Today, he even stroked her hair like petting a dog's fur, his mouth defending it as praising her fluffy hair. Seeing Eves pushing his luck more and more, Nana couldn't take it anymore. It was a waste of her effort to always be constantly worried about his safety. Seeing her flare up, Eve showed a disappointed look. He said she only needed to finish this last undercover operation, and the mission would be complete. The task this time was to disguise as a 10-year-old child to infiltrate, without anyone recognizing her. Eves handed her a magic stone. Holding the stone in her hand, Nana could feel a powerful, yet very familiar magic aura, identical to the earring Cory once gifted her. He once said he infused magic into that earring. Nana could bet 100% this stone was an official item personally made by Cory. With the magic radiating from the stone, Nana successfully transformed. Opening her eyes, she saw herself in the body of her 10-year-old self from her past life. Looking into the mirror, Nana was emotionally moved to tears because that was the time. She was happiest before her parents passed away. Letting her mind drift with the memories, she stepped out onto the street and suddenly remembered she had an appointment today to raid the food street with Cory and the Crown Prince. On the way, she planned to run over and give the two of them a heads up. Arriving at the place, she put on an innocent act and asked, "Are you two waiting for Big Sister Nana?" Then she claimed her name was Ian, an underling working under Nana. She announced that today the big sister was busy with a sudden matter, so she couldn't make it. The Crown Prince stared intently at the little girl with a highly suspicious gaze, making Nana break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, the Crown Prince yelled, "If Nana dares to commit child abuse, you must remember to report it to the authorities immediately." Speechless, Cory dragged the Crown Prince up, covering his mouth to stop him from making any more stupid statements. Waiting for that foolish Crown Prince to leave, Cory gently patted Nana's head and tenderly advised, "Don't do anything dangerous, okay? Be careful on the road. Whenever you want to hang out, just look for me." Hearing this sentence, Nana knew full well Cory had recognized her. It must be due to the energy from the magic stone. Once done, she hurriedly ran to the meeting point with Eves. Just as she arrived, she was blocked by someone. That person grabbed her collar and growled, asking her if she was Senevel. Nana panicked. Damn it, has Eves' plan been exposed? Quick-wittedly, she unleashed the skill of playing poor and miserable, whimpering. I'm just running errands. If I'm late getting home, my dad will beat me to death. Hearing that, the other person let go. Then it's not her. I thought it was that long-haired brat who specializes in pressing terrible vegetable juice. Only now did Nana realize with a shock that the guy who just grabbed her collar was actually Eves. Fuming with rage, she just wanted to punch him twice. When he learned Nana unconsciously transformed into this shape, Eves sank into deep thought. To successfully transform like this appearance must definitely hold an incredibly massive meaning. The reflection under the water recalled the beautiful wishes of Nana's past life. She smiled and said to Eves, although that person is no longer around, to me, they are the most important person. The life-or-death battle between Eves and his father, the cruel merchant group boss, had reached its climax. In the moment Nana's life hung by a thread, Eves, defying the life-or-death curse from the mark on his neck, personally ended the life of the one who gave birth to him. Back to the story a few days ago, Nana and Eves successfully intercepted a carriage of the merchant group. Intelligence stated that the carriage contained confidential documents, but even after tossing the whole carriage upside down, they found nothing. Among them was evidence of the merchant group pouring investment funds into the Slave Trade Association. In an empire that highly valued civilization and boycotted the slave trade like this, doing that was no different from digging one's own grave. Nana didn't understand why the boss would take such a desperate risk. Hearing her question, Eve flashed an innocent, harmless smile. It turned out his own shell company was the one that dropped the bait to lure the old man into investing in the slave market. It was just unexpected that the old fox caught the scent of danger so quickly. Has your plan been exposed then? Nana worriedly asked. Eves reassured her, saying the old man had only smuggled the documents away, but hadn't suspected him yet. The beating from the other day was just him finding an excuse to vent his anger. As he spoke, Eva's face darkened. The boss, being naturally paranoid as hell, must have personally hidden the documents. Knowing Nana had never met the boss, Eves took off his hairpin, handed it to her, and told her to get in the carriage and wait. These workers will sooner or later be interrogated to death by father. I need to take care of them more carefully. Eves's cold words made Nana feel distant. She realized she and he originally belonged to two different worlds. Eves's world was inherently ruthless and stained with blood. Thus she tightly covered her ears, trying to ignore the agonizing screams outside. Having dealt with the two coachmen, they headed straight into the boss's villa. Nana felt a lingering doubt in her heart. Even though the carriage had the merchant group logo, why did the guards let two kids pass through the gate so easily like this? But Eves didn't explain, only smilingly saying she would find out soon. All along the way, Eves led Nana forward at full speed as if he memorized the map by heart. What made Nana wonder was that he had never told her about these places. Very quickly, the two arrived in front of the basement door. Eves turned around to look at Nana, his expression extremely serious. Down here contains very disgusting things. If you want to back out, right now it's still not too late. She understood that Eves was genuinely worried about her. But having gone this far, there was no turning back. Nana put on a calm face and urged him to hurry up. The deeper they went, the thicker the air became with a suffocating, musty smell. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed. Nana snapped her head around to look. The scene before her eyes left her frozen. A series of heavily injured children locked inside iron cages, like livestock, some looking not even 10 years old. Looking at Nana's utter bewilderment, Eves remained silent for a long time. After a moment of hesitation, he laboriously opened his mouth. This is the real headquarters of Lunasa. These children are kidnapped from all over to serve as trainees for the organization. It's called a promotion test, but in reality, it's just a sick, twisted game of the boss. To survive, they must eliminate each other until only 3 people remain. Since the moment he was born, Eves had been thrown into this hellhole. The boss even forced him to drink all kinds of poisons, causing him to gradually lose his sense of taste and making him unable to eat normally. Before his words could finish, Nana hurriedly reached out her hand to cover his mouth. She felt upset because of the way Eves talked about his own pain so lightly, as if he were telling someone else's story. In reality, she knew he was just scared she would find him disgusting, which was why he used that nonchalant tone. Because no matter how much he rationalized it, he was still one of the final survivors. His hands were also stained with the blood of countless others in the same plight. Although that was the truth, Nana would never shift all the blame onto a child who was forced to the absolute brink by his own biological father. At this very moment, Nana understood the depth of Eve's hatred completely and swore to help him collect this blood debt. Seeing Nana's reaction, the corner of Eve's lips slightly curled up, but his heart was full of guilt. Behind that door ahead would be things even more horrific. He regretted dragging her into this mess. Seeing Eve's hesitate, Nana borrowed a pair of glasses from him and then used magic to cast a spell on them. From now on, whenever you see bloody scenes, the lenses will automatically filter them into cute cartoon images. Before entering, Eves assigned the roles. He would draw the aggro of everyone, while Nana would sneakily use magic to search for the documents. The moment they stepped through the door, the boss thought the two of them were new recruits. But I didn't recruit anyone this round. Maybe they were recommended by someone. Eves quick-wittedly dove into character, acting innocent. Someone told me to come in here to work. Free room and board with a monthly salary of 10 million. Taking advantage of the old man being distracted, Nana secretly turned on the radar to search. Just as the radar flashed bright, a deafening crash echoed. Nana looked back and saw the boss repeatedly using his feet to kick Eves brutally. Despite being mercilessly beaten, Eves still yelled out, telling Nana to quickly find the documents. When her hand just touched the drawer handle, the boss's gaze suddenly shifted toward her. Nana tensely looked back, but the image right in front of her almost made her burst out laughing. Thanks to the magic glasses, the tyrannical boss had now turned into a chubby, goofy teddy bear. Nana let out a sigh of relief, but the teddy bear caught sight of her pitch-black hair. It raised its wand, threatening to turn her into a specimen, while that noisy brat over there had already lost his utility value. Saying that, it swung the stick, aiming straight at Eves. In that split-second cliffhanger, Nana flew forward, launching a kick right in the middle of the teddy bear's face. The kicking force was so strong that the bear tumbled backward, but very quickly, it furiously scrambled back up. Only at this point did the boss realize Nana was no pushover. He turned on serious mode, radiating an overwhelming, sky-high killing intent. A magic staff swung up rapidly. Nana quickly pulled out her wooden sword to block the blow. Even though she painstakingly practiced swordplay at school, how could she compete with someone who has been licking blood? On the edge of a blade for years like him, when Nana was blown away by his strike, Eves panicked to the extreme. He lowered himself to beg the old man to grant her a path to live, but his groveling only stimulated the beastly nature of the old man. He threatened to finish Nana off right before his eyes. Surging with resentment, Eves clenched both hands, but Nana screamed, telling him not to charge in. She staggeringly leaned on her sword to stand up, ready to block the next blow. She knew if she injured the old man, the curse mark on Eves's neck would flare up and instantly claim his life. Nana calmly used magic to search for the opponent's weakness, but alas, his body was equipped to the teeth with high-tier defensive items. Her only magic weapon right now was just a used magic stone. To squeeze out the last bit of magic power, Nana brought the stone to her mouth and bit it to pieces. Instantly, Cory's magic aura enveloped her body. While Nana was in a death match with the boss, Eve sank into horrific memories. Under his father's sick test, he had seen traitors backstabbing and cowards kneeling down to beg for mercy, but all of them combined couldn't compare to one person. That was his first friend in this hellhole, the person who used their own life to trade for a survival chance for Eve's. Returning to the present, Nana's magic was completely depleted. The boss's vice-like hand tightly choked her neck, making her unable to move. Just as despair closed in, a piercing sound echoed, the sound of a blade plunging deep into flesh. That noise repeated over and over in the room. The magic glasses fell off, returning Nana to the bloody reality. Eves was standing behind, frenziedly using the pin to stab repeatedly into the boss's back. This was the first time Nana saw rage clearly shown on Eves's face. She saw his form return completely to how it originally was. A tear rolled down the corner of his eye, though whether it was sorrow or pure joy from avenging his late friend remained unknown. Pulling the pin out, the boss collapsed and stopped breathing. Looking at the motionless corpse, Nana fearfully backed away a few steps. Eves flashed a radiant smile, picking up the glasses and putting them back on for her. "Let's go." Nana was bewildered. She knew Eves had nurtured this revenge plan for a very long time. Why did he suddenly strike today, defying his own life like that just to protect her? Understanding her gaze, Eves softly smiled. "If you die, what meaning does my revenge have left?" Saying that, he collapsed from exhaustion into Nana's arms, attacking his biological father caused the poison from the curse mark to erupt, spreading through his entire body. The situation was extremely critical. Nana frantically asked where the antidote was, but even at this point, Eves still had the mind to joke. "The mission is done, you have to go hang out with me, okay? If you don't agree, I won't tell you." Nana was so mad she almost coughed up blood, but she could only nod rapidly. But unfortunately, right after Eve said there was no antidote, he blacked out. While Nana was crying in panic, not knowing what to do, the room door was kicked open. A white-haired, purple-eyed youth appeared, his mouth relentlessly scolding Eves for being an idiot. In order to protect Nana, Eves had discarded the revenge plan he nurtured for years to personally kill his own father. But the price to pay was the poison from the curse, Mark erupting, invading his body. Learning there was no antidote, Nana wept while despairingly shaking and calling out to Eves, hoping he would maintain a bit of consciousness. Right at that moment, a cold third voice chimed in. If you planned to murder him anyway, why didn't you strike sooner? Idiots beyond words. Nana startled and turned toward the door. The white-haired, purple-eyed youth who just appeared was grumbling because Eves made him run a long distance to get here. As he spoke, he slapped Eve's face with a thud, waking him up. Looking at this rough behavior, it seemed the two of them were very close. Nana originally intended to endure it, but looking at this guy's face, she found it a bit familiar. Hey! Eves laboriously woke up, coughed, and then apologized for accidentally drinking all the antidote. The words sounded so pitiful, yet that youth burst out laughing. In that case, just drop dead then. Nana froze. Should she really let this crazy guy run wild? At this point, Eves was in so much pain that he had no strength left to joke. Hearing him groan and ask for help, Nana finally recognized the identity of the savior. It turned out this was Swan, the brat who practically begged for a beating whom she met as a child. Swan let out a long sigh. What's the point of living anyway? This life-weary catchphrase was something Swan had mumbled from childhood to adulthood. Nana was slightly surprised. The cold, tragic boy from the past had now become this arrogant and overbearing. The only thing unchanged was his haughty attitude, and his surreal, angel-like beauty. Swan placed his hand on Eves's chest, and a pure white magic aura radiated out. The poison inside his body was instantly cleansed completely. In this world, there existed 3 types of magic: black magic, regular magic, and holy magic. Swan, along with his father, Duke Blanche, was famous everywhere for the ability to use holy magic. This combo of angelic looks plus a buffed cleansing ability, this radiant male lead aura made Nana couldn't help but feel incredibly jealous. Meanwhile, Eves recovered and scrambled back up. Swan asked if he still remembered the promised item. It seemed both sides had a secret pact. Swan also knew full well about Eves's wretched circumstances. Glancing at the boss's corpse, he coldly offered words of comfort. This disgusting old man dying can be considered a happy ending, but letting him die this easily is a bit of a waste. Do you want to mummify his corpse and use it as a toy for entertainment? Hearing that made her hair stand on end. Having finished up, Swan delivered the news that his inheritance of the Duke title was progressing well and he would enroll in school early. When you're at school, you better watch out and don't show your face to greet me. It's very annoying, Swan threatened Eves. Finally, he reminded. When I came in earlier, I accidentally made the guards go berserk. You two better skedaddle quickly. Saying that, Swan turned his back, preparing to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and shifted his gaze over to Nana standing nearby. As soon as he saw her face clearly, an expression of utter astonishment flashed in his eyes. But just a second later, he returned to his arrogant expression. Using a contemptuous gaze, he glared at Nana and then walked away. Waiting for Swan to disappear, the screaming of the guards outside dragged the two back to reality. They hurriedly grabbed the documents and made their escape. While running, Swan anxiously looked back toward the villa. He couldn't understand why that girl was present in such a filthy place. A few days later, the news of the merchant group boss biting the dust spread to every alleyway of the capital. His dirty business dealings became a hot topic of public gossip. As for Nana, after that incident, she was like a soulless corpse, bedridden for days on end. That horrific experience had completely drained her strength. Conversely, Eves was riding high like a kite catching the wind. He used the confidential documents to control Lunasa, secretly draining a massive amount of money to establish his own business empire. Deep in sleep, Nana was awakened by her maid's call. Hearing that the new school year was about to start, she sat up immediately. Now that she was loaded with money, she had to treat herself. Throughout the next few days, she took Hestia. Shopping until their feet were sore, took carries to raid the pastry shop, and invited Cory and the Crown Prince to go destroy the food street. Leaving out her annoying big brother Helen, Nana had gathered a beautiful scrapbook of memories with her close friends. Now she only owed Eves a hangout. She had promised that when everything ended, she would go out with him. Just as she cracked open the door to Eves's office, Nana didn't have time to react, before the other party opened both arms wide and rushed forward like a god. Terrified, she slammed the door shut, intending to say goodbye. Eves had to compromise. promising he wouldn't press close to hug her anymore. And only then did she agree to stay and have dinner together. While enjoying the salad, Yves excitedly talked about his future billion-dollar projects. Nana occasionally sneaked glances at him. This was the first time she saw Yves eat a proper meal like a normal person. With the boss dead, he was like a man freed from shackles. All the chains binding his soul had vanished. The curse mark on his neck had also lost its effect. This newfound freedom made him long to taste food, but his shrunken stomach after all these years couldn't hold much. The leftovers had to be entrusted to Nana to finish off, with the motto that saving food is a national policy. Nana buried her face in the food and ate like a beast. Seeing her pigging out like that, Yves felt itchy and asked for a hug. Nana burst out laughing, almost spraying a mouthful of fruit juice right into his face. She glared at him and reminded, "I only promised to hang out together, okay? If you're starved for affection, go outside and find someone else." Being brutally rejected, Eva's face slumped. He pouted and said he only wanted to hug her, because she looked as cute and well-behaved as a puppy. Nana was speechless. "Then go raise a dog yourself." Who would have thought that Yves actually considered it a great idea? He planned to find a puppy and name it Nana. Nana was furious and advised him to drop that crazy thought right away. "Why on earth should I let you hug me? What if this whole thing leaves me single forever in the future?" Yves shook his head violently, advising her not to be foolish and rush into dating early. Noble ladies, once married into their husband's family, are restricted in every way. Your talent will be ruined. Hearing that it actually made sense, Nana's anger cooled down. But she was confident that with her perfect talent and looks, those marriage barriers were absolutely nothing. The moment those words were uttered, Yves slammed the table and stood straight up. "If that's the case, you must find someone truly extraordinary who has enough strength to make you respect them." Yves's stubbornness gave Nana a headache. Not wanting to get further entangled, she used an excuse to say goodbye. Walking on the street, Nana thought back and felt that Yves's whiny attitude lately was exactly like her big brother Helen. A bit annoying, but overall he was living again, as a normal human being, so she also felt at peace. Suddenly, her communication device rang. It was Cory inviting her to watch fireworks. Going through life and death with Yves, Nana's outlook on life had changed. She deeply felt the fragility of human life. From now on, she would spend time enjoying the beautiful school days with her friends. No matter how perfectly they planned, the future was still full of variables. The four friends sat on Cory's magic carpet, hovering in the night sky, watching the brilliant fireworks. Nana secretly prayed, hoping that the rest of her life would also be as peaceful and smooth as this very moment. The 6-month vacation passed by in the blink of an eye. The second semester of Oberon Academy officially began. What shocked Nana to the core was that after just one summer, the Crown Prince, Cory, and even Hestia had all shot up in height, transforming into giants, while she herself still stayed exactly the same. Her tiny figure was like a bean that hadn't budged at all. Standing in front of the two pillars, Cory and the Crown Prince, Nana was in utter agony. Returning to her dorm room, looking at her own reflection in the mirror, Nana questioned her life, patting her chest to see if there was any ray of hope blooming. Clearly, she ate and slept regularly every day. So why on earth was she still this short? Hestia, standing next to her now, looked no different from an older sister. She remembered on the first day of school, Cory was almost the same height as her. Now he was taller by a whole head. As for that Crown Prince, every time he talked to her, it was practically guaranteed that he had to bend completely forward. Imagining the future scene of being swallowed up among 5 close friends who were all models, Nana felt heavy pressure. Last semester, everyone's height was still about the same. Those two must have the secret height-boosting trick that they're hiding. While she was feeling gloomy, Hazel returned to the room. The moment she saw Nana, the upperclassmen rushed over to hug and coddle her. After chatting for a while, Hazel petulantly reproached her that during summer break, Nana didn't even bother to invite her to hang out, and now that the school year started, she became completely invisible. "I still have to grind in the club and swing my sword until pitch black before I can return to the room, you know." Hazel then decisively forced Nana to promise that during recess, she must visit her class to hang out. Once the deal was locked, Hazel finally let her off. Still brooding over the height issue, Nana ran to find Cory to ask for advice. After a moment of deep thought, the magic top student dropped a blunt judgment. "It's probably because you eat too few green vegetables." Nana was speechless. If she ate few vegetables, then nobody on this earth ate many vegetables. If the amount of vegetables was directly proportional to height, she'd probably be hitting the ceiling by now. This tough question left Cory temporarily frozen. During summer break, he only ate and slept normally, while regularly supplementing with green vegetables. Cory comforted Nana, saying it's probably because she's at puberty age. Everyone develops at a different time. In fact, Nana had already gone around asking everywhere. Hazel urged her to drink lots of milk, while the brain-damaged crown prince dropped a blunt judgment. I don't think I grew at all. It's probably because you shrank. As for Hestia, she was hopelessly infatuated, insisting that her Nana is perfect whether tall or short. Connecting all the opinions, Nana began to think about the genetics theory. She called Helen intending to ask around, but felt too awkward to open her mouth. Helen's tone over the phone was still as playful as ever, telling her to come up to the upperclassmen area to find him. Knowing full well that both big brother Helen and little brother Carrie's had shot up in height, the genetics hypothesis was debunked, but Nana was still curious to see what her big brother would say. While she was hesitating over whether to go find Helen or not, Cory landed his flying carpet, reaching out his hand to measure the distance from the top of Nana's head to his chin, nonchalantly dropping a fatal line. Looking at it like this, you really are short. The whack, one strike, of Nana's dragon punch sent Cory flying straight into the ceiling. A few seconds later, with a loud thud, Cory crashed down to the ground, knocked out. Right at that moment, the school bell rang. Without a single hint of guilt, Nana confiscated Cory's magic blanket. To hide her movements mysteriously, Nana wrapped the blanket tightly from head to toe, sneaking around to find Helen to learn the height-boosting secret. Who would have thought that before the mission even succeeded, she'd get caught halfway by Hazel? The upperclassman was extremely excited, dragging Nana along to introduce her new living doll to her circle of close sisters. Being swarmed by the girls who hugged and squeezed her like a toy, Nana could only weep inside. Learning she was looking for Helen, Hazel enthusiastically offered to escort her. Right at that moment, an uninvited guest arrived, interrupting everything. As Eves appeared, smilingly greeting Nana, he gallantly took over the task of helping her find Helen. Little did he know she intentionally disguised herself just to avoid his face. Hazel was over-enthusiastic, handing Nana over to Eves and then leading her circle of sisters to retreat. Seeing Eves getting closer and closer, Nana's face darkened, threatening him to drop those ridiculous hugging games right away. But the thickness of Eves' skin had already reached the ultimate level. He ignored the threat, reaching out his hand to caress Nana's cheek. Forget that, Helen guy. Aren't you looking right at a talented big brother? Right in front of you. He leaned close to her ear, whispering a promise to keep earlier's matter a secret. His warm breath, along with silky hair, strands lightly brushing against her neck, made Nana flustered. Suddenly, an enraged shout rang out as Helen witnessed the scene. Watching Eves, trying to hit on his little sister, he was so mad his teeth ground together, both hands clenched into fists. Who would have thought Eves didn't even care about Helen's anger? He smirked, claiming he's more suited to be Nana's big brother, and then provocatively asked Helen, "How much do you want to sell your big brother copyrights for? What Nana needs right now is a rich and handsome big brother. And besides, my blonde hair looks way more like siblings with her than your black hair." Taking advantage of the two hotshots bickering and snapping at each other, Nana backed away, intending to slip away fast. Unexpectedly, Eves dropped a low blow. "Nana and I even have matching tattoos." These words were no different from dropping an atomic bomb. Nana panicked to the extreme. This crazy guy, why on earth would he use the contract mark as a tool to fight for affection? When Eves added the phrase, "the tattoo is on the butt," both Nana and Helen were struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. Without waiting for Nana to explain, Helen had already lost it, intending to beat Eves up. Seeing the chaotic battle, Nana ran for her life, swearing an oath never to set foot in the upperclassmen area again. That night, inside his private room, Eves opened the magic orb, watching the video of Nana dancing at the bar over and over. Every time he reached that part, he would burst out laughing. This joke was only a small part of his treasure trove of memories about her. Recalling the days spent by Nana's side, every single day that passed was filled with joy. From her begrudgingly making vegetable juice and forcing him to drink it, forcing him to eat the chicken meat he hated, to her extremely worried eyes when he was poisoned. Everything was deeply engraved in his heart, unable to fade away. Eves boldly thought, "If I knew, I would have used schemes to tie her tightly by my side back then." A knock on the door cut off his stream of thought. Opening the door, a mountain of luggage piled sky-high hid his eyes, making Eves frown in confusion. It turned out a new roommate had just moved in, and when he heard the name Swan Haddon, Eves's face instantly turned pitch black. The next day, the news of Nana's desperate desire to grow taller spread at the speed of light throughout the academy. From then on Nana's school desk every day, there was a pile of various types of milk. Whenever it was recess, her classmates would friendly drag her outside to exercise to promote her height. Even the cafeteria staff favored and specially prepared for Nana's secret, traditional nutritional meals. Although this was the first time she received such enthusiastic attention from everyone, Nana only felt completely embarrassed and awkward inside. Walking on the street, Nana kept muttering curses at the loudspeaker mouth of the crown prince who had exposed this matter to the whole world. Hestia walked beside her, gently comforting her, saying that she didn't necessarily have to grow taller. I heard that petite, short girls usually stimulate a guy's protective instinct more. However, Nana only considered that a polite compliment from her best friend and didn't care much. Looking around, except for her, everyone was hitting a growth spurt and maturing into tall figures. Moreover, she also felt that her tiny lowly appearance had absolutely no attraction to the opposite sex, although Nana's mouth always kept chanting the student chorus that one must focus on studying. Seeing Hestia becoming more graceful and charming by the day, she began to wonder which male lead she should choose to play matchmaker for her friend. Seeing Nana's deep in thought expression, Hestia thought she was still grieving over the height issue, so she grabbed Nana's hands and spun her around to cheer her up. Who would have thought that while playing around, Hestia accidentally bumped into a pedestrian? Nana hurriedly helped her friend up. Even though the opponent blurted out a rude curse word, Hestia still politely apologized. However, when they saw the other person's face clearly, both of them were stunned. Slightly curly white hair along with deep purple eyes, it was none other than Swan Haddon, the youth Nana had encountered at the merchant group boss's villa before. At the same time, Swan also recognized the two of them. He instantly flashed a radiant, sunny smile and greeted Hestia. In response to that enthusiasm, Hestia only gave a cold snort, and then both sides brushed past each other, going their separate ways. Nana froze. Why didn't Swan even bother to greet her at all? The fourth male lead in the original novel had finally enrolled, yet he was only warm toward Hestia, treating Nana, who stood right there like thin air. During swordsmanship class, Nana obediently put a tree branch on top of her head, performing the height-boosting exercise designed by the crown prince. While practicing, she took out all her frustration about Swan's attitude to relieve stress. Clearly, the three of them, Swan, Hestia, and Nana, were childhood friends who grew up together. So why on earth did he only remember Hestia? But a moment later, Nana reassured herself. In novels, the male lead recognizing the female lead at first sight is an eternal truth, while she was just a passing female extra. Moreover, in the description of Swan's personality, he was extremely sharp-tongued and hard to get along with. Not getting entangled with him might actually be a good thing, while she was. Sinking into her stream of thoughts, a flash of swordlight darted past, cutting off her thinking. The crown prince loudly scolded Nana for not focusing on training and only daydreaming. Nana got annoyed, pointed at the branch on her head, and snapped back, stubbornly, claiming that these ridiculous training games didn't have any effect at all. She challenged the crown prince to wear it for half a year, to see if he grew an inch taller. Only if it was effective would she continue practicing. The crown prince flew into a rage, shouting, "I am already naturally tall like this, so why on earth would I practice it? I went through the trouble of designing this exercise specifically for you." Right when the two of them were bickering, the teacher's voice rang out, interrupting them. He announced that starting today, the swordsmanship department would have a new freshman. Just hearing the word freshman, the crown prince's whole body involuntarily shuddered. His strange reaction made Nana curious. However, when she saw Swan step inside, Nana was also incredibly surprised. Just like what the teacher introduced, Swan came from the famous Duke, Blanche family known for holy magic. Nobody could understand why a member of a family that had for generations dedicated themselves to studying healing magic would crawl into the swordsmanship department to learn how to slash and hack. However, what made the whole class stir even more was Swan's flawlessly handsome face. Right at that moment, Nana turned around and discovered the crown prince had evaporated. Looking around a circle, she finally saw him hiding behind a tree, biting his nails anxiously and worriedly, his mouth endlessly muttering, "Why did that Swan guy come here?" Nana, puzzled, asked why he, the dignified crown prince, had to be afraid of a freshman. The crown prince grimaced and explained that he and Swan were completely incompatible, and especially he extremely hated Swan's swordsmanship style. Every time he swings his sword, it was always a guarantee that he'd slash wildly without any technique. When they were young, the crown prince had his expensive designer clothes ripped to shreds by Swan. Because of this psychological trauma, the crown prince was now determined to draw a clear line, not wanting any involvement. Hearing that, although Nana also wanted to avoid Swan, she still felt the crown prince's reaction was a bit exaggerated. Right at this moment, Swan strode over, While swinging the sword in his hand, he playfully greeted the crown prince. "Are you hiding from me, your highness? You're breaking my heart. Seeing you again brings me absolute joy." Before he could even finish his sentence, the crown prince had already made an excuse to bolt right away. Seeing that, Swan completely ignored Nana standing there, carrying his sword to chase after the crown prince. His behavior made Nana feel extremely repulsed. Even if he didn't remember who she was, there was no need to treat her like she was invisible like that. Afterward, every time she went out with Hestia, Nana would see Swan's figure lingering around. Whether it was during lectures in class or going out for snacks during lunch break, he was always present. From that, Nana concluded 100% that Swan was head over heels for Hestia, because he stalked around her best friend every single day. Simultaneously, Nana also realized he was actually deliberately ignoring her. Clearly, he often stalked Hestia, but not once did Swan look directly into her eyes. If you wanted to court someone's girl, you have to win over her best friend first, right? Doesn't this guy know that basic rule? Holding a grudge in her stomach, Nana carried her sword to the training ground. As soon as she arrived, she saw the traffic lights trio furiously chasing and beating Swan. It turned out that their swordsmanship uniforms had several holes poked through them by Swan. The story was that the red-haired guy planned to confess to Hestia after school, but since this trio was always stuck together like a shadow, Swan had kindly designed a set of love battle armor for them, slicing a heart shape right in the middle of their chest. Looking at the 3 hearts exposing their chests, Nana almost choked on her spit from laughing. But through this incident, Swan's rotten personality was further proven. At the same time, Swan ran over to the teacher for help. He put on an aggrieved face, tightly gripping the teacher's hand while tearfully accusing the traffic light trio of bullying him. The teacher expectedly fell for the trick, turning around to scold those 3 for being petty. "You call yourselves men, yet you gang up to bully a wet behind-the-ears freshman." Waiting for the teacher to drag the 3 away to drink tea at the office, Nana realized that only she and Swan were left on the training ground. She glared at him, thinking to herself, "Let's see if you can ignore me this time." The moment their eyes met, the sly smile on Swan's face instantly vanished. In its place was utter panic and confusion. He clenched his teeth, cursed "damn it" under his breath, and then did a sharp 180-degree turn, running for his life away from the training ground. Watching Swan's fading figure, Nana fell into deep thought. Maybe he wasn't ignoring her, but rather he absolutely detested her. For the next few days, Nana didn't see a single trace of Swan, which further solidified her deduction. That day, Hestia invited Nana down to the cafeteria to buy drinks, originally always harboring the dream of playing matchmaker for Hestia and the male leads, recalling Swan's enthusiastic attitude. Nana was curious to know what her friend thought. Who would have thought that upon hearing the name Swan, Hestia's expression suddenly froze? "Why are you suddenly asking about this, Nana? Do you like Swan?" Hestia's counter-question gave Nana a jolt. She hurriedly clarified that Swan probably had feelings for Hestia. Hearing that, Hestia frowned, looking displeased. Learning the news that Swan was secretly coming to peek at her every day, her friend sank into deep thought. Finally, Hestia looked directly into Nana's eyes and seriously warned, "Anyone else is fine, but Swan is an absolute no." Returning to the classroom, Hestia restored her usual gentle appearance. The moment she saw Nana's face, she flashed a radiant smile to greet her. A world of difference from her fierce attitude just now. For the first time, Nana felt there was something unfamiliar about Hestia. No matter how hard she pressed for answers at that time, Hestia resolutely refused to utter a single word about the reason. Feeling dejected, Nana decided to go to the next class to find Cory and the Crown Prince to hang out, and incidentally ask Cory for some snacks. However, just as she stepped into the classroom door, Nana froze. For some unknown reason, Swan had crawled over here and was making a scene with the Crown Prince, only to see. Swan, with a low, commanding voice, ordered the Crown Prince to return his things. On the other hand, using his magic, he controlled dozens of paper cranes hovering in midair. With a wave of his hand, the swarm of razor-sharp paper cranes flew rapidly toward the Crown Prince, stabbing firmly into the blackboard behind him, making the Crown Prince turn pale, with fear and stand frozen on the spot. At this time, Cory, standing nearby, advised the Crown Prince that it's best to return the videotape to him. Saying that, Cory's gaze stopped at the VIP audience. Nana, who was standing outside the door. He raised his hand to greet her. In the back, Swan, startled by the greeting, stumbled and somehow dragged the Crown Prince down, tumbling onto the floor. Looking at the mess, Nana and Cory looked at each other speechlessly, deciding that fleeing was the best option away from this drama-filled classroom. Afterward, Nana contentedly nibbled on the pile of snacks. She exclaimed that Cory is truly a top-tier best friend. Just by looking at her eyes, he knew she was craving sweets. It turned out that just as they stepped out of the classroom earlier, Cory winked and told Nana to stick her hand into his coat pocket. Inside, he had set up a secret magic space, leading straight to his snack treasure trove. Not only that, Cory even patted his chest, guaranteeing that whenever Nana is hungry, he would serve her to the fullest. Thanks to Cory's abundant pampering, that noon, Nana skipped lunch entirely. While walking past the school lawn, Nana was surprised to see someone had already claimed a spot for a nap, even earlier than her. Looking at the expensive magic props scattered carelessly nearby, plus the similar body shape, Nana was certain this was the crown prince who was born with a silver spoon. She walked over intending to wake him up, but calling him repeatedly showed no movement. Annoyed, she flipped open the jacket covering that person's face. Who would have thought the face appearing was actually Swan? Seeing his pale and sickly complexion, Nana was also a bit startled. Before she could open her mouth to apologize or explain, Swan had already snatched back the jacket, covering his face tightly, just like before. That rejecting attitude made Nana click her tongue and let it go. It's quite understandable anyway, since he naturally hates her. Even so, Nana still politely said an apology. The moment those words were finished, Swan bounced up like a spring. He used his hand to cover his face, stumbling away. As a result, he tripped over a rock and fell flat on his face, taking a total faceplant onto the ground. Seeing that scene, Nana suddenly felt he was a bit pitiful. Just because he hates her, he has to suffer like this. Thinking that maybe Swan hadn't eaten anything, she quietly placed a sandwich beside him and intended to leave. But before she could lift her foot, Swan, embarrassed to the point of rage, threw a kick that sent the rock on the ground flying to vent his anger. Mistaking that action for dissatisfaction directed at her, Nana quickly walked away from the scene. That night, Hestia assisted Nana with flexibility stretching. Her friend firmly believed that, as long as she practiced hard combined with the pile of tonic medicine Eve's gifted, Nana would definitely hit a growth spurt quickly. After practicing for a bit, Hestia said to stop here for today, because the lights in the second-floor classroom still hadn't turned off. Hestia was afraid someone would see her unsightly stretching posture. She told Nana to sit and rest for a bit, but Nana was stubborn. Waiting for her friend to walk away, she immediately challenged herself with the super difficult movements that Hestia couldn't do. Out of nowhere, Hestia from afar called back, asking if Swan had said anything to her lately. Startled and panicked, Nana lost her balance. With a cracking sound, an excruciating pain shot through her ankle. Nana collapsed, unable to stand up on her own. Right at the moment, Hestia was about to run off to find someone for help. A dark shadow from the second floor leaped straight down to the ground. The opponent was wrapped in a jacket, all over, but under the moonlight, his two blushing cheeks were still faintly visible. Nana froze. With just one glance, she recognized right away that appearance belonged to Swan. The situation was truly a hilarious tragedy. Our Nana is the real-deal heartthrob magnet that attracts all the spotlight. Not only did she conquer the hearts of the male leads, but now the female lead and the male lead, because of fighting over her, have become love rivals to each other. Returning to earlier, her leg hurt so much she couldn't stand. Right when Hestia was panicking, the dark shadow from the second floor dove down. His outfit wrapped him tightly, but that outstanding aura, how could it escape Nana's eyes? At the same time, on the second floor, a male student stark naked poked his head out, howling and demanding Swan to return his clothes. Connecting all the dots, Nana was even more certain this hooded guy was Swan, who stole someone else's clothes for a disguise. But she didn't understand what his purpose was in jumping down here. On the contrary, Hestia seemed to have caught a scent of Swan's motives. She told Nana to sit tight and wait while she went to fetch the first aid kit. Once Hestia walked out of sight, Swan still stood there frozen, refusing to leave. Hesitating for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a line. "Give me your leg." Nana was bewildered, while Swan pointed his finger at her swollen ankle. "It's a sprain, let me heal it." Nana immediately made a polite rejection. In her head, her brain cells started firing. Did this guy have too much free time on his hands that he jumped off a building just to heal her injury? But she quickly slapped herself awake. Don't be delusional. The guy hates her so much he won't even look at her face. While Nana was channeling her inner energy to overthink, Swan ignored her rejection, directing his hand toward the wound as a stream of pure, gentle, holy magic radiated from his palm. Nana had to admit Swan's healing magic was truly god tier. It didn't just heal her ankle, but also washed away like all the exhaustion and fatigue after a stressful day of training. That warm stream of mana felt like it was flowing throughout her body, weaving deep into Nana's mind. While Nana was busy enjoying it, Swan withdrew his magic. He took off the gauze bandage wrapped around his hand, meticulously bandaging her ankle area. Once finished, he rummaged through his pockets and shoved into Nana's hands a bunch of cluttered bottles and jars without allowing her to refuse. Looking closely, she saw they were all top of the server, healing potions. He left a curt line, "Be careful when walking from now on." Swan turned his back and walked away. His sequence of strange actions left Nana frozen for 5 seconds, completely unable to understand why. Swan was so unpredictably cold on the outside, but warm on the inside like that. Coincidentally, at that moment, Hestia carried the first aid kit and ran back. The two passed each other like total strangers, without even bothering to greet. Only when they had passed by did Hestia throw back a freezing line, "How fake!" Swan wasn't one to back down either, replying with a fierce comeback. "Those words are meant for you instead, obviously." Nana was utterly bewildered, completely clueless about the shadow war between the two. Returning to her room, she arranged the 5 potion bottles neatly on her desk, her eyes narrowing to evaluate, trying to see through Swan's conspiracy. Originally, she was positive that Swan hated her, but his behavior just now didn't look like that at all. Weighing it back and forth, Nana's goldfish brain concluded that this was definitely a new type of scam. Swan intentionally left the medicine for her to use, and then later, he'd force her to pay an exorbitant price. Knowing this idea was a bit paranoid. She still decided to go ask for advice tomorrow from the on-site advisory group. The first person asked was the Crown Prince. He also nodded in agreement that Swan has been very problematic lately. In the past, Swan always took pleasure in tormenting other people, but lately he always hangs a smile on his lips. Nana was puzzled. "What's so weird about smiling?" The Crown Prince turned around, pointed at his own back, and shuddered as he explained. "The problem is that guy naturally never smiles." Just thinking about the scene of him smirking while applying physical force on someone else is honestly too terrifying. The Crown Prince leaned close to Nana's ear, lowering his voice to warn her to be careful. "Rumor has it that Swan has been actively gathering information about you lately." Bringing this matter to tell Cory, the top student's reaction was completely opposite. Cory, while patiently braiding Nana's hair, gave a little smirk. "You don't need to worry. I think what Swan is doing is very similar to me." This highly philosophical sentence left Nana utterly confused. She requested Cory to translate it into human language for easy understanding. Hearing that, the corners of Cory's lips curled up into a gentle smile. He dodged Nana's question, shifting to praise her. "Nana, you're really beautiful." Nana picked up a mirror to look, realizing Cory's hair braiding skill was leveling up day by day. Before leaving, Cory didn't forget to warn Nana to stay alert. After all, Swan wasn't some kind of saint. Next, Nana went to consult the dark specialist. Eve. Just hearing the name Swan, Eve's face turned cold as ice, ordering Nana to stay far away from that guy. Nana was speechless. "I don't even bother to go near him." Hearing that, Eves finally breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out to pat her head, affectionately warning her, "Swan is an extremely dangerous guy. If he comes close to strike up a conversation, you must report it to me immediately." Eves' face suddenly became serious. He stated that Swan's recent actions were incredibly suspicious. Knowing each other for all those years, this was the first time he felt Swan was so unfamiliar. Eves' firm warning made Nana start to get scared too. But who would have thought, right at that moment, while Eves was talking endlessly, he got caught red-handed by the man himself. Even though he was wearing a cute, cheesy sheep sleeping mask on his head, the words uttered from Swan's mouth were reeking of gunpowder. "If you dare to bark nonsense for one more word, I'll send you to a nursing home to retire early." Having said that, Swan choked Eves and dragged him away to a corner to talk privately. Seeing Eves get dragged away, Nana could only clasp her hands and pray for his safe return. Synthesizing the opinions from the 3 experts, even though Swan had acted heroically to save her life once, Nana still felt that much wasn't enough for her to change her prejudice about him. Furthermore, she remained firm in her thought that Swan absolutely detested her, so it was best to avoid him immediately upon seeing his face from now on. But life is not a dream. The second semester practical exam was still on the topic of hunting magical beasts. However, this time, both Cory and the Crown Prince were absent. When questioned by Nana, the Crown Prince smugly bragged that his strength had reached the peak realm, getting a special invitation from the royal family to attend the Empire's outstanding swordsman exam. As for Cory, he was forced by the school to work as a handyman, repairing magical devices around the school. The Crown Prince patted Nana's head and complained, "I wanted to take the exam with you so bad, but too bad our levels are no longer on the same tier." The Crown Prince's high and mighty attitude made Nana boil with rage. Who would have thought that releasing high-level magical beasts to torment him a few times actually accidentally helped him grind levels so fast? Before leaving, both of them urged Nana to ask Swan to form a team. Looking at their worried eyes, Nana outwardly hummed and hawed, promising she would try to invite him. But in her heart, she knew full well Swan would never bother to party up with her. The practical exam officially began. Students quickly gathered into groups to grind mobs, leaving only Nana all by her lonesome self. Swinging a sharp slash of her sword, a high-level magical beast collapsed. Picking up the magical beast core, Nana calculated that this term's results would definitely not be bad. She put the spoils into her bag, inwardly holding a grudge against the look of disdain from the crown prince, and Cory earlier, having dealt with the monster, Nana squatted down on the ground, clutching her stomach and grimacing. These past few days, she was on her period, and her stomach was aching dully. To make matters worse, she also caught a cold, her limbs freezing cold like ice. Exhausted, she intended to sit and rest for a bit to wait out the exam time. Out of nowhere, a high-pitched scream tore through the air, drawing her attention. Looking over, Nana saw 3 female students being surrounded by a pack of magical beasts. These were some newbies who just joined the swordsmanship department this year. Even though her mouth grumbled that they were noobs, yet still insisted on taking the monster hunting exam, her hand still reflexively drew her sword and rushed over to the rescue. With her body currently weak, Nana tried to channel her last bit of mana, condensing it into a pink energy ball for a one-hit instant kill. In just the blink of an eye, the pack of magical beasts was completely wiped clean by Nana. The 3 rescued girls immediately turned into fangirls, buzzing and crowding around to heap praise. Facing their enthusiasm, Nana awkwardly backed away. Because she was sick, her eyes were blurry, so she didn't notice the surrounding terrain. Unwittingly, she had backed right up to the edge of a cliff. Losing her footing, Nana flailed and fell straight down into the deep abyss. In that split second, life or death moment, she intended to use levitation magic to save herself. But alas, her mana pool was completely drained. Free-falling in midair, Nana felt ultimate regret for not agreeing to party up with Swan. Not knowing how much time had passed, Nana gradually regained consciousness. She was surprised to find her body didn't have any feeling of pain like she had imagined. Beside her ear, a rushed, breathless voice rang out, finally shaking her awake. Nana thought she had gone to heaven because the person leaning down to look at her radiated a brilliant aura, just like an angel. But when she saw clearly the anxious face, panicking to the point that his entire body was shaking, of that angel, she snapped out of it. It turned out that angel was actually Swan. But why on earth was he looking at her with such a heartbroken and pained gaze? It turned out Swan's cold and distant exterior was just a facade. He always silently watched over and protected Nana. Thanks to that, the exact moment she slipped and fell down the cliff, he was there in time to heal her injuries and save her life. Today was the joint exam day of the entire academy. While students from other departments were jealous because the swordsmanship and magic departments didn't have to take a written exam, how could they know this practical test could cost them their lives just like that? Thanks to Swan's healing magic and guidance, Nana barely managed to stand firm and walk around. But looking up at the sheer cliff in front of her, she was completely clueless about the way back, having no choice but to entrust her hope to him. Hearing Nana ask for directions, Swan gave a soft sigh. He told her to stick close to him and then turned his back, walking straight ahead. Nana scratched her head in frustration, utterly unable to explain his hot and cold attitude. Clearly, when saving her, his face was so flustered and worried. If he hated her, why did he bother to step in and save her time and time again? After walking for a few minutes, Nana's body began to protest. All her joints were aching and sore. Her staggering steps made Swan suspicious. "Are you not feeling well?" Nana still gritted her teeth and endured it, stubbornly claiming she was fine. She didn't want to owe Swan any more favors. But how could that stubbornness escape Swan's eyes? He spun right around, taking long strides toward her. Swan's flawless, handsome face suddenly zoomed in right before Nana's eyes. "And you still dare to say you're fine? Your face is completely pale right now." Saying that, he reached out and pressed his hand against her forehead to check her temperature. "Your palm is burning hot. You have a fever. In this state, how are you going to walk back by yourself?" The next second, his deep voice dropped, carrying reproach but filled with intense heartache. "You dummy! If you're feeling uncomfortable anywhere, you have to tell me." That sweet scolding caused Nana's brain to go on strike. She couldn't tell if her face was burning hot because of the fever or because of those ambiguous words. Her heart was beating wildly, but the yearning to clear up Swan's feelings overrode everything. Nana tightly clutched his sleeve, boldly asking, "Do you still remember me? When we were kids, we met a few times, right?" Hearing the question, Swan was startled and stunned. A flash of guilt crossed his eyes. Hesitating for a moment, he replied, "When we were kids, we had a lot of fun playing together." Now it was Nana's turn to drop her jaw. In her memory, the childhood Swan was a cold, antisocial kid who treated her like thin air. No matter how many times she took the initiative to get to know him, she was completely ghosted. Yet this guy now dared to claim the two of them used to be very close. At this time, Swan turned his head away, lowering his voice to tell Nana not to use honorifics with him anymore. "It sounds distant and really annoying." Then he mumbled in a tiny voice, "Making her talk like that? Am I being too pushy?" That sincere attitude made Nana believe he wasn't lying at all. Furthermore, she suddenly felt that calling Swan informally didn't feel strange at all, as if they had always behaved naturally like that before. Since that was the case, Nana decided to strike while the iron was hot. Putting the past aside for now, she had a bigger question. "Then why do you always avoid me now?" The question hit his weak spot, making Swan frantically shift his eyes to dodge it, then decisively turn his back and walk away. That action exposed his guilty conscience even more. Nana chased after him, pressuring him to see what wrong she had done to make him hate her. Swan hurriedly turned back to deny it. While they were in a tug-of-war, a wave of dizziness hit, making Nana stagger and lose her balance, almost collapsing. Quick as a flash, Swan wrapped his arms fully around her. Nana fell neatly into Swan's firm chest. At that moment, his cold, arrogant mask shattered completely, revealing cheeks flushed red with embarrassment and awkwardness. Suddenly, Nana heard faint cries for help. Looking down, Swan's right hand was frantically plucking wild grass, while his left hand was thumping the ground to distract himself. Nana staggered, trying to prop herself up with her hands, only to see Swan's face as red as a tomato. Thinking he was sick, she put her hand on his forehead to check if he caught her fever. This action made Swan even more flustered. He squirmed in resistance, begging Nana to quickly let him go. But at this point, even maintaining consciousness was hard for Nana, let alone standing up on her own. In the end, she gave up, closed her eyes, and fainted right in Swan's arms. When Nana woke up, the familiar smell of disinfectant let her know she was lying in the infirmary of the academy. Her hazy memory told her that Swan was the one who carried her here. After the doctor checked and confirmed she was fine, Nana stepped out of the room. Just as she opened the door, she saw Swan sitting flat on the ground. Before she could voice a greeting, he leaped to his feet and hugged her tightly. The embrace was initially hesitant and gentle, then gradually tightened with immense strength. His voice trembled as he pleaded, "Please, don't get sick anymore." Tears welled up in his eyes, packed with deep fear and a heavy trauma. Even though she had never seen a Swan this weak and hopelessly in love, this embrace and warmth brought Nana a strangely familiar and close feeling. In the end, what memory had been forgotten? Why did he have such a heartbroken expression? Letting go of Nana, Swan stuffed a bunch of supplements and vitamins into her hands, lecturing her like a nanny. "Remember to take these regularly, every day. When you run out, come find me for more, and absolutely, absolutely do not get sick again." Nana obediently nodded. Seeing Swan's eyes still moist on the verge of tears, Nana took the initiative to hug him, soothing and comforting him that she would be fine. Who would have thought? This intimate action completely overloaded the pure boy. Swan's heart felt like it wanted to jump right out. He roughly pushed Nana away, then turned around and bolted away at full speed as if chased by a ghost. Looking at his frantic back, Nana burst out laughing. Swan choked Eves and dragged him forcefully to a corner to talk privately. Seeing Eves get dragged away, Nana could only clasp her hands and pray for his safe return. Synthesizing the opinions from the three experts, even though Swan had acted heroically to save her life once, Nana still felt that much wasn't enough for her to change her prejudice about him. Furthermore, she remained firm in her thought that Swan absolutely detested her, so it was best to avoid him immediately upon seeing his face from now on. But life is not a dream. The second semester practical exam was still on the topic of hunting magical beasts. However, this time, both Cory and the Crown Prince were absent. When questioned by Nana, the Crown Prince smugly bragged that his strength had reached the peak realm, getting a special invitation from the royal family to attend the Empire's outstanding swordsman exam. As for Cory, he was forced by the school to work as a handyman, repairing magical devices around the school. The Crown Prince patted Nana's head and complained, "I wanted to take the exam with you so bad, but too bad our levels are no longer on the same tier." The Crown Prince's high and mighty attitude made Nana boil with rage. Who would have thought that releasing high-level magical beasts to torment him a few times actually accidentally helped him grind levels so fast? Before leaving, both of them urged Nana to ask Swan to form a team. Looking at their worried eyes, Nana outwardly hummed and hawed, promising she would try to invite him. But in her heart, she knew full well Swan would never bother to party up with her. The practical exam officially began. Students quickly gathered into groups to grind mobs, leaving only Nana all by her lonesome self. Swinging a sharp slash of her sword, a high-level magical beast collapsed. Picking up the magical beast core, Nana calculated that this term's results would definitely not be bad. She put the spoils into her bag, inwardly holding a grudge against the look of disdain from the crown prince, and, Cory earlier, having dealt with the monster, Nana squatted down on the ground, clutching her stomach and grimacing. These past few days, she was on her period, and her stomach was aching dully. To make matters worse, she also caught a cold, her limbs freezing cold like ice. Exhausted, she intended to sit and rest for a bit to wait out the exam time. Out of nowhere, a high-pitched scream tore through the air, drawing her attention. Looking over, Nana saw 3 female students being surrounded by a pack of magical beasts. These were some newbies who just joined the swordsmanship department this year. Even though her mouth grumbled that they were noobs, yet still insisted on taking the monster hunting exam, her hand still reflexively drew her sword and rushed over to the rescue. With her body currently weak, Nana tried to channel her last bit of mana, condensing it into a pink energy ball for a one-hit instant kill. In just the blink of an eye, the pack of magical beasts was completely wiped clean by Nana. The 3 rescued girls immediately turned into fangirls, buzzing and crowding around to heap praise. Facing their enthusiasm, Nana awkwardly backed away. Because she was sick, her eyes were blurry. She didn't notice the surrounding terrain. Unwittingly, she had backed right up to the edge of a cliff. Losing her footing, Nana flailed and fell straight down into the deep abyss. In that split second, life or death moment, she intended to use levitation magic to save herself. But alas, her mana pool was completely drained. Free-falling in midair, Nana felt ultimate regret for not agreeing to party up with Swan. Not knowing how much time had passed, Nana gradually regained consciousness. She was surprised to find her body didn't have any feeling of pain like she had imagined. Beside her ear, a rushed, breathless voice rang out, finally shaking her awake. Nana thought she had gone to heaven because the person leaning down to look at her radiated a brilliant aura, just like an angel. But when she saw clearly the anxious face, panicking to the point that his entire body was shaking, of that angel, she snapped out of it. It turned out that Angel was actually Swan. But why on earth was he looking at her with such a heartbroken and pained gaze? It turned out Swan's cold and distant exterior was just a facade. He always silently watched over and protected Nana. Thanks to that, the exact moment she slipped and fell down the cliff, he was there in time to heal her injuries and save her life. Today was the joint exam day of the entire academy. While students from other departments were jealous because the swordsmanship and magic departments didn't have to take a written exam, how could they know this practical test could cost them their lives just like that? Thanks to Swan's healing magic and guidance, Nana barely managed to stand firm and walk around. But looking up at the sheer cliff in front of her, she was completely clueless about the way back, having no choice but to entrust her hope to him. Hearing Nana ask for directions, Swan gave a soft sigh. He told her to stick close to him and then turned his back, walking straight ahead. Nana scratched her head in frustration, utterly unable to explain his hot and cold attitude. Clearly, when saving her, his face was so flustered and worried. If he hated her, why did he bother to step in and save her time and time again? Why hide? It's just a hole in your stomach. At worst, you'll just die. Having said that, he raised his sword again to poke at him. Seeing that, Jimmy dropped to his knees to beg for his life, knowing full well that if he remained stubborn, he certainly wouldn't keep his little life. Having won the bet, Swan forced Jimmy to fulfill one condition. "Do you know who the most beautiful female student in this school is?" Jimmy reflexively blurted out Hestia's name right away. Even Nana, who was hiding in the tree, thought that was the answer. Who would have thought Swan would wave it off and even scold Jimmy for being blind? "It's the blonde girl who always walks next to Hestia, dummy," Jimmy cried out, begging Swan to just say the name directly to get it over with. But the male lead put on a bashful act, saying that uttering her name out loud was too embarrassing. Speechless, Jimmy had to take a wild guess. "Is it that blonde girl with the eccentric personality?" The moment those words were dropped, Swan's sword blade grazed right past Jimmy's crotch. "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." Scared to the point of wetting his pants, Jimmy immediately flipped the script and changed his tone, calling her the blonde goddess. Swan nodded in satisfaction, ordering Jimmy to hand over all secretly taken photos and videos of that person, and absolutely never let them spread outside. Once the deal was sealed, Swan turned on his heel and left the field. Witnessing the whole thing, Nana was still naive and didn't think the person Swan mentioned was her. Since the school definitely didn't lack blonde female students, but fragmented images kept flashing continuously in her head, shattering her delusion. One late afternoon, Swan sat perched by the pond, absent-mindedly tossing stones into the water, his fluffy white hair blowing in the evening breeze. The sunset cast shadows, revealing a trace of sorrow deep within his eyes. Walking past, Nana was charmed by this melancholic scene of the handsome boy. Remembering she had an important matter to confirm, and seeing Swan pull up his jacket intending to sleep, she rushed over to shake him awake, but no matter how much she called, he didn't answer. Nana took a gamble, bringing her face close to his and whispering, "Swan, you like me, don't you?" The critical question had just hit Swan's ears, making him flinch and jump up as if he had been electrocuted. His face flushed red from his ears down to his neck, his voice trembling violently as he stammered, asking what she had just said. Not daring to look directly into Nana's eyes, Swan pulled his jacket down to cover his head completely, scrambling backward. His lips kept twitching, but for the longest time he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Seeing his flustered and foolish state, Nana thought she had spoken out of turn and made him angry, so she quickly explained that it was just a joke to wake him up. Hearing that, Swan finally breathed a sigh of relief, calming down a bit. Taking this opportunity, Nana seriously sent her gratitude to Swan. From the ankle sprain treatment to the time he saved her life during the practical exam, she felt guilty for misunderstanding that Swan hated her, which was why she had delayed her thanks for so long. Swan shyly pulled his jacket down, waving his hands to tell her not to worry about it. Seeing his hair messy from static electricity, Nana casually reached out to smooth it back into place. This accidental, intimate action made Swan highly agitated again. While Nana was blaming herself for being a bit too forward, Swan suddenly spoke up, asserting that he wasn't a suspicious guy. "You don't have to be on guard against me." Half of his face buried in his clothes, he bashfully confessed, "Because there's no way I can reject you. When you weren't around, I tried really hard, so could you give me a compliment?" The night wind blew hard. The branches and leaves rustled. Nana's hair also flew in the wind, but her gaze remained locked on the youth in front of her. Swan's confessions made Nana even more confused about her own past. She didn't know how to respond to this affection, since everything Swan said was connected to the segment of memory she had lost. She had to interrupt him. Though she knew this was very cruel, she had to tell the truth. "I'm sorry, but I've completely forgotten about our close relationship from before." "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." Swan froze, the smile on his lips turning bitter as he turned his face away. Looking at that reaction, Nana was positive Swan knew the reason. When she spoke up to ask why, Swan flinched, seemingly having an internal struggle over whether to tell the truth or not. Ever since she found out she had amnesia, Nana had investigated the Blanche Ducal house. The holy magic of this family didn't just heal the physical body, but could also affect the nervous system. She had once suspected that holy magic itself was the culprit that wiped out her memory. Immersed in painful recollections, Swan clutched his head, messing up his hair, then used the excuse of being late for class to stand up and leave. Before going, he sadly said, "I won't tell you because remembering it won't bring any benefits. You only need to live well in the present. That's enough." That sorrowful expression, pained expression made Nana choke up, not having the heart to press further, but in the blink of an eye, he flashed a bright smile, asking her to get along well from now on and come talk to him every day, like today. Nana chuckled, teasing, "Why don't you proactively come find me?" Swan turned his face away, shyly replying, "Because I get shy easily. I don't dare to speak up, nor do I dare to look directly into your eyes." Swan's shyness made Nana find it hard to understand. They were close friends as kids and had known each other for all those years, yet now he was acting all shy. The two waved goodbye to each other, but after this conversation, the curiosity in Nana's heart flared up even more intensely. What on earth happened back then that forced Swan to bury that secret in silence? As for Swan, once he safely returned to his room, he let out a heavy sigh of relief, inwardly feeling lucky that he managed to hold back and didn't spill the truth. Her heart-wrenching screams from that year, even until now, still cut into his heart like a knife. Having gone through such painful memories, Swan made up his mind that he would take this secret to his grave, absolutely never letting her bear that pain ever again. After being questioned by Nana, Swan ran back to the dormitory in absolute panic, so frantic that he didn't even realize there was someone else in the room. Eves was sitting smugly on the bed, mockingly greeting him. Seeing Swan display this lovesick, depressed look for the first time, Eves didn't miss the chance to poke fun at him, jerking his chin to signal that the item Swan asked him to find was on the table. Using the excuse of having to board at the academy lately, Eve said from now on he wouldn't help Swan gather intel anymore. At first, Swan didn't care, but when he looked at the item on the table, he was speechless with rage. He clearly asked to find items related to Nana, yet Eves threw him a photo of a fluffy blonde dog, even captioning the dog's name as Nana, seeing Swan's face. About to burst into flames, Eves quickly backed toward the window edge, preparing to bounce. Before leaving, he didn't forget to drop a warning. Stop simping for Nana. You people from the Blanche family are born with a lack of emotions. On the outside, you look like angels, but on the inside, you're rotten and dark. Who knows what kind of plot you're cooking up in your head, so please stay away from our little Nana. Hearing those words, Swan's entire body shook. What the hell are you anyway? What right do you have to order me around? Being questioned by Swan, Eves put on a helpless face, but inwardly he was ecstatic for catching a chance to flex. He proudly beat his chest and proclaimed his status, the right of being Nana's most handsome and charming big brother in the whole world. Facing Eves's flexing, Swan didn't bother to reply with a single word. He gently picked up a thick book, throwing it in a thunderous strike that knocked Eves head over heels out the window. Having gotten rid of the annoying tale, Swan plopped down on the bed. Even though on the outside he pretended not to care, every single word from Eves hit his sore spot. It was exactly as Eves said. Through generations of the Blanche family, not a single soul possessed a normal mind. It was all due to the brutal training method reserved for the heir. To possess the ultimate healing ability, the successor had to endure physical attacks, like hell, every single day. Only by suffering pain to the absolute limit could they break the body's innate healing constraints. That brutal process made the heirs harbor hatred toward the entire world, which was why the Blanche family passed down a gruesome rule. The day the heir is granted the title is also the day they must personally eliminate the previous duke. In Swan's eyes, being subjected to continuous abuse, like that and still keeping a sane mind, would be the real joke. There was a time when he desperately desired to personally take the life of the duke, his father, but now he had completely lost interest in that. Perhaps due to luck, or due to a twist of fate, thanks to his arrangement, he had the chance to meet Nana. Returning to 7 years ago, Duke Blanche, a man who rarely spoke to him, suddenly brought him to the West family mansion. The servant announced that after the meeting was over, the Duke would come out to receive him. Swan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body, not understanding what his father's intention was. But going outside to breathe the fresh air was still better than being confined to his room. After that, Swan walked straight to the sword training ground, venting all his rage into the wooden sword, imagining every slash was coming down on the head of the person who had tormented him. Suddenly, some whispering interrupted his concentration. A blonde kid was gesturing wildly, enthusiastically explaining spatial teleportation magic to another kid. Guessing these were the children of the West family, Swan turned away and continued to swing his sword. At the same time, Nana and Hestia also noticed Swan. Nana whispered softly, guessing that boy over there was the precious son of the Duke of Blanche. Remembering her father's advice to get along well with the Duke's son, Nana politely approached to greet him, walking over while happily saying, "Hi." But Swan acted as if he were deaf, continuing to furiously slash at the wooden post. Nana had to introduce herself and then introduced Hestia too. But who would have thought Swan would slash even more violently after hearing that? Clearly showing his attitude of wanting to treat the two of them like thin air. Seeing this, Hestia pulled Nana's hand, advising her to just leave him alone. The two went to another corner to play, so Nana led Hestia over to a corner, and busily drew a magic circle on the ground to explain further. Even though she didn't understand a single thing, Hestia still clapped her hands and praised Nana for being incredibly smart. Swan curiously glanced at the two girls, seeing them play together happily and full of laughter. A surge of anger and jealousy welled up inside him. Why did others get to live comfortably and mindlessly while he had to endure those unreasonable physical attacks? The negative emotions threw the mana inside his body into chaos. The healing magic was interrupted, causing syrup to start leaking from the wounds on Swan's body. That scene accidentally caught Nana's eye. The little girl hurriedly ran over to check on him, advising him that since he was injured, he shouldn't practice swordsmanship anymore. And right at that moment, Swan said his first words to her. A sentence that he would regret for the rest of his life. Beat it. The furious growl scared Nana half to death, leaving her speechless and not daring to say another word. Since then, every time he went to the West Mansion, the Duke forced Swan to come along. Swan resisted fiercely, because going there just meant being thrown out onto the training ground to bake in the sun. The Duke let out a helpless sigh and ordered, "Even if you don't want to, you must go because I like it. If you don't want to listen to the family head, then watch out and inherit the title quickly." Swan was left speechless, so he was thrown out onto the training ground all by his lonesome self again. Swan began to suspect his dad was trying to train his obedience, but the person who gave him a bigger headache than the Duke was actually Nana. Every time he came, the little girl would follow him like a shadow, sometimes inviting him to play, sometimes bringing out cookies to offer him. Sometimes she even deluded herself into challenging him to a martial arts match. In reality, Nana was also sick and tired of this cranky young master, but because she listened to her father's advice to treat guests well, she had to grit her teeth and approach him. On the flip side, Swan found it annoying with this kid, who, no matter how much she was scolded, still showed her face here. Until one day, Swan's attitude toward Nana completely flipped. That day, Swan's condition was worse than ever, the training intensity increasing day by day, making it impossible for him to control the amount of mana in his body. Just as he closed his eyes, intending to rest for a bit, Nana came trotting over. Swan puffed up his fur like a cat that had its tail stepped on, throwing her a gaze that carried wide-range fatal damage. Hestia's face turned pale with fear, hiding completely behind Nana's back, not wanting her friend to mess with this fierce guy anymore. Seeing this, Nana decided that today she would perform teleportation magic for Hestia to see. While Nana was busily drawing the magic circle, Swan tiredly sat down on a stone bench, watching the two kids mindlessly laughing and playing. His mood grew even more irritated, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Due to his inability to focus his mana, Shizuo began to soak the bandages on his body red. Right at that moment, Nana's teleportation magic activated, and with a whoosh, she appeared right in front of Swan. Just as she was about to speak up and apologize for accidentally using the spell in the wrong place, Nana froze when she saw the bandage soaked in his Shizuo. She immediately rummaged through her bag. I know you don't like people meddling in your business, but today's wound is more serious than usual. Nana placed a new roll of bandages down next to Swan, instructing him to apply medicine and change into a new bandage. You don't want to go home carrying pain like this either, right? Just as she turned her back to leave, Swan's cold voice rang out from behind, carrying a spine-chilling threat. If you dare to utter a word about this to the outside, I will unalive you. Nana flinched and turned around, catching the razor-sharp gaze, cold as a blade, of the youth. That night, upon returning home, Swan continued to endure the training session as usual. Only a long time later did the retinue finally stop and leave the room. The sound of the door slamming shut was also the moment Swan's gaze sank into the cold darkness. Because his body was already weakened during the day, the pain tonight surged back multiple times over. He hugged himself, curling up and shaking, squeezing out his last bit of remaining strength to cast holy magic. Suddenly, his eyes became lifeless. He thought about ending this life to get it over with, as dying meant there would be no more pain. Who knows, it might bring liberation to a peaceful place. Right at the exact moment the thought of logging out flashed, a figure suddenly darted across the room. On guard against an assassin, Swan picked up a shard of a ceramic plate on the floor. That figure turned around, awkwardly raising a hand to wave. Hey there. It's Nana. Turns out her teleportation magic had a coordinate glitch, throwing her into his room by mistake. Worse luck, her mana bar was completely drained, so she couldn't teleport back. Swan was also too physically exhausted to bother kicking her out, letting her do whatever she wanted. Seeing Swan's condition 100 times more miserable than during the day, Nana advised him to get on the bed and lie down. Swan weakly muttered, no strength left, telling her to stop meddling in his business. Nana wanted to ignore him too, but looking at his state, she was afraid he'd stop breathing at any moment. She grabbed Swan's clothes, dragging him forcefully and tossing him onto the bed. Then she casually removed the old bandages to change into new ones. Seeing the hideous wounds beneath the gauze, Nana's stomach churned. She turned away and threw up heavily, then used a rag to wipe the vomit clean from the floor. She awkwardly made an excuse that she ate something hard to digest for dinner. Seeing Nana's struggling, nauseous state, Swan tossed her a magic stone, urging her to charge her mana and beat it back home quickly. If you dare step half a foot into my room again, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. He was certain this weak threat would scare the little girl into running far away. Who would have thought that just a few days later, Nana would show up out of nowhere at his door, even carrying a whole bunch of magic props in her hands. The childhood past of Nana and Swan was gradually being pieced together. In that inescapable living hell, Nana was the only light warming Swan's soul. Ignoring the threat, Nana grinned smugly. Looking at her cheeky face, Swan was speechless. He thought, do you think bringing these 3 toys means I'm out of ways to deal with you, Nana? Ignoring that hostile attitude, she held up a bag of stuff and asked him, are you hungry yet? I brought some snacks. Seeing Nana completely disregarding him, Swan was furious. He let out a roar and rushed over, intending to beat her up, but Nana skillfully dodged the attack, easily slipping past. As a result, Swan lost his balance and fell face first onto the floor. Having just endured physical abuse earlier, he didn't have an ounce of strength left to crawl back up. At this moment, Nana didn't harbor a single bit of resentment. Instead, she cheerfully offered her hand to support him. She flashed a radiant smile, helping Swan stand up, expertly changed his bandages, and then invited him. "Now let's play together." Since that night, Nana became a regular guest, sneaking into Swan's room. At first, Swan still openly showed his disgust, but Nana stubbornly kept bringing sweets to entice him, even personally hand-feeding him. She helped him change into clean bandages. Thanks to Nana's meticulous care, Swan's healing ability improved at rocket speed. Now minor wounds took only the blink of an eye to heal flawlessly. One day, Nana landed in Swan's room with a whoosh again. The two greeted each other out of habit. Suddenly, Swan proactively extended his hand, clicking his tongue. "Since I can't stop you from changing the bandages anyway, go ahead." Swan's concession made Nana smile from ear to ear. While handling the injuries, Nana noticed today's wounds weren't as deep as before, it seemed. Thanks to being mentally nurtured, his recovery ability had upgraded. While she was busy working, Swan suddenly asked a razor-sharp question. "You intentionally play the good person to come take care of me, just to satisfy your pity, right?" Nana flatly denied it, but Swan resolutely forced her to tell the truth. Left with no choice, Nana tried to distract him by changing the bandages real fast, pulling out the snacks to arrange them nicely, and even bringing out a chessboard to invite him. "Let's start entertainment hour!" Seeing she intended to use this cheap trick to change the subject, Swan refused to let it go. Driven into a corner, Nana had to make up a random reason, saying it was because she had no match in chess, so she wanted to find someone skilled enough to clash with her. Swan barked loudly, telling her to stop talking nonsense. Startled, Nana had to honestly confess. "Seeing someone locked up alone and lonely in a room like this, I just feel bad for them. When you're sick and hurting, it's still better to have someone by your side. Besides, I can't stand the sight of children getting hurt and shedding tears." Hearing that reason, Swan sneered. "Did you take care of that pink-haired brat like a little sister for this same reason too? You're just a brat yourself, still wet behind the ears, but always liking to act like an adult. In short, you coming here day after day to visit me boils down to nothing but pity." Although, Nana absolutely hated using the word pity. Pity. The blunt truth was exactly as Swan said. To dispel the suffocating atmosphere, Nana baited Swan into a life-or-death chess match. The result: she lost horribly every single day, yet still confidently flexed. Being mocked by Swan's smirk, Nana furiously kicked the chessboard away, stretching her neck to stubbornly argue that she hadn't lost yet. It was late, so Nana activated her magic, preparing to head back. Swan sat silently on the bed, having no intention of making her stay. Suddenly, he spoke up to instruct her. "Next time you come, time it right. Don't come too early." Nana nodded, urging, "Okay, buddy, see you tomorrow." Swan furrowed his brows, acting allergic to the word buddy. Nana explained that since they played together every day and knew each other's secrets, how could they be anything but true friends? Swan took a sip of his bland tea and countered, "I don't see what secrets you have." Nana nodded, finding that made sense too. "Since that's the case, let me tell you a secret. Actually, I'm a girl." Pfft! Swan spat out the tea he had just sipped. His mind went into total chaos. In his logic, aside from his perverted dad, anyone with long hair was female, and short hair meant male. It took a long while for him to calm down, brainwashing himself that as long as he knew Nana was a girl and he was a boy, it was fine. Imperceptibly, Swan had completely opened his heart to Nana. It was also thanks to her companionship that he gritted his teeth to endure through the days of brutal abuse. There was a time he deluded himself into thinking he could bear all the pain in the world, but harsh reality slapped him right in the face. That day, Nana teleported to Swan's room as usual, but the scene before her eyes made her freeze. Swan was crawling on the ground, his whole body curled up in agony. Nana frantically ran over to help him. This was the first time she had seen Swan this severely injured. The youth's face was drenched in tears, his voice trembling and choking with absolute hatred. "Why? Why do I have to endure this torture? I want to. Kill them all!" The moment those words left his mouth, Swan lost consciousness and fainted right in front of Nana. When he woke up, Swan saw Nana sitting vigil by his bedside. He sat up with a start to check his wounds. He expected his body to be torn to pieces, but to his surprise, his skin was smooth and completely clean. Even if Nana had helped apply medicine or bandaged him up, There was no way he could have healed this ridiculously fast. Suddenly, his gaze froze when he saw a scary wound on Nana's shoulder. When pressed by Swan, Nana felt guilty and avoided his eyes. Guessing right away that this wound was caused by him, Swan reached out his hand, intending to cast holy healing magic on her. Who would have thought Nana would pull back in a panic, swatting Swan's hand away and flatly refusing, "No need for you to heal me." That action hit Swan like a bolt of lightning from the blue. Could Nana have seen through the true nature of his healing magic? The memories from right before he fainted came rushing back in a flood. At that time, because he was too agitated, he had lost control and vented all his resentment onto her. He hated that he was born just to be a trash can absorbing other people's pain when nobody cared about his life or death. Why did he have to be the scapegoat to save their lives? He swore he would make those people taste the flavor of brutal abuse. And during that exact moment when his mana ran amok, he had accidentally injured Nana. The fact that Nana refused to receive treatment proved she already knew the disgusting secret of the Blanche family. In a panic, Swan demanded that Nana let him see the wound before he erased her memory. Seeing Nana resolutely disagree, Swan felt as though his filthiness had been exposed stark naked. His pride hurt, he yelled out in despair, "My family only exists in this world for this disgusting purpose." That was also the reason why every single day, Swan's body was covered in a crisscross of wounds. When Nana's injury was transferred over to Swan, it quickly vanished. The true nature of the Blanche family's healing was actually a type of injury transfer magic. They sucked out the patient's pain and bore that wound upon their own bodies, then used their self-recovery ability to heal themselves. Because of this, the heir had to be subjected to brutal physical attacks every day to hone their recovery speed. To save patients who were on the verge of death, the successor was forced to continuously dance on the boundary of life and death during training sessions. Swan was a genius possessing the strongest mana in the history of the Blanche family, which was why he had to endure earlier and more brutal training than anyone else. Seeing Nana stunned by that truth, Swan awkwardly changed the subject. He asked if she had transferred extra mana to him while he was unconscious. Normally, when his mana went out of control, his body should have been riddled with wounds. Yet right now, it was strangely unblemished. Nana's evasive gaze gave her away. Turns out lately, Nana had been secretly researching Swan's magic stones to understand the mechanism of holy magic. She was speechless at Swan's denseness. He couldn't even tell her gender, yet he was so sharp about these matters. Nana waved her hands, frankly bragging that she had just invented a magic circle capable of amplifying healing effects. If Swan needed it, she was ready to share the secret, and she was glad she could help him. Looking at Nana's sincere eyes, the mind of Swan fell into an ultimate conflict. On one hand, he was driving himself crazy with joy because finally there was a friend willing to understand and listen to his deepest pains. But on the other hand, a choking fear welled up. He was afraid that getting involved with this cursed Blanche family would bring disaster to Nana. Swan was torn between erasing her memory and sending her away, or keeping her. Selfishness won out. He couldn't bear to let go. So he put on a cranky face, grumbling and advising her to stop that habit of meddling and dispensing pity. Seeing Swan turning her away, Nana made a move to stand up and bid farewell. Swan panicked, not wanting her to leave, so he buried his head inside the blanket, showing only his eyes to cutely beg her to stay until he fell fast asleep before heading back. Facing Nana's scrutinizing gaze, for the first time, Swan exposed the vulnerable side of a child. He used to think that being born into this family, his fate had only one path, to grit his teeth and endure. But Nana's appearance had given him a special privilege to act spoiled. Nana's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes. Was this still the fierce, dark Swan she knew? Ultimately unable to resist that misplaced cuteness, her heart softened, and she stayed, flopping down onto the bed. She asked how he wanted to be coaxed to sleep. Swan demanded an exorbitant price, a lullaby, in exchange for a magic stone. The deal was successful, but when Nana's disastrous singing voice started up, Swan began to question reality, wondering if her vocal cords were damaged. Not long after, while singing a lullaby to someone else, Nana herself rolled over and was fast asleep before him. Swan blankly stared at her peaceful, sleeping face. He timidly reached out his hand, gently grabbing her sleeve. Until the very last moment, he still chose to be the selfish one. He couldn't bear to erase Nana's memories, not wanting her to forget the beautiful days they had gone through together. The truth behind Nana's amnesia was about to be unveiled. Right from the moment Nana found out the secret about the Blanche family's healing ability, by law, her memories had to be sealed immediately. But Swan always held a faint sliver of hope. He selfishly wanted to keep those memories. wanting to immerse himself in Nana's gentleness forever. However, the price to pay came too quickly, making him regret it when it was already too late. That day, Duke Blanche ordered Swan to prepare to go to the West family mansion. Unlike his usual resistance, this time Swan obediently nodded and agreed instantly. The sudden change made the Duke narrow his eyes in suspicion, remaining silent for a long moment before speaking up. "You agreed fast today. Don't tell me you're looking forward to me taking you there." Before long, the father and son arrived at the West family estate. At this time, Nana was sweating bullets, practicing swordsmanship at the training hall. Hestia sat to one side, whining and inviting her over to her house to play. When she heard Nana say that Swan would be arriving shortly, Hestia's face scrunched up in utter confusion. Nana explained, "Ah, Swanston is just short for Swan Haddon." Speak of the devil, Swan showed up right at the door of the training ground. The moment she faced him, Hestia bared her claws and puffed up her fur at him. Why did this annoying guy get to be called by such an intimate nickname? She tightly hugged Nana's arm, as if to claim ownership. She was Nana's best friend. Finding it an eyesore, Swan waved his hand mockingly. "It's not even raining. Why are you carrying an umbrella everywhere? Beat it. I want to practice martial arts with Nana." Hestia furiously turned to Nana, loudly declaring to absolutely forbid her from playing with Swan. Due to being locked inside the house for too long, Swan's concept of gender was extremely faint. Hearing Hestia's piercing voice, he automatically assumed this whiny pink-haired brat was a boy. Having her gender mistaken, Hestia froze like a stone statue. A surge of grievance welling up, she sobbed, forcing Nana to choose one of them. Caught between two ticking time bombs, Nana used the excuse of needing to use the restroom and quickly slipped away. Hestia followed closely behind, demanding an answer at all costs. Watching the two figures fade away, the corner of Swan's lips twitched slightly. Even though he utterly hated that pink-haired kid, he had to admit he was living very happily during this period. Suddenly, a sharp, stinging pain ran down Swan's neck. He raised his hand to wipe it, and fresh, dark red syrup covered his palm. An ill omen surged within his chest. That night, Swan's routine training became multiple times more brutal. This time he had to take on countless fatal injuries from the wounded soldiers and troops. The deep, gaping wounds gushed syrup profusely, unable to close up quickly. He painfully crawled onto the bed, his whole body bursting with cold sweat from the pain. In his delirium, he softly called Nana's name, hoping she would quickly appear. Suddenly, he remembered that in the morning Nana had said she wouldn't come today to avoid making Hestia mad. She had promised to go over to her friend's house to play. Swan grumbled, not understanding what two foolish girls, he still thought Hestia was a boy, would have to play. As Nana had explained before, Hestia was actually very smart. Her friend really loved reading books about imperial politics, but because her parents forbade it, she didn't dare tell anyone. Because of this, Nana wanted to personally gift Hestia a fancy fountain pen to encourage her friend to freely pursue her passion. Thinking about how Nana wouldn't be coming tonight, Swan fell into a deep abyss of despair. He had never realized he relied on and depended on her so much. Swan tightly gripped the mattress with his syrup-stained fingers, telling himself to grit his teeth and endure this loneliness just like the days before. He just needed to push through tonight, and tomorrow Nana would come again. But tragedy did not spare him. All the wounds on Swan's body split open simultaneously. A throat-tearing scream rang out, the agony surpassing the threshold of human endurance, devouring his sanity. Before the old wounds could close, new wounds continued to tear through the already piled-up flesh. Swan's mental state hit the brink of collapse. Thinking about having to repeat these physical hits over and over again in the future without end, ultimate fear and despair devoured him. At Hestia's house, because her heart was restless with worry for Swan, Nana hurriedly said goodbye to her friend and used teleportation magic to go straight to his room. But the scene drenched in Shizuo before her eyes made her freeze. Swan lay motionless in the middle of a bright red puddle of Shizuo, gasping for air. Nana rushed over, frantically looking for a way to stop the syrup for him. But unlike usual, Swan's injuries completely neutralized his self-healing ability. Seeing the Tizo continuously gushing out from Swan's body, which had completely lost the will to live. In a raspy, weak voice, he begged Nana, "Unalive me. Please don't make me endure this anymore. You said we were friends, right? Even if I die by your hand, I won't hold a single grudge." Swan used his last ounce of strength to crawl up, bearing his neck in front of her. "Right here, let me be free." Nana angrily shouted at him to stop talking about death. Responding to her was the youth's heart-wrenching scream. "What the hell do you understand? How could you understand my pain? I'm sick and tired of this living hell. Watching his chest heave with difficulty and hearing each gut-wrenching plea for help, Nana's mind fell into a panic, but ultimately she bit her lip and admitted she couldn't do it. You're forcing me to kill someone? Do you want me to live the rest of my life in a nightmare? I can't shoulder the responsibility for your death. Saying that, Nana tightly embraced Swan's shaking body, forcing his forehead to touch hers. I can't end your life, but I can share this pain with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Nana began to mumble an incantation, activating a magic circle. A blinding flash of light erupted, enveloping the two small figures. Swan realized her crazy intention in shock. He struggled to stop her, but it was already too late. When the light faded, Nana let go of her hands. Her entire body exploded with pain. The agony on Swan's body vanished completely, but in return, his heart felt as if someone were squeezing it tight. All the fatal injuries he was supposed to bear had now completely transferred onto Nana's tiny body. Swan screamed in a panic, ordering her to immediately transfer the wounds back to him. Nana weakly shook her head. She stubbornly wanted to wait until Swan's mana stabilized before doing anything else. Moreover, she had already prepared a magic stone to regulate mana, believing it would help ease the symptoms. However, tragedy struck. The magic stone shattered right inside her palm. Clearly, she had vastly underestimated the horror of the pain that Swan had been shouldering for all these years. As Nana collapsed and lost consciousness, Swan completely lost his mind, screaming her name in pure insanity. The darkness of panic, fear, and despair closely surrounded his soul. He hurriedly pressed his hands against her body, frantically, pouring all of his holy healing magic to save the situation. But no matter how much he squeezed out his mana, he couldn't stop Nana's wounds from continuing to fester. Feeling her body and his arms growing cold, for the first time in his life, Swan found himself this useless and incompetent. Tears continuously fell, mixing with the fresh syrup. If only I had a healing ability as strong as Father's, that would be so good. A sliver of hope flashed in Swan's mind. He carried Nana's injury-riddled body, running off to kneel and beg, pleading for the Duke to save her life. Under the supreme magic of the Duke, Nana finally escaped from death's door. He was extremely astonished to discover that a child could actually self-create a magic circle that amplified the power of holy magic. On top of that, the fact that the little girl sneaked into Swan's room every night also caught him by surprise. Under the coercion of the Duke, Swan was forced to make a cruel decision: erase all of Nana's memories. Even though the Duke generously allowed him to keep the happy memories, only needing to erase the parts related to holy healing magic, Swan chose to personally erase every single trace of his existence from her mind. He didn't want her to have to remember a dark guy covered in injuries like himself, and he especially didn't want to drag her into danger ever again. Swan placed his hand against Nana's forehead, the white mana channeling in, taking him deep into her consciousness. In that space of the mind, each candle represented a fragment of memory. Though extremely curious to know what beautiful memories Nana had with others, Swan still restrained himself from peeking. He silently searched for the candles containing his own shadow, cherishing and remembering the rare, happy times, and then sorrowfully blew out each candle one by one. Once finished, he submerged the extinguished candles down into the deep bottom of the water. Right at the moment he prepared to leave, a thought suddenly flashed in Swan's mind. Since he had already accidentally erased a part of her memories, he might as well help her erase another painful part of her past in the world of consciousness. The wine-red candle represented ultimate pain. He scanned around looking for it, but didn't see any candle like that nearby. Suddenly looking up into a very distant dark corner, he was stunned to see countless red wine candles intertwining and twisting tightly together into a massive cluster. He couldn't believe an active and cheerful girl like Nana carried such a massive block of painful memories inside her. Through the blazing red flames, he could vaguely see the shadow of an unfamiliar, black-haired young lady, Nana's past life. He was terrified and didn't dare touch it. Remembering the moment he wanted to give up and wait for death, it was Nana who proactively shared his pain, only to almost lose her life because of him. Returning to reality after completely erasing her memories, Swan stayed by Nana's sickbed all night without catching a wink of sleep. But the little girl still lay motionlessly with no sign of waking up. Growing anxious, Swan went to find the Duke to question him. The Duke was annoyed by his precious son to the point of a headache. He snapped, "I was just called over to check on her an hour ago. In short, it's because you're a loser that you dragged her down." Getting chewed out, Swan angrily snapped back, calling him nothing but a fraud doctor, and returned to the room in irritation. At this moment, the Duke called him back. He announced that Swan's current mana had reached the required standard to go on patrols. This was the life or death trial that every heir of the Blanche family had to pass if they wanted to succeed the throne. He would be thrown into a fierce battlefield, using holy magic to heal tens of thousands of wounded soldiers to hone his abilities. Normally, an heir had to struggle there for 10 years or longer, but with Swan's monstrous natural talent, the Duke believed it would only take him about 3 years to complete it. Pointing at the pile of documents stacked high like a mountain on the desk, he urged Swan to quickly finish the training and return to take over the family head seat for him. He firmly promised that as long as Swan went, no matter which academy Nana wanted to apply to in the future, he would pull strings to clear the path for her. Facing that promise, Swan was speechless, unable to find a reason to refuse. Suddenly, he directly asked the question that had been choking his heart for so long. Why did a family specializing in healing magic like Blanche force him to learn swordsmanship? And why did he intentionally lead him to the West family mansion back then, to meet Nana? The Duke shrugged lazily and replied, "I just wanted to take you out to get some fresh air. Before I succeeded the throne, the previous old Duke locked me in a dark room, right until the day I went on patrol. I forced you to learn the sword, so that later when you have to act, to kill me according to the family rules, your movements will be quick and clean to lessen the agonizing pain." Even though that twisted explanation disgusted Swan, strangely enough, the distance between him and his father narrowed significantly. Clearly, he used to always harbor the intention to kill him. Yet after this conversation, the hatred melted away. He no longer rejected the people around him either. This magical change was all thanks to a friend who was willing to lay down her life to bear the pain with him. Looking at Nana, who was still comatose on the bed, Swan suspected the Duke was just talking big to trick him. But right as the thought finished, Nana's eyelashes twitched slightly. The little girl slowly opened her eyes. Meeting her blank gaze, Swan became flustered and clumsy. "Who are you?" Nana's innocent question was like tens of thousands of knives stabbing into Swan's heart. His entire body trembled violently. He bit his teeth, telling himself to be determined until the end. So that Nana could forget him completely, he decided to erase the memory of this exact moment too. While Nana was still dazed and not understanding what was happening, Swan placed his hand on her forehead. A gentle flow of magic radiated out, carrying his most sincere blessing, sending Nana into a deep sleep once again. Now I just need to take her home, and everything will be fine. In place of a farewell, Swan leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Nana's forehead. After that incident, Swan and his father also gradually opened their hearts to each other more. What gave the Duke a headache was that whenever Swan opened his mouth, he would babble Nana's name. He even carried his sword to beat the young little crown prince half to death just out of jealousy, making the Duke furious, to the point of almost wanting to erase his son's memory too. Not long after, Swan proactively asked to go to the battlefield. He didn't want to face Nana, only to have to play the act of strangers passing by, and he especially didn't want his own weakness to cause her any more harm. Throughout his years on the front lines, he frantically threw himself into training, risking his life grinding day and night just so that in the future, he would have enough qualifications and strength to properly stand in front of Nana to protect her. Even though that process was agonizingly painful, just thinking about the day he could meet her again, he would grit his teeth and stand back up. Returning to the current timeline inside the classroom, Swan was scratching his head, intensely thinking about how to open with a cool greeting to Nana. Just thinking about her made his heart pound like a drum. He had kept firmly believing that Nana would grow up still carrying a handsome tomboy look like when she was a kid. Who would have thought she would transform into a breathtakingly beautiful young lady instead? In Swan's eyes right now, Nana shone resplendently like a dazzling elf, to the point he didn't dare look straight at her. That's why on the day they ran into each other on the street, he got confused, put on a cold face, and didn't dare say hello. On the day at the school courtyard, while carrying things, seeing her from afar, because he hadn't prepared himself mentally, he planned to turn a blind eye. Who would have thought that in his clumsiness, he ended up crashing right into that pink-haired brat, meeting the bright moonlight of his heart again, yet remaining mute as a fish, thinking back on it now. He just wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. The classmates in the room all used judgmental eyes to look at this antisocial hot boy. Suddenly, an image flashed across Swan's mind. The time he met Nana again at the old boss's underground villa. She was in the form of a child at that time, but he was 100% sure that form was the exact black-haired young lady he accidentally saw in her painful memory zone back then. Swan secretly felt a pang of sorrow. What on earth did she endure for that pain to be so deep that he couldn't reach her? And what was her relationship with that woman? Why did she intentionally shapeshift into that appearance when her current look was already super cute anyway? While he was grumpily sitting and sketching Nana's portrait with ugly as sin strokes, he was disturbed by Hestia tapping on the desk. His inner crazy mode flared up, but to his surprise, Hestia didn't look for a fight. After all, in Hestia's eyes, everything related to Nana was top priority. She ordered him to finish sketching, then go to the next class and beat some guy up. Word was that guy dared to confess to Nana, got rejected, and turned around to mock her for being just a baron's daughter. Swan instantly went berserk, snapping the pencil in his hand, pulling out his weapon, and dripping with murderous intent, declaring he'd show that brat how karma works. The classmates witnessing that scene were scared out of their wits. Cowering in a corner, only Hestia kept a straight face, casually walking ahead to lead the executioner. Looking at Hestia's back, Swan felt deeply comforted and satisfied in his heart. Finally, he could openly stand up and protect his Nana. To meet Nana again at the academy as soon as possible, Swan had exerted all his life's strength to complete the family training at the fastest speed possible. Yet at the moment of reunion, he didn't have enough courage to step forward and greet her properly. In Swan's eyes, Nana at that time was breathtakingly beautiful, like an elf that had just fallen to earth, radiating a dazzling glow that made him not dare look straight at her. Returning home, Swan and the Duke started a chess match. This was the game that Nana herself had taught him years ago. He always cherished the hope that one day he could properly sit opposite her and play chess together like before. Swan won consecutive victories, making Duke Blanche's face turn extremely ugly. Even though his work was stacking high like a mountain, he stubbornly declared that even if he had to stay up all night, he must win against his son. However, Swan didn't show any mercy. When the last twilight faded away, the chess game was quickly settled. He stood up, expertly pulling out the most premium potion bottles. Because he saw Nana looked quite frail and easily got sick, Swan frequently brought medicine from home for her. This action made the Duke couldn't help but be surprised. He wondered if Swan wanted medicine. He could just take it. Why bother wasting effort playing chess with him? Suddenly, he guessed Swan had something on his mind. Because previously, whenever Nana ran into trouble, Swan would find him to play chess to vent his anger, and his mood would only get better after seeing his father lose miserably. Having his secret exposed by his father, Swan didn't deny it at all. He confessed that during the time he was absent, a few annoying bugs had appeared around Nana. Hearing his son troubled over such a trivial matter, the Duke couldn't help but show a look of disdain. Swan replied with an indifferent attitude, telling him not to worry because an older person, like him, would never understand. In Swan's heart, the one who was the biggest eyesore to him was the pink-haired girl who always clung to Nana. He still vividly remembered the noble party before his patrol journey. Back then, Nana's memory had been erased, and that annoying pink-haired faction took advantage of the opportunity to stuff into her head that Swan was someone with a terrible personality and was even rude to adults. Fearing Nana would hate him when they met again, Swan had even gone to the trouble of taking extra classes on ethics and etiquette. Right at that moment, Swan saw Nana walking over. As expected, today's Nana was still breathtakingly beautiful. Every strand of her blonde hair seemed to gently touch Swan's heart, making his chest beat wildly nonstop. Although he found her extremely cute, Swan still felt sorry because she was too thin. He secretly planned to give her a few more premium potion bottles later. Suddenly, a voice familiar to the point of nausea rang out. The one appearing next to Nana was none other than Hestia, that troublesome pink-haired girl. A flame of anger erupted in Swan's heart, and he decided to wait for another occasion to give Nana the medicine. However, when he intended to quickly pass by the two of them, the greeting from Nana held back his footsteps. Swan only stiffly nodded in response, then walked away very quickly. Looking at Swan's back, Hestia wondered, not understanding since when Nana had become so close to him like that, and even told Nana not to torture herself by greeting that psycho. Upon learning that it was Swan's request, Hestia furrowed her brows in disapproval, warning Nana from now on not to indulge any of his demands anymore. After that, she even mumbled curses, wanting to dump that psycho Swan into a mud puddle to get rid of the nuisance. Nana couldn't believe these words actually came from the mouth of the gentle Hestia. Realizing she misspoke, Hestia immediately retracted her harsh attitude. Nana could only click her tongue, thinking that her friend was probably reaching her rebellious age. But she found such a Hestia to be somewhat more confident and interesting. In the afternoon, during swordsmanship class, Nana was practicing with Crown Prince Hyas, as usual. The intense face-offs between the two made the people around them couldn't help but stop and watch. Finally, when the teacher announced class dismissal, the lazy students only then started to liven up again. Nana splashed some water on a towel and without any hesitation threw it straight at the prince's face. "Good work! Take the wet towel and wipe off your sweat, prince." The prince seemed to be too used to this kind of treatment. so he also quickly countered the blow. After a long time interacting, they had formed a one-of-a-kind way of greeting. However, every time, neither of them could help but burst out laughing. While they were fooling around, a male student, with a naive look, stepped forward and handed Nana a letter. Seeing that it was a love letter, Crown Prince Hyas immediately showed a teasing look, saying that Nana was now so popular, she was about to become a mainstream star. Who would have thought that guy, upon hearing this, would frantically and violently grab Nana's hand and shove the letter in? His tone, which was timid just a moment ago, suddenly became overbearing, ordering Nana to deliver the letter directly into Hestia's hands. Nana actually didn't care much, only secretly marveling that the amount of love letters sent to her best friend was increasing day by day. However, Crown Prince Hyas found this extremely offensive. He aggressively stepped forward in front of that guy, questioning why he didn't deliver it himself. Even though he was left tongue-tied by the prince's aura, that guy still managed to grab Nana, whom he viewed as an easy-to-bully beauty, and yelled, "I didn't dare send it because I was embarrassed. You've helped other people send them so many times, why won't you help me?" The prince turned to ask Nana if this was true. Upon receiving her confirming nod, he clearly showed his dissatisfaction, and was even disappointed with her submissive attitude. Another innocent-looking young boy was also about to send a letter through Nana, making Hyas fly into a rage, planning to teach that guy a lesson. Turns out this guy also wanted to ask Nana to deliver a letter to Hestia, but his attitude was absolutely trashy. Just because he saw Nana had helped others, this fool naturally considered it her duty, and started acting self-righteous to force her. What angered the prince the most was the resignation of Nana. Clearly, it was the other party who needed her help, yet she endured it and let others bully her. He couldn't understand why Nana would tolerate something that hurt her self-esteem like that, especially when she had no shortage of suitors herself. Hearing up to here, the smile on Nana's lips vanished. Her face darkened. "If you don't know what to say, then shut your mouth." Realizing he misspoke about Nana having no suitors, the prince apologized. He actually felt Nana was really charming, so he instinctively thought she must have a whole line of people waiting for her. Hearing this, Nana fell silent, then flexed with all her might to show off her toned biceps. "Having strong muscles is exactly my charm." The prince hurriedly stopped Nana's embarrassing display of flesh, then vented his anger on that naive boy. "I just don't like seeing Nana ordered around by a nobody." Saying that, he snatched the letter, shoving it straight into the other guy's collar. "If you want to send it, go send it yourself. If you don't dare, then get lost." Nana guessed for sure the prince just didn't want to see anyone else confessing to Hestia. Who would have thought he'd start lecturing that guy on human decency instead, scolding him that asking for someone's help requires a proper attitude. Even though Nana is short and easily gives a bad impression, she is a total foodie. At the very least, you should have brought out some sweets to win her over. Suddenly, Nana let out a spine-chilling threat. "Your Highness, do you want to lose your life at the hands of a short, food-loving girl?" While the prince was frantically explaining himself, Swan Haddon walked over in a janitor's outfit, picked up a plastic bottle, and didn't forget to remind them not to litter. Turns out Swan frequently bullied classmates, so he was punished by the teacher to stay behind for cleanup duty. Swan stepped next to that boy and ordered him to open his mouth. Seeing the other party not reacting, he lost his patience. "Before I tear that trash mouth of yours to pieces, you better be smart and open it for me." After that, Swan took the love letter from the guy's body, violently shoving it straight into his mouth. Trash belongs in the trash can. Because the letter was too dry and hard to swallow, Swan even kindly chased after him to pour water into his mouth to help it go down easier. Watching the figures of the two leaving, this was the first time Crown Prince Hyas expressed his approval of Swan's actions. Nana increasingly didn't understand what the prince was helping her vent her anger for. Could it be because his self-esteem was too high, unable to accept that there was someone who dared stand at the top of the food chain? She told the prince that in the future, when becoming a knight, being looked down upon by others would be inevitable. If you fuss over everything, life gets very exhausting. But the prince still stubbornly insisted that such a thing couldn't be taken for granted. Nana didn't even bother to argue, turning her back intending to leave. Who would have thought the prince would stop her, declaring he was retracting his request for her to act as a matchmaker with Hestia. Over the past few days, he had thought it over very carefully and saw that Hestia wasn't the best choice. Instead of always hanging around her, he should spend his mind on practicing swordsmanship instead. Right now, his swordsmanship had reached a realm that was about to rank up to master level. Looking at the prince's elated face, it seemed he wasn't lying. Nana felt it was a bit hard to believe that she had accidentally caused the prince's love life to end prematurely so fast. Yet there wasn't a single bit of regret in her heart. She even wanted to pop champagne to celebrate getting rid of a troublesome male lead. Returning to the dormitory, Nana took a shower to relax her soul. Hajin was currently in the room, intensely focused on doing something. Intrigued, Nana stepped closer to see, and it turned out the senior was making handmade hair accessories, each having a very delicate flower and grass pattern. Hajin conveniently pinned one onto Nana's hair, then offered to invite her to be a model for her family's magazine. Nana tactfully declined, saying this matter would be more suitable if given to Hestia. Hajin naturally agreed with both hands and both feet. However, she still advised Nana to try it once because her family still had many other styles that needed models. Seeing the edgy and rebellious style that she brought out, Nana was scared out of her wits and ran off to find Hestia to see if her friend was interested. At the same time, Hestia was in her room, looking at the pile of boring love letters. Before she knew it, a mountain of over 300 letters had stacked up on her bed. Hestia's eyes were filled with detestation and disgust. The doorbell rang, and the moment she heard Nana's voice, Hestia's expression immediately pulled a 180-degree turn. As soon as Nana pushed the door open and walked in, Hestia rushed over and tightly hugged her. Even though they had just seen each other during the day, Nana still didn't understand why Hestia was so overjoyed. Hestia only smiled and explained that she was just about to go look for Nana, but didn't expect Nana to come to her instead. Nana secretly thought, did this female lead aura really need to be used on her? Nana was about to ask if Hestia was busy when her gaze stopped at that dense pile of love letters. Hestia shyly told Nana to wait a moment so she could clean up this pile of trash. Nana curiously asked if Hestia had feelings for anyone among them. Hestia didn't answer, only casually handed a letter to Nana, telling her to read it. Nana felt overwhelmed by the favor, thinking to herself, how could she casually look at something this private? Hestia showed a look of weariness, but still smiled. If it's Nana looking, it's totally fine. Looking at Hestia's demeanor, Nana realized something was wrong. The school's top beauty showing off love letters to her best friend initially looked like a happy occasion, but in reality, Hestia's face was full of forced expressions. She thought the letter would be full of cheesy, sweet talk, but with just a glance, Nana felt syrup rushing to her brain, shaking with anger. She just wanted to tear those scumbags to pieces right away. One criticized Hestia for seducing them first, another wanted to use money to entice her, and some even insulted her, saying that besides her face, she had no good personality traits. Nana suddenly remembered that among these, there were quite a few letters she had personally helped deliver. Suppressing her anger, she advised Hestia not to overthink it. But Hestia seemed to have started feeling insecure. She felt they only viewed her as a decorative flower, wanting to pluck her just to possess her. Nana was about to go crazy. Even though Hestia was indeed as beautiful as a flower, even her younger brother Cory was sometimes complimented like that. Whoever dared to pluck her, she would rip that person's head off first. Suddenly, Hestia tightly embraced Nana, sobbing and whispering that she used to think leaving home would get her away from these things, but turns out nothing changed at all. Those shameless jerks still made her feel disgusted. Hearing that, Nana felt extremely regretful. Her thinking had been too shallow. Assuming that Hestia being admired by many people was a good thing, mistakenly thinking the suitors were all pure like in fairy tales, only to end up letting those toxic men hurt her friend. Seeing that Hestia had arranged the pile of letters very neatly, Nana asked for them, saying it was to throw them away to save her eyes from getting dirty. In fact, she wanted to rely on the tiniest clues to track down those bastards. Since they dared to humiliate Hestia, she had absolutely no reason to pull her punches. After that, Nana held Hestia's hand, saying she would take her out for a change of pace to clear her mind. She knew someone who could help Hestia vent her anger. Returning to the dorm after hearing Nana retell the whole story, Hajin immediately gave those scumbags some friendly gestures and asked after their entire families, using her extensive vocabulary. Hearing the senior cuss them out so satisfyingly, Hestia's mood finally brightened up. Hajin suggested changing Hestia's look, because a change of hairstyle is a change of mood, and at the same time, she could test out the flower accessories she just made. As the vice president of the makeup club, Hajin's skills were naturally no joke. Through her hands, Hestia, who was already beautiful, became multiple times more breathtakingly gorgeous. Right after that, the two of them simultaneously turned their target toward Nana, gifting her a super cute, exploding broccoli head look. Looking at herself in the mirror, Nana told herself to just screw it. As long as Hestia was happy, she was satisfied. After finishing taking photos, the whole group fooled around in the room until late into the night. The next morning, Hestia rushed off to class. Hajin woke Nana up, Because time was pressing, she flipped the blanket open, which gave even her a jump scare. At this time, Nana was still half asleep and didn't understand what was going on, so she just carried that frizzy head like a head of broccoli, grumpily heading to class. The students on the way saw this and couldn't help but burst into laughter, because Nana's hair was too thick. So last night, Hajin had used a magical styling prop, making Nana feel like she was living in a nightmare right now. Who would have thought that at that moment, she would bump right into Eve's? The moment this guy saw her, he showered Nana's hairstyle with endless compliments, saying it was super cute, and then rushed over like a little puppy to tightly hug her. Nana, not understanding why she was so unlucky to run into this senior year psycho. Eves casually said it was because he missed her so much. And luckily, his luck was good, so he didn't miss such a cute little thing. He even begged her to keep this hairstyle forever. Nana was speechless, only wanting to kick him out of her sight. Thankfully, Swan timely appeared to bail her out. He had clearly warned Eves not to bother Nana, yet this guy still wouldn't change his habits. Swan decisively drew his weapon, demanding to settle scores, leaving Eves dripping with sweat and fear. The two chased each other in broad daylight. Nana felt she had lost enough face for today, so taking advantage of when no one was paying attention, she planned to sneak back to class. Who would have thought that the moment she turned around, she was caught red-handed by the prince and Cory? The helpless laughter of the prince echoed through the entire sky. Seeing Nana's hair poofed up like a magic pouch, the prince handed her a chocolate, telling her to save it to eat in class. As a result, the moment the candy was placed on her head, it vanished into the messy hair without a trace. Seeing that scene, the prince laughed even harder. Nana was purple with rage, borrowing Cory's blanket for a bit to cover her head. In the afternoon, Nana took the time to wash her hair, finally returning to normal. Thinking about the prince's teasing this morning, she decided to get back at him good during swordsmanship class. However, just as she was about to leave the changing room, she accidentally overheard other female students bad-mouthing Hestia, calling her a fox spirit who only knows how to seduce men all day. Just because Hestia was beautiful, gentle, and admired by almost every male student in school, she was slandered with all sorts of fabricated rumors by those girls. Right at that moment, Nana, her ride-or-die best friend, heard everything. She secretly thought, what era is it that people still have this mindset of forcing women into a mold like this? Those people looked quite pretty, but their character was truly rotten. The increasingly harsh criticisms made Nana furrow her brows in annoyance. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the conversation. Turns out Nana had kicked the locker door wide open. She coldly questioned what they had just said. Looking closely, two of them were people she had helped in the previous exam. Nana's appearance made them flustered, quickly explaining that they weren't bad-mouthing her. Nana naturally knew that. She wanted to know who dared to call Hestia nothing but a moving vase. And whether she's a vase or not, what does that have to do with you guys? Hearing this, those two backed up, simultaneously looking toward the purple-haired brat leading them. Nana barked out once more, asking again who it was. Those two were so scared they were about to cry. The mastermind was the purple-haired girl, who finally stepped forward, impatiently asking back, "What does this have to do with you? I wasn't bad-mouthing you. And besides, even if Hestia heard it, I wouldn't be scared because I'm right. Everyone knows she doesn't have a single brain cell." Nana didn't wait for her to finish, grabbing her collar. "Oh, turns out you're the one with a brain, huh?" Nana was clearly not even 1.5 meters tall, yet her aura right now made the purple-haired girl tremble violently. She sarcastically asked where exactly she was smarter than Hestia. Feeling her self-esteem insulted, the purple-haired girl flew into a rage, pushing Nana's hands away and snapping that she didn't look normal either. "I thought you were a good person, but turns out you're even more freakish than Hestia. You two cling to each other all day. Birds of a feather truly flock together." Hearing this, Nana found it a bit hard to understand, because to her, those words sounded like a compliment. She felt her looks were ordinary, so how could she compare to Hestia? So, she slapped her in the face with a very sincere thank you. At the same time, Prince Hyas had finished changing. He found it strange that class was about to start, yet Nana still hadn't come out. He had originally intended to tease her broccoli head a bit more. At this time, the arguing inside the changing room grew louder and louder. Curious students gathered around to watch in crowds. Hearing the commotion, it was clear a big fight was happening. The prince immediately ordered a few people to go find a teacher to handle the situation. When everything was settled, the prince looked at Nana's state, holding back his laughter, and took Cory's blanket to cover her up. Because during the fight, the purple-haired girl had played dirty, ripping out a clump of Nana's hair, leaving her with a small bald spot that exposed her scalp. Having helped Hestia get revenge, Nana felt thrilled. But her scalp did feel a bit chilly. After weighing it over and over, Nana decided she would research a type of magic for rapid hair growth. That afternoon, Nana was grounded in the dormitory. Sitting around bored on the bed, she planned to visit Hestia after lunchtime. Arriving in front of the room, she saw the door unlocked, with the backpack and uniform all there. Her friend must have returned. Normally, Hestia was very neat, yet right now, even her uniform wasn't folded before she rushed off. Must be some kind of emergency. Nana conveniently helped clean up. Suddenly, she saw the fountain pen she gifted Hestia sitting on the desk. Memories of that gift rushed back. As a child, Nana was invited to Hestia's house to play. Her friend's room was decorated no different from a princess's. When Hestia was called away by her mother to talk, Nana accidentally saw hidden under the desk a few books on history and imperial politics, things way beyond a child's grasp. At first, Nana also doubted it, until she saw with her own eyes the notes recording Hestia's thoughts in the notebook. Then she was sure it belonged to her friend. From that moment on, Nana finally stripped off Hestia's mask. Her friend always lived a passive life, forcing herself to be a model child according to her parents' wishes. But deep down inside that little girl were ideals that were incredibly massive. To cheer Hestia up, Nana gifted her that pen. Unable to help herself, Nana flipped through her friend's notebook again. Because the writing style of Hestia was so captivating, Nana just lost herself in it. Thinking about how Hestia was striving all by herself for her goals, she felt a bit of heartache. She couldn't imagine Hestia's life, how pressuring it must be to possess a genius mind, but have to hide it within these pages. Right at that moment, the sound of stomping footsteps echoed outside the door. Nana frantically looked for a place to hide. Hestia, standing outside, was mumbling curses at the girls who bullied Nana this morning, threatening to shave their heads and dump them into a convent. She even planned to borrow a blade to commit murder from that psycho Swan, who had just returned in triumph with a few strands of hair in his hand. Hestia suddenly froze when she saw Nana awkwardly waving hello to her from the corner of the room. Hestia's expression changed drastically. Hearing the news that Nana had a clump of her hair ripped out, Hestia flew into a rage, swearing to shave those girls completely bald to vent her anger. Seeing her gentle friend suddenly drop F-bombs like a total pro, Nana was shocked out of her mind. Hestia suddenly realized she had broken character, hurriedly applying medicine to Nana, asking if it hurt while rubbing it. Seeing the wounds on Nana's body, Hestia could absolutely never forgive that purple-haired brat, even though Nana kept saying she was fine. To Nana, the matter of Hestia supporting her unconditionally was all too familiar. Hestia shyly asked Nana to please forget the words she just said, because in her eyes, losing control like that was a crazy act. Being found out by Nana made her feel extremely embarrassed. Nana felt that cussing people out wasn't a big deal, but Hestia still meekly explained that because she heard Nana was bullied, she misspoke. That is not the real me. Nana looked deep into Hestia's evading eyes and pondered. You said that person wasn't you. So according to you, who is the real you? The direct question made Hestia tremble, stammering for the longest time without a word. Seeing this, Nana didn't force her anymore. She flopped down on the bed, saying she wanted to rest for a bit before the teacher took attendance, then patted the empty space beside her, telling Hestia to lie down too. Hesitating for exactly 0.01 seconds, Hestia agreed immediately, without a second thought, then kept scooting closer toward Nana. Hestia kept staring so intently that Nana couldn't sleep at all, but she found such a Hestia to be really cute. Since childhood, she felt that no matter where they went, Hestia only knew how to grab her shirt and follow behind her, making people think Hestia was her younger sister. Thinking back, turns out Hestia had started faking her persona since then. Nana didn't want Hestia to be bound by the eyes of the world, and she herself couldn't stand up for Hestia forever. Nana reached out to brush her hair, then gently pinched her friend's cheek. Hestia, you know I've always considered you family, right? In your eyes, what kind of person am I? Hestia didn't hesitate to express her admiration, saying Nana was amazing and could help her with anything. Those compliments actually made Nana feel ashamed. In truth, she wasn't as perfect as Hestia thought. She also frequently made cold decisions, and Hestia's reliance put pressure on her. If this continued, it would hinder her friend's growth. When Nana said she hoped Hestia wouldn't rely too much on her anymore in the future, Hestia's face instantly panicked, not understanding why Nana would say that. But this time, Nana's attitude was extremely firm. She said she couldn't help Hestia fulfill her ideals because their goals were fundamentally different. Nana, though hardworking, had no grand ambitions. She just wanted to join the Night Order and enjoy a peaceful retirement. Hestia was different. Even though she put on a gentle and virtuous act on the outside, Nana knew full well her friend always craved to stand at the peak of power, having her secret exposed. Hestia didn't deny it, but she wondered how Nana found out. Nana covered it up by saying it was just intuition. She couldn't exactly say, "I snooped through your diary," seeing Hestia's eyes still full of confusion. Nana had no choice but to harden her resolve and show her own selfishness. "I can't stay by your side and help you forever. Before I do something that makes you feel betrayed, go pursue your dreams by yourself." Hearing up to here, Hestia felt like her world was collapsing. She gripped the blanket tightly, trying to suppress her emotions, but tears just kept falling. "Without Nana, I'll be so scared. Can't I just stay innocent like a child like this forever? Even if you ask me, I don't know how to answer. That's your own decision." In truth, Nana said these heartless words, hoping Hestia would find her own path. Hestia still hadn't realized that her ambition was much greater than her current efforts. Nana picked up the pen on the desk and handed it to Hestia. "Years ago, I gave you this pen to cheer you on. Now I am gifting it to you once again." Upon holding that pen, the will, an ambition that had long cooled down inside Hestia, suddenly blazed back to life. It was already late. Nana stood up to head back, and before leaving, she added, "I'm human too. Sometimes I also need help and want a shoulder to lean on. I hope that person will be you." As she finished speaking, Hestia's eyes turned radiant. She couldn't believe her ears. Nana smiled to confirm, then closed the door. She breathed a sigh of relief. Though it was a last resort, she had managed to say the necessary words, hoping Hestia would understand her intent. Right now, Hestia gripped the pen tightly, remembering Nana's encouragement from years ago. She cherished it like a treasure. Tears fell again, but this time they were tears of determination, more radiant than ever. The next day, the news of Nana soloing a 1v3 in the changing room had spread across the entire school, making her a prominent figure. But Nana didn't pay any attention to it. She kept firmly believing that everyone was gossiping because her broccoli head was too bizarre. Yesterday, while busy comforting Hestia, she had casually used magic, so her hair grew a bit too much. Seeing Nana, the prince called her over to tease that her hair looked no different from a gamecock. Nana politely greeted Cory first, before turning to ask the prince, "What exactly do you mean by gamecock?" The prince put on a look of regret, advising Nana that she should pay attention to maintaining her image, telling her that even if she is a bad singer or got mocked for having a broccoli head, she shouldn't become a school bully out of frustration. "With a personality like that, I'm afraid it'll be a bit hard to join the Night Order." Nana looked at the prince with eyes like looking at an idiot, then told him to get lost. Hearing that, the prince decisively backed off. Seeing Nana get teased, Cory also felt indignant on her behalf, and handed her a lollipop to comfort her, telling her not to pay attention to what others say. He believed she wasn't someone who uses strength to bully the weak. Taking the candy, Nana thought to herself, "As expected, Cory is the nicest to me." The two made plans to meet up at the club. Nana felt that being called a school bully actually made sense. Even though those three girls learned swordsmanship, how could their training intensity compare to hers? So when the purple-haired girl rushed at her, she conveniently wiped out the whole group. Maybe because she was going through puberty, her temper was a bit unpredictable. It must be because the black dragon inside her was awakening. Suddenly realizing how many people were staring at her, Nana got so embarrassed that she became angry, pinning all the blame on the prince. She cautiously walked to class, standing outside the door and peeking in, wondering if Hestia had broken down and skipped school because of yesterday's incident. But the scene inside made her freeze. The three girls from yesterday were competing with each other to apologize to Hestia. She didn't understand what Hestia did to make that naturally arrogant purple-haired girl admit her wrong so quickly. Seeing the trouble was over, Nana entered the class and greeted Hestia. Hestia immediately flashed a radiant smile, completely putting Nana at ease. Only now did she notice that the heads of all three girls had a bald patch. Clearly, yesterday she only ripped out the hair of the purple-haired girl. Seeing Nana's confusion, all three girls simultaneously trembled and looked over at Hestia. Before Nana could say anything, Hestia nudged them with her elbow, reminding them, "Is there anything you want to say to my Nana?" So all three scrambled to apologize for the words they spoke yesterday, saying it was because Hestia was too beautiful and Nana was too smart in school that they got jealous. Before Nana could even tell the purple-haired girl not to explain too much, Hestia had already lost her patience, grabbing that girl's chin and warning her, "No matter how much you respect Nana, she is still mine and I am also hers." Nana was stunned by Hestia's change. secretly wondering if her friend had a split personality. Seeing Nana looking at her, Hestia smiled sweetly again, as if nothing had happened. Even though Hestia was the actual victim, she single-handedly forced those 3 girls to apologize to Nana. Nana saw that her friend's smile was still so charming, so she didn't bother to question it anymore and immediately cast hair growth magic to celebrate this reconciliation. But because she was in a rush, after the magic ended, a stalk of fresh green broccoli suddenly grew out on the heads of those 3 girls. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. After correcting her mistake for them, Nana went to the club. Cory curiously asked Nana if she felt anxious about Hestia's change. She said everything was still under control, but sometimes she was also surprised when Hestia dared to challenge even her, someone who usually dozed off in class, and actually had the nerve to boldly claim that in the next exam, she would surpass her in history and national language. Nana thought to herself, she had to show Hestia what a real festival looks like. Yet her heart was filled with joy because she saw her friend had become much more active and confident. Nana suggested using the exam results to place a bet, where whoever loses has to grant a wish for the other party. Hearing this, Hestia was elated. Nana found it a bit puzzling since it was just a cliché bet, but Hestia felt that betting with someone as outstanding as Nana was an honor, and she really looked forward to the moment she could make a wish with Nana. Seeing Hestia so confident, Nana also decided to go all out. Cory, standing outside the situation, immediately predicted that a tragedy would happen. In the days that followed, Hestia worked harder than ever, her desk stacked with notes, her mouth constantly mumbling memorizations. Every classmate was surprised by her sudden diligence. Even history class, which was usually considered a sleeping pill, was something she studied passionately. Entering the classroom and hearing everyone gossiping, Nana also understood, because even she, sitting next to her, felt unfamiliar with a Hestia who was harder working than in the original novel. She was both happy and worried that her friend would become a threat to her position, so she advised Hestia to go for a walk to relax. Hestia smiled and declined, saying if she didn't do this, how could she beat Nana? Witnessing Hestia's determination to the point of not caring about her appearance, Nana also plunged into studying like crazy. The 2 of them read books while walking on the street, studied while eating, to the point that even when going to wash their faces at night, they wouldn't leave their books. Finally, Nana got a bloody nose from exhaustion at the library. Cory looked at the 2 of them, whose faces were completely drained of color, and advised them to take a day off. Both of them had dark circles around their eyes like pandas. Their hair was messy, but they still stubbornly insisted they were fine. To show them the severity, Cory took out a ruler to measure the dark circles. Hestia was 4 centimeters, Nana was 3.45 centimeters. While his was only 3 centimeters, Cory claimed anyone whose dark circles were longer than his would end up fainting. Nana and Hestia didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to that superstition. Seeing himself ignored, Cory also sat down to study with them to watch out for the moment they fainted. Hestia, who for the longest time hadn't asked Cory about anything, suddenly turned to look at him with a wary gaze and then revealed her arrogance. To be honest, at first I didn't like you at all, but after staying together, you're actually all right. While Cory was still pondering what that sentence meant, Hestia already glared at him, asserting her sovereignty that she was the closest one to Nana. Cory didn't argue back, only silently showing off his earring. Look at this. This is a friendship gift that was personally made and given to me by Nana. Having said that, he leaned close to Nana to subtly flex. Witnessing that scene, Hestia felt like lightning had struck her ears. She sniffled and turned to ask Nana, "Then where is my part?" Nana could only comfort Hestia that after the exams were over, the 2 of them would go pick out jewelry together. A few days later, the midterm exams arrived right on schedule. A lot of poor students started cramming at the very last minute, frantically looking for someone to explain the lessons. When the exam finished, Cory was the first to run over to find Nana to ask about the result of the bet. Although the final victory belonged to Nana, she didn't feel happy at all. Perhaps because up until now, Hestia had never actually sat down to take a serious exam. So due to being overly stressed, her friend completely collapsed onto the desk right in the middle of it, and couldn't get up. Even Cory himself didn't expect that his dark circle curse would actually come true at that exact moment. Right after that, Nana ran to the infirmary to visit Hestia. Looking at her report card, Hestia was filled with disappointment. Clearly she had tried her best, but she dropped her performance at the decisive moment. Facing Hestia's self-blame, Nana couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She gently comforted her that it was all her fault for not considering her friend's health condition. Besides, thanks to Hestia forcing her to study, she was able to make a breakthrough in history, which used to be her fatal weakness. Suddenly, Hestia remembered the bet between the 2 of them. She asked Nana what wish she wanted to fulfill. Nana didn't answer right away, but flashed a sly smile. Initially, to determine the winner, Hestia had studied like her life depended on it, grinding through all the class notes, yet she fainted along the way, handing the victory over to Nana without a doubt. Before Hestia's completely confused gaze, Nana held out a form and asked her to fill it out. It was an application to join the school's journalism club next semester. Nana hoped Hestia could join to help her club promote itself. After all this time, her club was still practically empty with only 2 members. Next, Nana pulled out a stack of thick books from her magic pouch again. Hestia was horrified when she saw the contents were entirely about political factions and imperial history. When she heard Nana demand that she read through this entire pile and write an analytical article, Hestia immediately developed a defensive mindset. Not only because this pile of books was incredibly dry, but also because she had never written any analytical commentary before. To make Hestia realize her own true capability, Nana had no choice but to confess the fact that she had snooped through the secret diary. Hearing this, Hestia was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red. Inside that diary contained countless hidden thoughts. Nana remembered the first time she read it was when she was a child. At that time, she completely didn't understand the contents inside. Not until a few days ago, when she accidentally saw the diary. Before Hestia had time to put it away, did she truly grasp her friend's natural talent? However, at this moment, Hestia refused to listen to any explanations, only knowing how to cover her head completely with the blanket. She begged Nana to please forget that diary. Nana's next words, however, made Hestia's heart violently shake. She said that the writing, style, and the way of description in the diary were way too sharp, making it impossible for her to forget. She was firmly convinced that if it were Hestia, she would definitely write the most brilliant commentaries. Seeing Hestia still half believing and half doubting Nana, gently reaffirmed once more that her writing was truly amazing. Hearing this, Hestia temporarily forgot what expression she should make. She used to think no one would ever understand her dream. Those past days of tireless effort, she thought were just a joy to comfort herself. Yet now, all her efforts had been recognized, and that person was none other than Nana, the one she loved the most. After calming down, Hestia agreed to Nana's request. Only now did Nana suddenly remember she had requested Hestia to fulfill a total of 2 things. To be fair, Nana told Hestia to make a wish. Hestia anxiously crumpled the cover of the book in her hand, with great difficulty and hesitation expressing her thoughts. She hoped Nana could promise that, even if she got sick of or hated her in the future, she would absolutely never leave her. Saying up to here, Hestia couldn't hold back her sobs. Just thinking about the prospect of Nana leaving made her unable to control the sadness and fear in her heart. Hearing those words from the bottom of her heart, Nana tightly hugged Hestia, stroking her hair and soothing her friend. As expected, regarding the phrase, "don't rely on me," that Nana had said before, Hestia still hadn't let go of her dilemma. Right at that moment, a knock on the door came from outside the infirmary. The one who arrived was Cory. Nana told him to come in quickly as she was craving some snacks, but who would have thought the moment he stepped through the door, Cory froze at the scene before him. Hestia sat up in a panic, while Nana's nose was heavily bleeding, gushing out. Suddenly, she felt the world spin and collapsed onto the floor. Seeing this, Cory teased, "As expected, anyone with dark circles longer than mine never ends up with a good conclusion." Nana, lying flat on the floor, also didn't expect that even with a difference of just 0.45 centimeters, this curse still wouldn't let her go. Cory used magic to lift Nana onto the bed, then went to ask for a leave of absence on her behalf. When Cory left, Nana and Hestia lay silently on the bed. No one said a word, only understandingly using the corners of their eyes to secretly observe each other's expressions. Realizing they were both thinking about the same thing, Nana and Hestia couldn't help but burst into a bright laughter. A few days later, Hestia recovered from her illness and returned home. Before fulfilling her promise to Nana, she had to face her mother. Hestia's father was an extremely conservative man who always forced her to follow obsolete traditional rules for women. In his eyes, other than women. Grooming their appearance, any education was completely useless because they wouldn't use it after getting married anyway. Before marriage, her mother used to be a confident, proud person, but that only invited her father's resentment. Under his continuous harsh treatment, her core values were distorted. She believed that if a woman wanted to be loved, she had to know how to humble herself. Only a delicate, elegant look could become her husband's pride. To trade for artificial care from her parents, Hestia had accidentally buried her true self. By chance, she became friends with Nana. Nana's radiant golden hair and active personality immediately attracted Hestia. She not only learned swordsmanship, but also trained in magic. Every gesture Nana made filled Hestia with admiration, but what empowered her the most was Nana's saying, "Whether you're a man or a woman, in the end, everyone has to kick the bucket. Why bother worrying about such complicated things?" Because of her timid nature and fear of disobeying her parents, Hestia could only cling to Nana to fill the void in her soul. However, she knew Nana was right. They couldn't stay together forever. Therefore, she had to seize the present to live as her true self, and that was the reason Hestia disobeyed her mother for the first time. On Hestia's way back to school, a few doves were scattered across the sky, flying around. Her mood right now was just as relieved and free as those wings. When Nana just finished her swordsmanship class and came to find Hestia, she thought her friend had gone home to handle some errands. But when she heard Hestia casually say that her mother threatened to kick her out of the house after graduation, Nana instinctively thought it was just a joke. Hestia only smiled in silence, because to her, that was already the most ideal conclusion. To fulfill her pact with Nana, Hestia had gone home to confess her intention to join the journalism club. Despite her mother's threat to kick her out of the house, her inner self felt incredibly free. Hestia's first task after returning to school was to fill out the application form. This news quickly flew to the ears of the gardening club members, leaving them completely baffled because previously, Hestia had shown herself to be extremely fond of flowers and plants, even asserting that gardening was a basic element of being a refined lady. Yet now she left without a single shred of hesitation, facing the doubts of the two of them. Hestia only explained that she wasn't really suited for gardening work, then smiled and asked, "Could it be that you guys hate me because of this?" Those two didn't dare say a word, hurriedly shaking their heads in denial, then hastily said goodbye, setting up to meet again during the next club activity. In fact, Hestia understood their astonishment very well, because even her mother, upon knowing she wanted to join the journalism club, got quite angry. At that time, Hestia had used the progress of the era as a reason, advising her mother to stop endlessly living by walking on eggshells around her father. Her purpose in joining the journalism club was also to one day be able to help women just like her mother, hoping to create a tolerant environment where capability is the thing that determines everything. Hearing this, Hestia's mother looked at her with an extremely strange gaze. She knew that even if the era changed, that husband would never change, but her daughter's words heavily struck the deepest part of her soul. Finally, she tremblingly shed tears. She didn't believe that relying on Hestia alone could turn anything around, however. Hestia had made up her mind. Originally, she didn't expect understanding from her mother, much less have illusions about getting support. Just because she couldn't communicate with her father, she had to ask her mother to convey it. Looking at Hestia's back as she was about to leave, she strictly warned her that her father would absolutely never forgive this action, even threatening to kick her out to the streets once she graduated. Hearing that sentence, Hestia paused her steps, her tears streaming down. "I'm sorry, Mother, for being unable to become the perfect daughter in your heart." Meanwhile, the mother at that moment was also drenched in tears. It seemed she was seeing her own youthful shadow in Hestia. It was just a pity that the pain and torment, all year round, had turned into shackles imprisoning her mindset, making her firmly believe that Hestia, sooner or later, would regret today's decision. Hestia secretly cheered herself on. No matter how her family or the eyes of outsiders were, she didn't care. The only thing she cared about was Nana's attitude. Last time, when Nana said she wanted to be independent, she had already started dreaming about a future life. How happy she would be. However, Hestia suddenly felt awkward. Nana once told her not to hide her true self, but she was afraid that if she exposed everything, Nana wouldn't be able to accept it. She wasn't afraid of soloing 3 people at once, like ripping out the hair of those 3 girls from the swordsmanship department. Or how she secretly pulled Swan's strings to purge every single boy who dared to have a crush on Nana. She dared to do it all. But if these things reached Nana's ears, wouldn't her image in her best friend's eyes turn to dust? Suddenly, Nana returned to her seat and greeted her, causing Hestia to jump. Nana thought her friend was under psychological pressure, so she smiled to comfort her, telling Hestia not to put too much pressure on herself, or else she wouldn't write well. Having a guilty conscience, Hestia nodded. Right then, a student reminded Hestia that a boy was waiting for her outside. Looking in that direction, Nana discovered a suspicious-looking guy. That was none other than that foolish green-haired dude. Remembering that Hestia had clearly rejected him last time, Nana proactively volunteered to go drive him away. Having said that, she dashed off, lunging toward that fool. Her fierce momentum made Hestia wonder if the two of them had some deep personal blood feud. Witnessing that scene, Hestia realized that one day Nana would also get caught in the web of love. But with her friend's bizarre personality, she feared it would be hard to find a suitable match. So Hestia came up with an idea. Maybe she had to personally step in to screen a lover for Nana. After all, in the past, Nana had missed out on dates because of her more than once or twice. Hestia began filtering the guys around Nana. Candidate number 1 was Prince Hyas. Though he had a prestigious status, his behavior was way too childish. Eliminated. Candidate number 2 was Cory. He looked rough and fierce on the outside, but after interacting, his personality was actually very good. But still, no. Eliminated. Candidate number 3 was Eves, with a multi-billion fortune, deep thoughts, and plenty of schemes. But he was way too clingy. Following Nana around like this all day was definitely not okay. Eliminated. Coming to the final candidate, Swan Haddon. Just thinking of this name, Hestia didn't even bother to find a reason, directly crossing him off. First, Swan's feelings for Nana were as clear as day. This point alone was already a fail. Walking on the street, he would occasionally sneak glances at Nana. Luckily, Nana was slow-witted, so she had no idea. Furthermore, the matter of Nana losing her memory as a child was definitely related to him. Otherwise, why would Nana completely forget her memories with Swan, and even forget about giving him the fountain pen? Thinking about these things, she would absolutely never forgive that psycho. Pondering for a while, Hestia suddenly felt her heart go cold. She muttered to mock herself, seeing that she was also a piece of trash who hurt Nana no less than Swan. She feared she didn't even have the qualification to be a backup choice. While she was lost in thought, Nana's call pulled Hestia back to reality. Nana proudly flexed her achievement of just kicking that fool out. Hestia also reported she had finished filling out the application. So the two girls, hand in hand, happily headed toward the journalism club to submit the paperwork. The students in class witnessed Hestia's lightning-fast attitude flip and couldn't help but gape in shock. On the way, Hestia secretly sent an apology to Nana. She could never accept Nana loving someone else. If there was only one person allowed to love Nana in this world, that person absolutely had to be herself. Even if the opponent was a muscular, handsome, and powerful dragon, they wouldn't stand a chance. Time flew by like an arrow, autumn leaves falling. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Nana and Hestia studied tirelessly for their own dreams. During the holidays, her younger brother Cory had also shot up in height before anyone noticed. Now, the third semester was coming to an end. Students passing by on the street couldn't help but lament. For an ordinary person to raise their grades was as hard as climbing to heaven, completely unlike those favorites of heaven, for whom grabbing the top spot was as easy as flipping a hand. Suddenly, two female students gasped in fright upon seeing the person who just appeared behind them, because the character they were gossiping about was the top student of the entire grade. Since Nana helped Hestia change, another year had passed. On the surface, the two of them were still striving for their own goals, but Nana couldn't have foreseen that Hestia had secretly expanded a terrifying power at the academy since the day she joined the journalism club. Thanks to her outstanding penmanship, Hestia had attracted a massive number of fans among the student body. Even many professors started sponsoring her articles. As her influence grew wider by the day, Hestia's pen was like magic to the school. If she criticized the hygiene of the restrooms, the school immediately hired people to clean them up. If she mentioned the loose lifestyle of students, problem elements like Swan were immediately punished with sweeping duties. Hestia had now naturally become the most powerful spokesperson for the student body. She put all her effort into improving the school environment and never abused her power, except for occasionally using it to take care of Swan and naturally turning the front page column of the school magazine into an exclusive stage for Nana. Right now, seeing herself sitting prominently on the newspaper, Nana's hands trembled with excitement and rage. These candid photos, even she didn't know what crack they had crawled out from. Even though Nana was very proud of her friend's growth, that didn't mean she condoned this nonsense, because in Nana's eyes, the content of the articles was completely made-up garbage. What Savings King Sharina, what double agent of the swordsmanship and magic clubs. In short, whenever the school magazine was published, the featured article sitting right on the front page absolutely had to be her. Both embarrassed and furious, Nana was positive someone must have leaked info to Hestia. Because how could Hestia write up this completely absurd content all by herself? Suddenly, the gossiping voices of people nearby startled her, and she realized it was the voices of the prince and Cory. Nana stealthily hid behind a potted plant. Cory skillfully gathered 6 newspapers at once. The prince curiously asked why he bought so many. Cory casually explained, one copy to display, one to read, one to add to his collection, and the remaining 3 were backups. Cory also noticed the prince bought quite a few, but his purpose was even more bizarre. 1 copy to read, 1 copy to pull out and mock Nana, and the last copy had to be hidden carefully in case Nana snatched it away. Next, the prince proudly bragged to Cory that the special article about Nana for the upcoming issue was actually penned by him, and Hestia just had to edit and polish it before publishing. Nana stood outside listening, completely speechless. He was literally the prince of a country, yet he spent all his free time doing such nonsense. But the thing that made her boil with anger the most was that in the article, that prince guy showered her with a ton of praise, hyping her up to the sky. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Nana lunged out, preparing to bust the 2 masterminds who were ruining her entire reputation, threatening to force them to hand over the pile of newspapers so she could burn them. Seeing trouble brewing, the prince and Cory immediately knew that running away was the best option. One used his long legs to run for his life, while the other used straight-up teleportation magic, making it impossible for Nana to catch them, even if she grew wings. Right at that moment, suspect number 3, Eves, walked out with a leisurely and graceful demeanor. He announced he had just signed an exclusive distribution contract for the special edition about Nana. Before Nana could even snap at him, the contract in Eves's hand vanished into thin air. Only Swan was seen, furiously clamping the contract in his mouth, gritting his teeth as he questioned Eves about who allowed him to have exclusive distribution. Immediately after, the 2 lunged at each other, fighting half to death over a single piece of paper. Nana was completely helpless against the thought process of these people. Physically exhausted, she decided to drag herself to the convenience store to buy some afternoon snacks. After swordsmanship class ended, Nana originally intended to head straight back to the dormitory to change her clothes, but because her limbs were aching, she temporarily sat down on a bench to rest. Her mood right now was quite dejected. Turns out the Royal Knight Order had just posted a recruitment notice, but Nana wasn't old enough yet, so she couldn't register for the exam. While she was brooding, a voice struck up a conversation. Looking up, it turned out to be her younger brother, Cory. By now, the boy was already a fresh freshman at Oberon Academy. Seeing her adorable little brother, all of Nana's exhaustion from the day seemed to vanish. Cory pouted and expressed his dissatisfaction because his older sister always treated him like a kid. Suddenly, the boy noticed Swan training in magic with a classmate in the distance. Even though anyone with eyes knew full well that Swan was using it as an excuse to bully the guy, Nana was curious to know how Cory knew Swan. Cory honestly explained that Swan had helped him out many times. A prime example was when his roommate forced him to fold the blankets. It was thanks to Swan stepping in to resolve the situation. Hearing up to here, both siblings went dead silent. Using even a pinky toe to think, it was more than enough to guess what violent method Swan used to resolve the situation. After that, Cory mentioned that all his classmates were jealous of him, because not only Swan, but also senior Cory, the prince, and Eves frequently helped him out. Nana secretly wondered why those guys were so free, that they had nothing better to do than this, but on second thought, she convinced herself that it must be because her Cory was just too adorable. When Nana asked about his grades, Cory's face fell in sadness. The boy was naturally not sharp with magic and had poor health, so he couldn't overtrain. Nana hurriedly comforted him that Cory was very smart. In today's society, theoretical knowledge was much more important, but the boy was still brooding. Nana understood that at this age, craving to have magic and swordsmanship was completely normal. She then asked if he had to choose between swordsmanship and magic. Which one would he want to choose? Looking at the image of Swan teaching his classmate in the distance, Cory chose magic without a single shred of hesitation. Nana wondered about the reason, so Cory explained that he craved to use magic to fly in the sky. Previously, senior Cory had used floating magic on him, so he really hoped to have the chance to fly anywhere he wanted in the future. Nana secretly engraved her brother's wish into her heart. That night, she worked overtime and stayed up all night. As long as she could help Cory fulfill his wish, what did this bit of hardship matter? Finally, under Nana's tireless hands, a flying prop in the shape of a magic broom was born. To test if the broom could fly, she specifically went to an empty field. In fact, during their afternoon conversation, Nana had vaguely guessed that Cory choosing magic was just an excuse. The thing he truly craved was the wings to fly freely. Nana herself in her past life had also dreamed of being a witch riding a flying broom, so she designed this prop to look exactly like the ones on TV. After installing the magic stone provided by Cory, the broom successfully started up. Nana sat on the broom, which was slowly lifting into the air. But before she could get excited, she wobbled and lost her balance. Clearly, this toy needed a lot of practice to master. After countless times of almost face-planting, Nana decided she had to add a balance-keeping magic before giving it to Cory. By this time, fatigue had already completely overwhelmed her brain. Fortunately, all her efforts paid off. Nana finally found the balance point. The scenery viewed from above was much more radiant and vast than she had imagined. In her joy, Nana thought to herself that she must invite Hestia to try it out sometime. Next, she practiced moving forward and backward, but suddenly, a gale-force wind swept in before she could react. The broom instantly went out of control, spinning Nana around and making her completely dizzy. To escape the wind, Nana increased the engine power, and in a flash, the broom shot off at a wind-cutting speed, barreling straight toward the male dormitory area. Nana had no choice but to use the momentum to crash into any random room. Finally, the broom came to a halt after smashing hard into a wall. Luckily, in that life-or-death moment, she managed to use defensive magic in time to avoid breaking any bones. Right then, the completely suspicious voices of Yves and Swan echoed from behind. The two of them panicked and ran over to check on her injuries. Nana waved her hands and said it was no big deal, that she just accidentally bit her tongue, so a little syrup was leaking. Seeing this, Yves immediately ordered Swan to heal her. Hearing that bossy tone, Swan found it extremely annoying and snapped back that this matter didn't need him sticking his nose into, and besides, he was standing there getting in the way, so he should get lost. Thus, back and forth, Yves and Swan began a massive war of words. The earth-shattering argument ended up alerting the dormitory manager. The sound of footsteps getting closer by the second made the whole group break into a cold sweat because school rules dictated that a female student entering the male dorm would be expelled immediately. Fortunately, Yves was still quick-witted. Under his direction, Swan grabbed a blanket and gently wrapped Nana up completely. When the manager threw the room door wide open, the scene inside made him freeze for 5 seconds. Two students known to be like oil and water were now hugging each other passionately. Swan and Yves covered it up, claiming they just accidentally had a small friction, and hugging like this now was to strengthen their bond and foster reconciliation. Nana, squeezed right between the two guys, was being crushed to the point of running out of breath. Seeing that the manager still wore a suspicious face, Yves and Swan had to set aside their dignity and try their best to flash their acting skills to fool the manager. "You've misunderstood. How could we have the heart to actually fight with each other?" A bold thought flashed through the manager's mind, shocking him so much he almost dropped the notebook in his hand. Right then, he discovered the broom stuck in the wall. Swan hurriedly explained that it was a favorite collectible of Senior Yves, because on regular days, he really loved cleaning up. In reality, Swan had reached his limit of endurance at this point. His fingers tightened so hard he almost crushed the arm of Yves. Before leaving, the manager left behind a disgusted yet speechless gaze, advising the two of them. "You two argue a lot, but your brains are still normal, right?" Hearing those words, a fierce flash of murderous intent flared up in Swan's eyes. The manager, scared out of his wits, hurriedly turned tail and left. Once the manager was far away, Nana finally crawled out of the blanket nest to breathe some fresh air. Despite Nana explaining until her throat was hoarse that it was the faulty broom's fault for flying in here, Yves was still delusional, viewing this as proof of her intense longing for him, which was why she went through the trouble of breaking into his room at midnight. The next second, Swan delivered a lightning kick, sending Yves flying straight into the wall and roared a warning. "Take your filthy hands off my Nana, or else I'll chop your hands off, got it?" Knowing he couldn't get close to the beauty, Yves then seriously advised Nana that she should sneak out quickly, because if she got caught, she would not only be punished, but it would also badly affect her reputation. But the trouble was, the broom had now become a piece of junk and could no longer be ridden. Yves had no choice but to ask Swan to use teleportation magic to send Nana back. In response, Swan apologetically held out the bracelet on his wrist, indicating that his hands were tied. Turns out, because Swan had too many priors for destroying school property, he had been singled out by Hestia at the committee. Hestia believed the reason Swan went wild was because the punishments weren't severe enough, so they had to apply even harsher measures. Since he liked using mana to bully others, it was best to just seal his mana away. Swan bitterly complained to Nana, "It's all because of that pink-haired girl harming me, making it so I can't use magic carelessly now." While the whole group was stuck, Yves suddenly had a stroke of genius. He remembered Cory's room was right on the floor below, but if they took the stairs now, they might bump into the manager. Swan pointed his hand behind his back, suggesting they scale down the window. Nana also nodded in agreement, since to her, climbing walls was originally as easy as eating candy. But suddenly, a layer of blanket was wrapped tightly around her. Swan skillfully used magic to package Nana into a silkworm cocoon, advising, "Just now you crashed into the wall and bit your tongue, so who knows, you might have internal injuries. Just stay still and rest there." Initially, Nana planned to reject it, but when Swan added floating magic to her, she instantly immersed herself in a pleasant, floating sensation. Eves, seeing this, tried to snatch the chance to carry Nana on his back. Swan decisively swung his hand and slapped away his meddling, greedy hand, throwing the broken broom straight at Eves. "You just need to hold this and follow right behind me, that's enough." Then Swan stood boldly on the window ledge. Eves had just opened his mouth, intending to tell him to check whether the window of the room below was closed or not. However, completely beyond everyone's imagination, the next second Swan tightly hugged Nana and jumped straight down. With one hand, he tightly gripped a rope that had been securely tied to the bedpost. Right after that, he bent his legs and delivered a kick that shattered the prince's window, swinging right inside on the rope. Swan spread his arms wide to celebrate his 10 out of 10 landing, while the prince stood behind him, completely losing his mind. He cursed Swan for being a psycho, smashing the window to break into his room in the dead of night. Before he could even finish his sentence, Eves also slid through the broken window, flashing a business smile to greet the prince, then conveniently told him to tone down his attitude and stop screaming, lest the manager show up and everyone get cancelled. At this time, Cory, who was fast asleep, was also woken up by this group of people. He pointed at the giant cocoon behind Swan and asked what kind of junk that was. The words had just left his mouth. When Nana poked her head out, politely greeting Cory and the prince, she clearly recounted the entire situation, word for word, then continued to lie flat on the bed, motionless. Standing beside her, the prince gloated over her misery. "Hey, little cocoon, why don't you turn around and look at me?" Nana was so embarrassed at this point that she just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Originally, this floating magic was so comfortable that she didn't ask Swan to cancel it. Who would have thought things would escalate to this point? She turned to ask Cory if she looked ridiculous. Cory lowered his voice and gently soothed her. "Don't think too much. You look incredibly adorable right now, just like a shy flower bud in my eyes. Nana is always a stunningly beautiful young lady." Hearing these sweet pickup lines, Nana felt a bit shy, secretly thinking that sometimes Cory really blurts out some bizarre things. At the same time, the other 3 guys were racking their brains to find a way to solve this mess for Nana. The prince suggested letting Nana sleep over here, then tomorrow morning turning her into a guy so she could boldly walk out. Or they could go big right now and use godlike speed to carry her and escape. After a period of brainstorming and analysis, the whole group reached a final decision, tasking Cory with the mission of airlift transporting Nana back to the female dorm. To ensure an absolutely safe flight, the 4 guys competed to stack all kinds of buff magic onto Nana like buying insurance. Finally, amid the enthusiastic applause of the 3 boys on the ground, the spaceship Nana successfully took off, soaring into the night sky. A few days later, Cory was overjoyed upon receiving the flying broom gift from his older sister. To ensure the flexibility and safety of the broom, Nana had invested a lot of time into upgrading it. She didn't want Cory to experience a face-first landing like she did. Seeing her younger brother playing to his heart's content, Nana also felt at ease, grabbing her books to go to class. Looking at the yellow leaves scattering all over the ground, countless emotions rippled through Nana's heart. She suddenly realized the weather had already turned to late autumn, and her 3rd school year was also coming to an end before she knew it. While Nana was immersed in a wave of nostalgia over the passing of time, a couple popped out of nowhere, openly packing on the PDA, completely ruining the peaceful atmosphere. Facing this eyesore of a lovey-dovey scene, Nana felt extremely uncomfortable and furious. She crushed the yellow leaf in her hand. She had lived through 2 lifetimes. If you added her ages together, it was more than enough to rank her among old maiden aunts. Yet fate had never smiled upon her. She hadn't even received a proper confession. Could it be that she was truly an invisible person with 0 charm? Right at the moment when that maiden heart was bleeding syrup, the prince suddenly materialized right next to her. "Nana, let's have a sword duel today." In an instant, Nana felt like her life was completely wasted. The 3rd school year was coming to an end. While she was feeling sad and depressed because time flies, this thoughtless, carefree prince guy actually showed his face to make an excuse about just getting a fancy new sword to demand a match with her. Nana didn't have the slightest bit of interest in this matter. Besides, randomly pulling out swords to clash in the middle of a crowded street, was he insane? But the prince still stubbornly forced it. He raised his long sword high, pointing it straight at the couple passionately hugging behind them. Why don't we choose a place that hasn't been defiled by the sour stench of love? The peak of synchronization. Nana instantly achieved enlightenment. She drew her wooden sword, joyfully accepting the challenge, and the common goal of both was that damn couple flaunting their relationship over there. The prince swung his sword with extreme force, a sharp flash of cold light tearing through space. Nana also unleashed a move to block the attack in a grand fashion. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be dedicatedly correcting each other's sword-swinging postures, but in reality, every single slash unleashed was secretly aimed at scaring those clingy couples so much that they would freak out and separate. Who knows how much time passed? The two of them panted heavily and stopped to rest. Justice was finally served. The shopping street, which used to be filled with the sour stench of couples, was now clear without a single soul in sight. However, after the hype died down, an awkward atmosphere instantly enveloped both of them. They looked at each other, speechless. Returning to the dormitory, Nana felt incredibly embarrassed by her childish action earlier. Going along with that prince guy who had the personality of a 3-year-old, she felt she was just as cringy. Seeing her face flushing red, Hazel immediately sidled up to ask what good news had happened, to make her face look as radiant as if she won the lottery. Nana scratched her head and explained it was probably because she just took a hot bath. However, the highly romantic brain of Senior Hazel immediately deduced a completely different scenario. She was positive. Nana had just received an invitation to be someone's dance partner at the ball. Hearing this, Nana's face went blank. Turns out the school was about to organize a grand social event for graduating students, the senior group, and the junior group. Nana embarrassedly confessed that from start to finish, not a single soul bothered to invite her. Hazel couldn't believe her ears after hearing that. She firmly asserted that with Nana's gorgeous looks, she should be a highly sought-after star, and might even have a chance to win the crown of Queen of Oberon. Nana was very grateful that her senior thought so highly of her, but the Oberon Queen was voted on by the students of the entire school. She knew full well she didn't stand a chance. All along the way to school, she saw so many boys surrounding and proposing to other girls, while she didn't even get a single pity invitation card. So as for that queen dream, she wouldn't even dare to think about it in her wildest dreams. Though she didn't have a partner, she still had the right to attend. But Nana didn't want to turn herself into a third wheel. Freshmen weren't allowed to participate, so besides Carrie, perhaps her older brother Helen was her only choice. But thinking about that brother, who was a total sister con, she was afraid he would just bring more trouble. So it was better to forget it to keep things simple. The moment she stepped into the classroom, Nana already saw a huge crowd swarming around Hestia, boys who were desperate to invite her to be their dance partner, including quite a few guys from other classes. Suddenly, the corner of Hestia's eye caught a glimpse of Nana. Nana gently waved her hand and smiled to greet her, and Hestia also responded with a radiant, dazzling smile. That smile stabbed straight into Nana's heart. At this moment, Hestia raised the necklace on her neck to say thank you. Thanks to the soundproofing magic necklace Nana gave her, she could have some peace before this noisy crowd. Nana told her friend there was no need to be formal, thinking to herself that only a gorgeously beautiful, an adorable girl like Hestia deserved the title of Oberon Queen. Seeing her seat occupied by the crowd, Nana intended to go to the restroom for a bit and then come back. Who would have thought the moment she turned around, she crashed straight into a dark-skinned, athletic male student? "What the hell are you blocking the way for, you annoying, short, blonde brat? You almost made me drop the gift I prepared to give to Hestia." Nana forced herself to suppress the raging fire of anger inside her heart, trying to control the urge to punch the guy opposite her right in the face. After all, she was already used to being looked down upon like this. She no longer fantasized about anyone being willing to be dance partners with a blonde kid like her anyway. Logically speaking, going to a dance at graduation didn't bring any practical meaning either. Having successfully brainwashed herself, Nana had just stepped out of the classroom when what caught her eye was the image of 3 young men standing tall in the hallway, holding supergiant flower bouquets, leaving Nana's face instantly covered in question marks. In the prince's hands was a brilliant, bright red rose bouquet. Cory was holding a bouquet packed with sweet lollipops, but the most surreal one had to be Swan's. His rose bouquet was so massive, it was literally the size of a whole person. Cory groaned and complained to Nana that they were facing an extremely difficult problem. In an instant, Nana mistakenly thought these 3 were planning to go compete for Hestia. But seeing too many satellites around her friend, they got scared. Even though she knew she couldn't help, Nana still kindly asked if Cory needed any support from her. Right then, a gentle call echoed from afar. Nana raised her head, and what caught her eye was Eve's, elegantly holding an expensive flower bouquet, strolling over in a relaxed manner. Nana got goosebumps all over her body. In a flash, Eve was standing right in front of her. "Nana, I have a few words I want to say to you." Before the sweet words could leave his mouth, a supergiant rose bouquet slammed straight down onto his head. "Senior Eves, upperclassmen must be very busy at this hour, so why don't you get lost and go focus on your studies?" Swan hissed. However, this time Eves showed himself to be unusually determined. He announced that no matter how busy he was, he had to personally escort Nana to attend the ball. Who would have thought even a gentle person like Cory would make a move? He conveniently threw a lollipop right into Eve's mouth to shut him up. Right after that, the prince also joined the fun. Scrambling quickly, the prince pulled out a rope and tied Eves up tightly, like a cylinder zong. Finally, the three of them joined forces to carry Eves away, running for their lives from the scene, leaving behind only torn petals and a few scattered lollipops on the ground, as a glorious testament to their touching brotherhood. Never in her wildest dreams did Nana expect there would be a day when she caused all four male leads to throw a tantrum because of her. Today was the day the Academy officially hosted the social ball. Every girl was dressed up in splendid gowns and heavy makeup, except for Nana, who was the only one relaxed to the point of not knowing what to do, because up until this very moment, not a single soul had spared a glance to invite her. However, out of respect for the fact that this was a rare, traditional party, plus the expectation that she might score some good food, she decided to go take a look around. She pulled out the makeup kit her mother had prepared beforehand, along with a blinding neon green dress that sat at the very bottom of the closet. Very quickly, Nana finished doing her face. Today the weather was freezing to the bone, so she also carefully put on a thick cloak and wrapped a warm woolen scarf around herself. Looking at the results of her first time doing makeup, she nodded in satisfaction. Right at that moment, Hazel, who had just finished bathing, walked into the room. The moment she saw her junior's ghost-scaring, God-crying appearance, Senior Hazel almost fainted on the spot. She politely inquired if Nana was planning to wear a costume to do comedy at the ball. Upon knowing this was the serious party outfit, Hazel grabbed Nana by the collar and roared, "If you dare to carry this appearance out the door, I will strangle you." Nana was still clueless, not understanding where she went wrong. In a flash, Hazel had completely stripped away that disastrous disguise. She rummaged through the wardrobe, pulling out a gorgeous orange long dress, then worked her magic with the top-tier makeup skills of the vice president of the makeup club. Finally, Nana emerged with a completely stunning appearance. Looking at herself in the mirror, her eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only did the dress highlight her perfect figure, but even the accessories, pinned in her hair, were exquisite down to every detail. Hazel excitedly hugged her junior tightly, gushing with praise that Nana just needed to dress up a little to turn into a goddess descended to earth. Before leaving, Nana was still regretful, wanting to wrap her woolen scarf on top, but she was immediately glared at by Hazel. "Absolutely no ruining this look. And you are forbidden from rubbing your eyes. Otherwise, if the makeup smudges, I'm settling the score with you." Escaping her senior's lecture, Nana hurriedly ran for her life toward the hall. Her footsteps were somewhat rushed, because if the delicious food was eaten clean by those hungry ghosts, it would be a total tragedy. Suddenly, a huge splash echoed from the direction of the lake, sounding as if something had just fallen into the water. But since not much time was left before the ball started, Nana didn't bother with that anymore. After a lot of effort, she managed to squeeze into the hall. Nana curiously scanned her surroundings, thinking to herself that a school ball was indeed built different compared to regular social parties outside. While she was busy looking around, she accidentally bumped into someone. Turns out it was that same dark-skinned, athletic dude who had called her an annoying octopus earlier. Seeing him turn his head back in annoyance, Nana closed her eyes, bracing herself to get chewed out a second time. But no, the moment he saw Nana's current gorgeous face, that guy not only swallowed all his vulgar words back down, but also awkwardly bowed deeply to apologize, extremely sincerely. Receiving the apology, Nana's mood instantly brightened up. She happily skipped off to find Hestia, completely unaware that that fool hadn't recognized her at all as the short, blonde brat he had just looked down on. When she found her friend, Nana noticed Hestia was chatting very intimately with her older brother, Helen. Only now did it click for her. Turns out Hestia had flatly rejected every single invitation from prestigious boys, just to choose her sister-con brother Helen as her dance partner. Nana secretly wondered if things would progress between Hestia and Helen. If the two of them actually became a couple, it would be a wonderful thing, because then Hestia would have the status of her sister-in-law, and she could rightfully see her best friend every single day. With the ultimate mindset of absolutely not being a third wheel, Nana quietly left. Right then, her eyes paused when she discovered Prince Haya standing all by himself. His current self had completely thrown off his usual arrogant, wild demeanor. His fiery red eyes sparkled like two rubies, radiating a male lead aura so brilliant it temporarily blinded Nana for a moment. Nana walked closer and spoke up, asking why the prince was standing here all alone. Hayas heard the familiar voice, turned around blankly, and then froze in shock, realizing the gorgeous young lady in front of him was Nana. Stunned to the point of speechlessness by her splendid beauty, his face flushed bright red in embarrassment. He quickly turned his head away, then stammered out an explanation. However, Nana's ears were buzzing, so she didn't catch a single word. She continued, pressing him, asking where his dance partner had run off to. Seeing the prince was still as mute as a fish, Nana deduced on her own that he must be so obsessed with sword practice lately that he had ended up bored with romance. She then asked about the whereabouts of Swan and Cory. In response, all she got were still tiny mumbled sounds in his mouth. The last straw broke the camel's back. Nana swung her hand and slapped him. What kind of tone is that, Your Highness? Who are you talking to anyway? After being slapped, the prince finally opened his mouth, telling her Cory had gone to look for her because Swan spread the news that she arrived at the hall very early. The words had just left his mouth when the prince covered his face and ran away for his life, leaving Nana standing all alone with a stomach full of question marks. In reality, the gentleness and care Cory had for Nana, she could feel all of it. It was just a pity that her romantic nerve was way too thick, so she had never truly grasped his feelings. Just now, her splendid appearance had shocked that nemesis prince guy so much he didn't dare open his mouth, and even ran away in embarrassment. Though she didn't understand the reason, Nana's attention was very quickly called over by the social ball's food area. She picked up a macaron, munching on it happily, intending to enjoy the food while waiting for the prince to return. Yet she waited and waited, but there was still no sign of him. Having eaten her fill and with a satisfied stomach, Nana started to feel bored. Remembering the prince's words, she decided to go look for Cory. Following the trail, Nana walked out to the area outside the hall. The biting cold wind whipped past, making her shiver. She secretly wondered why Cory didn't go find another dance partner instead of stubbornly insisting on looking for her. The more she thought about it, the more off it felt. If it was said that Cory's rough and fierce appearance made female students hesitant, that would make sense. But with the looks of the prince, or Swan, they could easily score a whole basket of dance partners with their eyes closed. Could it be that they were all hopelessly infatuated with Hestia, which was why they ended up single and abandoned like this? Carrying a stomach full of doubts, Nana stepped into the courtyard of the Oberon Garden. A type of flower bloomed here all year round, making the small paths always covered in a hazy, deep red hue. Toward the end of the garden, Nana vaguely caught sight of Cory's back. Right now, he was looking up at the sky, softly murmuring, "Nana, where on earth are you?" Saying that, Cory pulled out a thin blanket and called forth a magic flame to warm himself, completely unaware that the person he was looking for was standing right behind him. Hearing Cory sniffle from the cold, Nana suddenly found her friend quite adorable. Inadvertently, her memories drifted back to the past. The first time they met, Cory was also frantically looking for her. Back then, he was just a short little boy, incredibly cute, whereas now he was not only tall and buff, but his voice had also become deep and warm. Nana softly lamented that time really flies. Seeing Cory continuously calling her name, Nana hurriedly stepped forward and voiced a response. Hearing her voice, Cory jumped in startlement and whipped around. Seeing Nana's current appearance, he took a few steps back because he was so shocked, then immediately turned his face away, not daring to look straight at her. Facing Nana's questions, Cory remained silent for a long time, refusing to open his mouth for dear life. Waiting until he calmed down a bit, he was still stammering and stuttering, unable to utter a single complete sentence. Nana was speechless, not understanding why today. Cory and the prince were cut from the exact same cloth. She called out loudly, hoping Cory could snap out of it a bit. Cory awkwardly signaled that he was currently in a state of language impairment. This answer left Nana speechless, so she automatically blamed all the faults on her makeup and dress. Surely she had overdone it, so she probably looked like a hideous monster. If she had known, she would have just worn her regular uniform to the social ball to keep things simple. Why did she blindly try to copy others and do her makeup anyway? Hearing Nana blame herself, Cory frantically comforted her, telling her not to overthink. Even though he was extremely embarrassed, he still forced himself to speak his mind. "Nana, it's actually because you are way too beautiful. Just looking at you makes me feel shy and not dare to face you." The surrounding air seemed to freeze in an instant. In Nana's mind, the gears started turning. She was positive Cory would never know how to say such flattering, fake words. Therefore, his meaning definitely implied that her look was extremely embarrassing. Right at that moment, Cory gently draped the blanket over her shoulders, seriously emphasizing the meaning of his previous sentence. I said that completely because you look truly beyond beautiful. Please understand it in the literal sense. Feeling Cory's warmth still lingering on the blanket, Nana suddenly realized that Cory that always seemed to be exceptionally attentive and close to her. Thinking about how Cory's family had a younger sister around her age, she secretly guessed he probably treated her like a sister, which was why he loved and spoiled her like that. Having figured it out, Nana cast off her burden and flashed a radiant smile. Seeing her smile, the corner of Cory's lips also curled up involuntarily. Since it was cold, he decided to take Nana back to the hall. On the way, Cory frankly admitted that he really wanted to invite her to be his dance partner, and not just him. Even the prince and Swan shared that same thought. Nana felt like the whole thing was unbelievable. No wonder. Those 3 guys were gathered and waiting at her classroom door earlier. Finding out the truth, she was both surprised and overjoyed. Cory smiled and comforted her. It's all because Nana is incredibly outstanding. Being genuinely praised like this for the first time, she was naturally very happy. However, Nana also gradually realized the distance between the male leads and Hestia was being stretched further and further apart. She then advised Cory, next time you should choose your dance partner carefully, okay? Instead of choosing a friend, choose the person you actually like. That way, it's meaningful. Cory smiled and nodded. Suddenly, Nana remembered Swan. Even though the 2 of them knew each other, they weren't close enough to the point of dancing together. She casually asked about Swan's whereabouts. Who would have thought Cory would just give a faint smile and then calmly reply, Swan is dead. If we head over there now, we might still be in time to see his corpse. Nana's city-toppling beauty had finally subdued all living beings, not only making Swan's blood boil with excitement to the point of wanting to jump into the river, but even Eves had to rack his brain to find an excuse to be alone with her. When Nana and Cory ran to the riverbank, she discovered Swan, lying stiff, floating lazily on the water like a lifeless body. Nana panicked and scrambled, preparing to dive in to save him. But just as she was about to jump, the corpse on the river suddenly rolled over. Turns out Swan was still alive and kicking. Standing next to her, Cory mocked him. Seeing your current look, it makes perfect sense for Swan to turn into this state. It's totally logical. Hearing that, Nana got a bit annoyed. Clearly Cory had just praised her appearance as beautiful, yet Swan would rather jump into the freezing river than spare her another glance. She had no idea that the guy in the river had a face as red as a tomato right now, so embarrassed that he didn't know where to hide his face. Cory gently patted Nana's head to comfort her, telling her that right now she was just like a blooming flower, heartbreakingly beautiful. Then he slowly raised his other hand. Nana mistakenly thought he was going to attack, so she shouted loudly, Swan, why don't you hurry up and get up here to explain yourself? The words had just left her mouth when a raging magical fireball exploded, lighting up a corner of the sky like a waterfall. Fearing Nana would get caught in the crossfire, Cory casually deployed a protective shield. In a flash, the river surface exploded, water spraying everywhere. Nana's heart skipped a beat, constantly worrying that Swan might get hurt. Luckily, the bubbling on the water surface proved that the idiot was still holding on to the mortal realm. The next second, Swan surged up from underwater, taking step after step toward Nana. She wondered what method he used to soak himself in that freezing water for so long. Perhaps it was thanks to the holy magic of the Blanche family. Just as she was about to ask if he was injured, a frozen rose was held out right in front of her. Swan kept his head low, mute as a fish, holding the flower-giving posture. Not until Nana softly asked if this was a gift for her did he timidly let out a tiny hum, as quiet as a mosquito. Looking at Swan's hands, which were bright red and shaking uncontrollably, Nana guessed he must be freezing, so she blankly accepted the icy rose. Standing next to them, Cory patted Swan's shoulder, his voice full of understanding. The way you look right now is truly pathetic, but I can understand and forgive you. Just as Nana was about to open her mouth, Swan silently turned on his heel and dived straight back into the river. Nana was worried sick and urged Cory to quickly fish him out. But Cory just waved his hand and said it wasn't necessary, because right now Swan was definitely immersed in ultimate joy and happiness. After saying that, he used teleportation magic to throw Swan a blanket and a wildflower, then advised Nana to quickly return to the hall lest she catch a cold, while leaving Swan's life or death to his own fate. Waiting until Nana's back had completely disappeared, Swan bashfully poked his head up from underwater. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Nana could be so splendid and elegant. Returning to the hall, Nana caught up with the prince, who had just mysteriously vanished. The 2 of them focused on their task, competing to demolish a macaron tower. However, After eating for a while, both Nana and Cory got sick of it. She then skillfully stacked the leftover cakes into a brilliantly colorful tower, leaving behind the prince who was fighting with his life to clear the pile of sweets, his mouth endlessly lecturing everyone not to waste food. Right at that moment, Hestia's surprised cry echoed. Hestia walked over, along with her older brother Helen. The pink-haired girl couldn't believe her eyes, continuously gushing over Nana's city-toppling beauty, admitting that beforehand she was a bit worried about her friend's self-makeup skills. Hestia excitedly asked Helen to take some once-in-a-lifetime photos for the two girls. At the same time, a servant leaned into the prince's ear, whispering that someone was looking for him and Cory for urgent business. The two of them had to excuse themselves and leave first. Nana and Hestia just stuck together like that, busy posing for photos, while Helen stood nearby, obediently acting as the photographer. But suddenly he stopped his movements, frowning as he interrupted the two girls. "Nana, what on earth is the relationship between you and that guy named Eves?" Nana nonchalantly replied, "Oh, we're just regular friends who know each other." Hearing that, Helen angrily clenched his fists. He recounted that just now he bumped into Eves in a shop, and that guy seemed to be meticulously picking out clothes for her. Helen seriously warned Nana that she absolutely must not get close to Eves, because he is actually an extremely insidious, deceitful, and dangerous guy. Aside from his pretty face, he's good for absolutely nothing. Who knows how many girls have been tricked by that appearance? Helen also repeatedly reminded her, when choosing a man, you must never judge a book by its cover. Just as Helen was enthusiastically exposing Eves appeared behind his back out of nowhere, gently patting his shoulder. He leaned close to Helen's ear, whispering in a chilling voice, "What on earth makes you think that I've tricked countless girls anyway?" After saying that, Eves threw Helen away, like tossing a stray dog on the side of the street. Right after that, he changed his expression faster than flipping a book, flashing his trademark brilliant smile to praise Nana's looks tonight. Seeing things going south, Hestia immediately rushed over to hug Nana tightly, baring her fangs and claws to alertly keep a safe distance from Eves. However, Eves just leaned in and whispered something to Hestia. Surprisingly, Hestia decisively let go of Nana, grabbed Helen by the collar, and dragged him away from the scene. Nana widened her eyes and asked Eves what kind of spell he had just cast on her. Eves smiled gently, looking deep into her eyes. "I only made up a little white lie, solely to be alone with you." Nana's graduation ball finally drew to a successful and fulfilling close. Though she didn't get to wear the Oberon Queen crown in the hearts of certain people, she was the absolute brightest star of the night. Rewinding to earlier, after Eves used his trick to smoothly dismiss Hestia and Helen, Nana was still looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, thinking he was carrying out some secret mission like always. But the next second, Nana's face completely deformed in shock. She had no idea where Eves pulled a supergiant package from, stuffing it straight into her hands. He grinned from ear to ear, gesturing for her to open it up and see. In fact, Nana was also dying of curiosity, not understanding what on earth was inside that felt so heavy. The moment she opened the lid, what caught her eye was a series of luxury designer gifts. Necklaces, earrings, and all kinds of sparkling jewelry. Not only that, there were also handbags and shoes exquisitely embedded with precious gems. Looking at this pile of stuff, Nana only felt a heavy pressure weighing down on her shoulders. Mr. Eves completely failed to notice her confusion, happily introducing that this was the graduation gift he prepared for her. Hearing this, Nana immediately packed it back up to its original state, forcing him to take it away quickly. Eves held onto Nana's shoulders for dear life, whining and complaining that these were items he personally selected, with extreme care. If Nana insisted on rejecting them, he would have no choice but to throw them all into the river. Nana was completely immune to this pity play, pushing him away. She knew full well this deceitful guy would definitely take the opportunity to make some cheesy requests like, "Let me give you a hug," or something like that. Mr. Eves grabbed Nana's hands, swearing up and down that this was purely a gift, and he absolutely wouldn't dare pull any tricks. Seeing she was still half doubting, he then took her hand and pressed it against his cheek. "I will absolutely keep my word, because if I betray you, you will definitely be very angry." A chill went down Nana's spine, and she shuddered with goosebumps. Just as she was calculating whether she should use magic to kick this guy out, a furious roar echoed from afar. "Eves!" Hestia, radiating pure murderous intent, rushed over with both hands clenched into fists, roaring to question if Eves wanted to die by her hands. However, before her wrath could fully unleash, Hestia was surrounded by people nearby who half pulled and half convinced her, carrying her away. After Hestia left, the prince and Cory returned right on cue. Realizing they had been played, the two of them instantly knew this was the masterpiece of that old fox Eves. Cory caringly asked Nana if Eves had done anything inappropriate just now. To blow away the awkward atmosphere, Eves quickly pulled out a deck of cards, inviting everyone to play a few rounds. The whole squad fell into silence for a few seconds. All around, couples were swaying and dancing, whispering sweet, sugary words. While in this corner, Cory spread a blanket on the floor to make a card table. The four of them gathered to play cards and penalize each other, completely isolating themselves from the outside world. Right at the climax, Swan, soaking wet and dripping all over, walked up and demanded to join the table. He used the excuse of warming his hands to dry his wet hands, straight onto Cory's shirt, while his other hand was as fast as lightning, snatching the prince's cards. Suddenly, the booming voice of the host echoed through the hall, interrupting the card game. The four of them stopped simultaneously, turning their eyes toward the stage. The Oberon queen of this ball had officially been chosen, and as expected, the crown called out Hestia's name. After being crowned, Hestia proudly stepped out to the center of the stage along with her older brother Helen. As she gracefully spun around to the waltz melody, the corners of Nana's lips curled up into a bright smile. She was truly proud and honored for her best friend. Though she was very happy for Hestia, deep down in Nana's heart, a tiny bit of envy also crept in, because she knew she would never have the chance to shine like that. Swan, sitting next to her, sharp-wittedly caught her train of thought. He quietly took a playing card, skillfully folding it into the shape of a tiny crown, then gently placed it on Nana's head. Nana turned to look in surprise. Swan shyly lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. "This crown suits you very well." Nana burst out laughing, flashing a radiant smile to thank him. It was exactly that simple, genuine, and radiant smile that left the other three male leads so dazed they dropped all their dignity. Unwilling to lag behind, the three of them competed to pull out countless meticulously handcrafted accessories to offer to Nana with their own hands. After the social ball ended, Nana talked non-stop, recounting to Hestia about her friend's splendid appearance on stage. Hestia softly asked if Nana felt envious. Nana gave a forced smile and confessed that having such thoughts was only natural, because people who shined as brightly as Hestia in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Hearing this, Hestia fell silent. She reached up, took off the brilliant queen crown on her head, and gently placed it on Nana's head. Before Nana could refuse, Hestia tightly held her hands, her gaze extremely sincere and gentle. "In my eyes, you are the absolute true female lead, the most dazzling and radiant person I have ever met in this life." Hearing those words, Nana froze. Regardless of whether Hestia said that just to comfort her or from the bottom of her heart, she was still deeply moved. She felt incredibly lucky to have a soulmate like Hestia. The graduation ball had just ended, which was also when the break officially began. While other students packed their luggage and excitedly boarded carriages to return to their hometowns, Nana was neatly geared up in her swordsmanship outfit, preparing to set off to hunt monsters. Turns out, because the school had organized too many activities recently, the schedule for the swordsmanship and magic classes was disrupted, leading to Nana's group getting stuck at the academy. They had to complete this semester's monster hunting quota before being allowed to pack their suitcases and go home. Hestia angrily gnashed her teeth, feeling indignant on Nana's behalf. Why is it that the break is already here, but you can't go home and instead have to dive into these useless missions? Just as Hestia was about to aggressively storm up to the school board to complain, Nana timely soothed her and sent all three of them, Hestia, Helen, and Cory, onto the carriage. She promised to settle things very quickly to come home, and would stay in touch frequently. Right after that, Nana headed into the Oberon mountain range to track the traces of the magical beasts. While other groups were fighting with their lives on the line, Nana's progress was as leisurely as taking a stroll. Very quickly, she had collected enough magic beast cores, the items required for the mission that dropped after defeating them. However, during the hunting process, Nana vaguely realized that the magical beasts seemed to be becoming increasingly violent. Right at that moment, she sharply detected a giant snake quietly slithering over, preparing to deliver a fatal bite from behind Prince Hyas. Nana immediately chanted an enhancement spell and threw the sword in her hand straight toward the monster. With a squelch, the sharp sword sliced off the giant snake's head. The loud noise finally snapped the prince out of his daze. Nana rushed over and gave him a piece of her mind. "What on earth do you think you're doing? Getting spaced out even while fighting monsters. Don't you want to go home early?" The prince lowered his eyes and apologized, making the excuse that he was busy thinking about a few things. Just then, Cory also teleported to the location. Taking the opportunity, Nana turned to complain to Cory that the prince had been lazy and brain-dead lately, refusing to help hunt monsters. Seeing the prince unusually silent, completely losing his usual talkative and wild nature, Cory, with his sharp intuition, took one glance and immediately recognized that he had something heavy on his mind. But when pressed, the prince just played dumb, stubbornly refusing to utter a single word. Seeing the atmosphere drop a bit, Nana invited him. "Your Highness, if you're free this break, let's practice swordsmanship together. Because even during holidays, we shouldn't neglect training." The prince forced a response to accept, and Cory immediately and eagerly volunteered himself to be the referee. Right after that, the three of them excitedly discussed where they should go to hang out this break. Suddenly, the prince came up with what seemed to be a breakthrough idea. He suggested taking this opportunity to showcase his expert equestrian skills to blow their minds. Responding to him was a cold and blunt attitude from Nana and Cory. One complained about activities that wasted physical energy, while the other grumbled that the place was freezing, so who would even want to go? After that, Nana brought her spoils of war to the gathering point, she observed, and saw crates of magic beast cores being poured into a giant machine. That device glowed brightly, releasing a powerful surge of magic power. Only then did it click for Nana. Turns out this was a large-scale teleportation formation. In the past, she hadn't bothered to notice these things. A staff member saw her bringing items over and reminded her that she wasn't allowed to throw them straight inside, but had to arrange them into chests and cross-check the quantity first. Nana curiously asked why the school was purchasing these things. Logically speaking, magic beast cores didn't have much practical value after being refined. In practice, the staff member shook his head and said he was just a salaried employee responsible for transportation, so he wasn't clear. When Nana pressed further about the destination of these cores, the staff member still shook his head, not knowing, and even advised her that if she was free, she should go back and rest early. This shady attitude immediately aroused suspicion in Nana's heart. She quietly used magic to track the flow of the magic power, finally, discovering that the destination of this teleportation array was the peak of Mount Obran. Pondering for a moment, Nana decided to ignore it. Even if she knew more, then with her small amount of strength, she still wouldn't be able to stop the Academy's plan anyway. So Nana packed her luggage and went home, officially starting her long-awaited break. She went strolling around the streets with her parents and learned how to bake cakes with Carrie and Helen. When free, she would contact and chat with Hestia. When night came, Nana called Cory to tell him about the interesting activities over the past few days, casually asking if he had finalized the hangout schedule yet. Who would have thought Cory would deliver a bolt from the blue? Prince Hyas was tied up with personal matters, so he couldn't come along. Within just a short break, Prince Hyas had changed to the point of being unrecognizable. Since the previous break, the trio of Nana, Cory, and Hyas hanging out together had become a custom. This time they had also planned meticulously, yet Nana received the news of Hyas canceling at the last minute from Cory's mouth. In the end, only Nana and Cory met up. The two of them decided to go to the library to grind through the rest of the holiday homework, but before long, Nana was seemingly possessed by the sleep bug and slumped her head down onto the table, sleeping soundly. Looking at that scene, Cory could only sigh softly, using magic to conjure a thin blanket and stealthily draped it over her shoulders. Coincidentally, right at that moment, Nana woke up. Cory frantically apologized for accidentally waking her up. Nana awkwardly scratched her head, blaming it on the library atmosphere being too quiet, having a super high sleep-inducing lethality. Checking that the homework was mostly done, Nana felt her brain overloading and decided to invite Cory to wander around to relieve stress, taking advantage of the occasion when Hyas wasn't around to cockblock. The two of them dragged each other into some magic shops that they rarely had a chance to visit normally, then went on to raid the food area, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Even though the noisy prince was missing, the two of them still had a fun outing. That night, after taking a clean and refreshing bath, Nana looked at the bag of snacks Cory gave her sitting on the table. It couldn't be denied that Cory was truly very thoughtful and knew how to take care of others. It was a pity that too few people noticed his exquisiteness. Counting up to the current moment, among her friends, only Cory could go to this extent. Suddenly, Nana thought of Hyas. Even though the outing still went smoothly, with or without him, she still decided to check in and see how on earth he was doing lately. She pulled out the crystal communication ball to call Hyas. Strangely, the line kept showing busy continuously. Only after a long while did someone pick up. But what hit her ears was a hoarse, weak voice, mixed with a sigh. "Sorry, Nana. Lately I've been a bit busy with some work and can't make it to the hangout." Nana had to express her sympathy. If someone already had their own difficulties, then there was nothing that could be done. She then teased, "What kind of good thing is making you so busy?" The other end of the line abruptly sank into a dead silence. Nana felt a pang of self-reproach, realizing she had just made a slip of the tongue, and quickly changed the subject, asking when he would be free to make it up with another hangout. Naturally, she was flatly rejected. Just as Hyas was about to hang up, Nana hurriedly called after him. No matter what happens, you have to stay strong, okay? Hyas paused for a few seconds, leaving behind a "good night, let's contact each other later," and then hastily disconnected. Hearing his unstable tone, the anxiety in Nana's heart spread further and further. However, it wasn't strong enough to stop her upcoming fun times. Every time her older brother Helen came to bother her, she would just throw any random thing at him to smoothly send him away. Nana tiredly leaned her back down onto the bed. Today, while hanging out with Cory, she even accidentally ran into Eves. Those two names competed to splash cash to buy her a bunch of useless stuff that she didn't even ask for. Just as she was about to relax her mind, the image of Hyas rushed back again. Even though she knew nobody's life is smooth forever, the sudden change in Hyas made Nana unable not to worry. She started rummaging through her memory about the original plotline in the novel. The period when they studied in the junior group was barely mentioned much. The focal point of the story only truly started when they entered the senior group, the time when the male leads matured. Yes, the Hyas she currently knew, though arrogant, was essentially very kind-hearted and naive, carrying a bit of approachable childishness, meaning that when he grew up, he would be twisted by the plot into a cruel, gloomy, and cold psychopath. For a person to change their personality so drastically, there definitely had to be a massive crisis that occurred. Thinking of that prospect, Nana shuddered slightly. She absolutely didn't want to see a bright Hyas turn into the dark, demonic version like in the book. Tossing and turning on her bed, unable to sleep, she suddenly heard a soft clacking sound outside her window. Something was being thrown against her room's glass. She sat up abruptly, and the moment she flung the window open, what caught her eye was the silhouette of Hyas, who had been completely missing in action throughout the entire break. He was sitting curled up on the tree branch opposite her window, the darkness of the night obscuring half of his face. The silvery moonlight shone down from above. His pitch-black hair reflected the faint light, but his fiery red eyes in the dark night shone as brightly as a neon sign. In the silence, when the window opened, he casually dropped a piece of tree bark to the ground, the weapon he had just used to pelt her window. He sat there staring at her and then softly waved his hand in greeting. Nana meticulously observed Hyas's face. Not seeing him for a while, he really had changed. He looked more mature and stable, but at the same time, he also clearly showed an exhausted, worn-out state of depletion. Nana reached out her hand to push the window open wider. A cold gust of wind rushed into the room, blowing her hair around. "Long time no see," Hyas said, flashing a weary smile as he nodded back in response to her greeting. "You said before that you could look up the records of magic devices, right? I have something I want to ask you to check for me." Seeing Nana nod in agreement, he immediately pulled out a file and handed it to her. "Sorry for showing up out of nowhere and asking for a favor like this. Can you have it done by the day after tomorrow?" Nana casually flipped through the file and then nodded. The content that needed searching wasn't too much. "You can come back tomorrow to pick it up." Hyas nodded, promising to come tomorrow and pay a fair compensation as per her request. "All right, then what do you want for compensation?" The way Hyas looked right now was exactly like someone who was being crushed by a mountain of pressure to the point of being unable to breathe. Nana found it incredibly bizarre. He had never had such a pathetic appearance before. She tried to lighten the atmosphere. "Don't be so tense. When you come tomorrow, just remember to bring a bunch of royal sweets for me, and we're good." Hyas didn't say a single word of goodbye, just turning around and vanishing into the night like that, his mind seemingly miles away. Seeing Hyas looking that exhausted after his days of disappearance, an unnamed discomfort welled up in Nana's heart. She tried to lull herself to sleep but failed, so she had to, clumsily, crawl up to handle the task he assigned. Hyas's request was to look up the travel history of a royal staff member during a specific time frame. Although she was very curious about what kind of messy situation he was tangled up in, she couldn't extract anything useful from this file, aside from the times that person entered and left the garden and dining hall. There was no additional unusual information at all. The next day, pebbles clacked against the glass window again. As soon as she opened the window, Hyas flew straight into the room. "Sorry for being rude. Where is my report?" For some reason, he looked even more wrecked today than yesterday. "Here. And where are my royal pastries?" Hyas kept his promise, bringing a large bag filled with all kinds of luxurious pastries. He eagerly snatched the report file, flipping through it so hurriedly that the sound of paper rustling echoed out. His fiery red eyes scanned quickly from left to right, from top to bottom. The more he read, the paler and stiffer his face became. Nana took out a pudding cup that Hyas brought and started eating. Royal sweets were indeed no joke. The moment it entered her mouth, it melted smoothly and softly. The taste was so good that she wanted to share a piece with Hyas, because when running low on energy, loading up on sugar is the best method of salvation. Just as she was about to scoop a spoonful to hand to him, Hyas buried his face in the report and burst into frantic tears. His hands holding the piece of paper shook uncontrollably. Hot tears fell with a plop, blurring the ink lines, his shoulders trembling continuously. His breathing also became rapid and chaotic. He clutched his head and tore at his hair, then raised his hand to harshly wipe away his tears. Damn it! He used his palms to press hard into his eye sockets, trying to force the stream of tears to stop flowing. But the ultimate grief seemed to blend with the tears, gushing out endlessly. Hyas shuddered slightly, took a deep breath, and finally suppressed the sound of his crying. When he raised his head, preparing to leave, Nana froze when she saw his gaze, a flash of cold, sharp, and desperate murderous intent. Nana opened her mouth, intending to ask what on earth kind of massive event had happened. But looking at his miserable state, she couldn't bear to dig further into the wound. The only thing she could do at this moment was to wait in silence. Some time passed, and the new semester began again. Now they had officially become upperclassmen. Aside from the school adding a new swordsmanship teacher, everything else didn't change much. The dormitory for the upperclassmen was also exactly the same as before. When Nana finished unpacking her luggage and returned to her room, she saw Hazel, who had changed her hairstyle. The long, flowing curly hair of the past was now cut short to shoulder length, looking energetic. Stepping into the senior group, the only difference that Nana could feel about herself was that she had grown a little taller. If calculated by the metric system of her past life, she had grown by a whopping 0.2 centimeters. Saying goodbye to Hazel, Nana secretly comforted herself that growing by 0.2 centimeters could still be considered a great breakthrough. Hestia had now blossomed, her body lines filling out into the shape of a mature, charming young lady. Cory, Hyas, and Swan were also in their growth spurt stage, transforming into true young men. Originally a fanatic for small and cute things, watching this group grow bigger, day by day, Nana felt a slight sense of loss. Now, everyone exuded their own distinct charismatic aura, no longer being wet behind the ears kids anymore. Except for her height remained stuck in place, and her appearance hadn't filled out much either. The only change was her orange hair getting longer and longer, and honestly, it was even curlier than before. Nana had to delude herself that height didn't matter. The inner core is what defines a person. Anyway, in her eyes, Hestia and Cory would always be the same adorable friends as from the very beginning. After a moment of self-brainwashing, Nana concluded that after a break, in reality, nobody had changed at all. But just as she thought of that, the image of the haggard Hyas popped up in her mind. While she was feeling gloomy, a large hand suddenly ruffled her hair. Nana, looks like you've grown taller. Nana's high school life officially began. Initially, she thought Prince Hyas would be too busy to show up to class on time. But to her surprise, he appeared right in front of her with a playful look as if nothing had ever happened. Lately, you seem to have grown a bit taller, Nana. In her heart, Nana felt both startled and bewildered. When she snapped out of it, she sarcastically replied that except for getting fatter, she hadn't changed at all. Hearing this, Hyas smirked and teased. If you get as fat as a ball, I'll personally take responsibility for rolling you around. Hyas seemed to have returned to normal. The two of them bickered just like before. Nana originally thought everything was fine, but she quickly realized something was amiss. Even though Hyas still joked and fooled around with her, he had clearly become much more reserved and quiet. Looking closely, his cheerful demeanor when around her looked more like a deliberate disguise. Just as Nana was worrying, Cory found his way to her. He brought her some cookies, eating while listening to Nana talk about the prince's strange points. Coincidentally, Cory, being his roommate, shared the exact same feeling. Lately, as soon as school was over, Hyas would hurriedly rush back to the imperial palace instead of returning to the dormitory. So the room had now turned into Cory's own exclusive domain. Hearing this, Nana showed clear anxiety. As for the exact details, Cory was completely in the dark. He only vaguely heard that the atmosphere in the palace had been shifting lately. When around everyone, Hyas intentionally acted open and cheerful, but the moment he stepped off the stage and was left alone, his exhaustion was laid bare. It was as if all the energy in his body had been entirely drained. Anxious to know what was going on, Nana skipped lunch entirely and ran straight to the training ground. What caught her eye was Hyas again. He was swinging his sword aggressively and violently, time after time, ever since knowing him. Nana had never seen him have such a fiercely intimidating look. His face clearly bore rage along with ultimate pain. She understood that right now. It was not the right time to press for questions. Just then, the person standing next to her suddenly spoke up. It was Swan. Hyas is finally exploding. His endurance was actually quite impressive. Hearing his tone, it seemed Swan was quite well informed about the prince's situation. The white-haired youth nodded in admission. I guess so. Do you want to know too? This time, Nana hesitated. Arbitrarily digging up a friend's information wasn't exactly something honorable. She intended to go ask Hyas clearly herself. Swan didn't mind and continued to chip in. Hyas probably went to the restroom. Seeing him leave so hurriedly like that, maybe he's been constipated lately. Nana wished she could beat the young master of the Blanche family up right then and there. The guy was seriously fuming, yet he still had the mood to joke around at a time like this. Before she could flare up, Swan stuffed a sandwich into her hand. You should worry about your own body first. Don't go skipping meals. Hearing Nana say she had no appetite, Swan's gaze fixed onto her. His intense staring made her feel a bit self-conscious. You have to know that previously, Swan didn't even dare to look straight at her, yet now he did, looking at Nana for a moment. The youth began to chant a holy magic spell. Nana didn't understand a single thing, backing away 2 steps in fear. The very next second, her appetite was fiercely stimulated, her stomach starting to rumble. Seeing this, Swan immediately pulled out a whole table full of sandwiches. After school, Nana had a lunch date with Hestia at the dining hall. But because the club still had some business, her friend had to leave early. Don't know if it was due to the effect of the holy magic or not, but Nana kept eating without feeling full. Suddenly, the crowd in the dining hall went into a frenzy. Turns out Hyas had arrived. The most shocking thing was that his pitch-black hair had been dyed a light brown. The prince sat down on the chair opposite Nana. Facing her gaze full of question marks, he only gave a half-hearted explanation that he wanted a change of mood. But Nana knew full well things were definitely not that simple. Finally, reaching her limit, she blurted out the question that had been choked up in her heart. I heard that lately, as soon as school is over, you bolt right back to the Imperial Palace. What on earth is going on? Hearing that, Hyas put down his fork. The expression on his face also became extremely serious. Instead of answering, he countered. Cory told you, didn't he? Realizing the severity of the matter, Nana hesitantly nodded. Yet after that, Hyas stammered and couldn't even squeeze out half a word, only uttering an extremely baffling apology to her. The conversation being cut short so abruptly made Nana incredibly annoyed. She pressed hard to get a clear answer. If the person opposite her weren't the prince, she wished she could just stab him right with her fork. Speak up, or else my mood is going to take a nosedive. Hyas bitterly rubbed his forehead. If I say it out loud, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. At the academy, I only want to forget about that matter as much as possible. For a moment, Nana was at a loss for words, not knowing how to reply. After that, Hyas picked up his tray and stood up to leave his seat. Since you're done eating, let's take a walk together. But Nana clearly saw that he hadn't put a single bite into his mouth. After disposing of his food tray, he flew right back to his old spot. So, are you done eating yet? Knowing Nana wasn't full yet, the prince decisively slumped onto the table to sleep. He buried his face in his arms until she finished her meal, never waking up once. Also since that day, Nana noticed Hyas becoming increasingly cold. The smile on his face gradually faded away, replaced by a murderous intent that was almost impossible to suppress. The foolishly straightforward prince of the past had just evaporated without a single goodbye. To clarify the whole story, Nana secretly asked someone to investigate the root of Hyas's business. But the result was a wild goose chase. According to the imperial myths, the first emperor ate a dragon's heart to obtain the peerless power of dark magic. However, unlike the holy magics of the Blanche family, dark magic is not something innate but requires a ring to provide the source of power in order to be used. In other words, even for a Hyas who focused solely on swordsmanship, as long as he grabbed that item, he could use dark magic with ease. But that object was originally a hereditary treasure of the royal family, and to monopolize this source of power forever, the royal family, internal affairs, still applied an inbreeding policy to this day. Could it be that because of this matter, Hyas developed doubts about his own origin? As for the specific root cause, Nana was also completely clueless. In her past life, she had always wanted to help her heavily scarred younger brother, firmly believing that she would definitely find a way to untangle things. Yet that boy always avoided and hid things from her. The answer received was always just, even if you help, it's completely useless. Mixed emotions suddenly surged in Nana's heart. She thought she and Hyas were close enough, but when pushed away by him at a critical moment, she still felt a bit hurt. In the swordsmanship class the next day, Nana still sparred with Hyas as usual. Strangely, this time his attacks were unusually ruthless. Every slash left Nana almost unable to defend herself. His empty, syrup-colored, eyes were overflowing with murderous intent, exactly as if he were projecting the shadow of someone else onto her body. Nana screamed out loud, trying to awaken Hyas's sanity, but it was no use. Getting annoyed, she was forced to use magic to buff herself. After successfully pushing back the prince, Nana thought the opponent was finally willing to cease fire. Who would have thought that the very next second, Hyas would explode into violence, beating a magic-buffed Nana to a pulp before she could even react. In the blink of an eye, watching the wooden sword crashing down toward her, Nana had already mentally prepared herself to take the hit. However, the expected pain didn't knock on her door. Only drops of syrup-like blood splattered down onto the ground. Bewildered, she flung her eyes open. What hit her view straight on was the dazzling white hair of Swan. He had used his own arm to block the blow for her. Seeing Nana almost invite disaster upon herself because of him, Hyas, after snapping out of it, was immediately engulfed by a mountain of guilt. The next day, he brought a bunch of popsicles to find her to apologize. The words, "I'm sorry," kept flowing non-stop from Hyas's mouth, making Nana feel a bit annoyed for a moment. To put it bluntly, she wasn't scratched at all. But anyway, she still gathered all the popsicles up, and after that, the two of them took a stroll while happily sucking on their popsicles. Even though the prince still kept his mouth shut like a clam, his state was clearly much better than yesterday. Regarding Hyas's refusal to confess, honestly, Nana was a bit uncomfortable. But she knew full well she shouldn't aggressively pry, because such an action could easily be judged as tactless nosiness. In her past life, when her parents passed away, the thing she hated the most was the aggressive questioning from people around her. Therefore, no matter how terrible Hyas's condition was, she didn't want to proactively trigger the broken memories of the other party. Thinking about how Hyas always used swordsmanship to vent his stress, the young girl started racking her brain, trying to find a way to prolong her sparring time with him. Right at this moment, Swan popped out of nowhere, stealthily tailing the two of them. Nana raised her eyebrows, turned back to ask what was up, and hearing that the other party wanted to eat ice cream, she threw him a popsicle. Strangely enough, Swan didn't rush to eat it, but instead cherished the popsicle in his hand, as if he had scored a priceless treasure. Later on, stemming from her worry for Hyas, Nana, always intentionally or unintentionally, monitored his every move. The unbelievable thing was that the current Hyas actually proactively went to apologize to others. She leaked every single detail of this matter to Cory, her heart full of anxiety that her own whereabouts would be exposed, because the feeling of being stared at and monitored by someone else is definitely an extremely frustrating experience. "So you traveled all the way here just to check on Hyas's condition?" Hearing her seatmate ask, Nana immediately snapped out of it. It had to be admitted that the stash of Cory was truly top tier. It almost made her completely forget the main point. Scanning around and not seeing any sign of Hyas in class, Cory whispered in her ear that he might have gone to the adjacent classroom. Swan's domain. Nana briskly strode through the hallway toward the classroom door, catching right on the scene of Hyas bothering a Swan who was fast asleep with his head slumped on the table. Being woken up, the face of the Blanche family's young master was incredibly grumpy. "I know Duke Blanche has ultimately thrown his hands up because there's no cure, but I still hope you can help me this once." Swan impatiently let out a long yawn. Just as he opened his mouth to refuse, his sharp gaze collided with Nana, who was peeking outside the door. The youth instantly bounced up, radiant. In Hyas's eyes, this was a crystal clear signal of agreement from the other party. He was moved to tears and voiced his gratitude. But who would have guessed that, in Swan's mind, at this very moment, it was completely filled with nothing but scoring points in Nana's eyes? By the time Swan questioned the specific time frame, the prince kept imagining that the other party seemed somewhat reluctant. Out of nowhere, Nana burst out. "If that's the case, then when can you lend a helping hand?" Looking at the speechless Hyas, the girl blinked slyly. "Since we're friends, then of course we have to help out." "So do you know about my situation, Nana?" Silenced for a brief moment, she then threw out a smokescreen, claiming that she knew a fair bit, fearing that if she confessed she didn't know, Hyas would shut the door on her and not let her follow. Hyas sighed helplessly, having no choice but to nod in compromise. "Besides, this journey might actually require a wizard as sharp as you." Finishing his sentence, he then took steps to submit an application to leave the palace. If nothing unexpected happened, they would weigh anchor tomorrow. The next day, Nana sat comfortably in the carriage, heading straight toward the Imperial Palace. The distance from the academy to the Imperial Palace wasn't very far. Before long, the silhouette of the towering black palace appeared outside the window frame. While free, she noticed Swan busy scribbling and drawing something. Suddenly, the youth handed the piece of paper in his hand over to her. It was a portrait of Nana. Too bad the drawing style was extremely abstract, to the point that she even suspected. This guy was deliberately trying to pick a fight and troll her. Just then, the shaking of the carriage also gradually braked. "We're here, let's get off." Hearing Hyas's call, the expressions of Nana and Swan instantly became solemn. In neighboring kingdoms, the color black was naturally a symbol of evil, darkness, and bone-chilling shadows. However, in this empire, the citizens were extremely fond of black. It all stemmed from the myth of the Black Dragon during the founding period. Therefore, anyone carrying the royal bloodline would, by default, at birth, possess black hair and pitch-black eyes. Nana's grandmother was once a biological princess of the empire, so her ultra-sister Khan older brother Helen was extremely lucky to inherit the exact trait of pure black eyes. No wonder wherever he goes, he always receives sweet treatment. Mentioning this made Nana feel uncomfortable in her heart again. Her pint-sized appearance wasn't as good-looking as her younger brother, Carrie's, so she just had to live with it. But why on earth couldn't she inherit even a tiny bit of that black hair gene? Nana could only blame it on her bad luck. Following Hyas's lead, the whole group headed into a pitch-black alleyway. The prince clicked a mechanism, and a hidden door slowly slid open. Deep down, Nana couldn't help but have her ultimate curiosity piqued. What on earth was worth Hyas hiding it so carefully? Noticing the prince clumsily fumbling around to light a candle in the dark, Nana quickly cast a lighting spell. The light flared up, revealing a room clearly right before her eyes. Inside, there was nothing except a massive spatial magic circle. The scale of a magic circle is always directly proportional to the effectiveness of the magic, so Nana temporarily didn't dare to imagine the terrifying power of this thing. Next, the prince ordered the two of them to step into the center of the magic circle, then pulled out a bottle containing a special magic solution from his coat and poured it straight down. This type of essence was actually magic power in liquid form, allowing people who originally didn't have magic power like Hyas to use magic. Along with a blinding golden light bursting out radiantly, the ground beneath their feet suddenly felt like water crashing down. Nana was so moved by that wondrous scene that she was left speechless and at a loss for words. By the time she snapped out of it, she found herself slumped on the floor. Looking around, this was an extremely cozy room, but she was certain this place must be an artificial pocket dimension, because the real sky at this moment should have already been flooded with the night's starlight. Right at this moment, Nana noticed there was someone else's presence in the room. It was a woman. Around middle-aged with light brown hair, her face was extremely haggard, yet she exuded an extraordinary beauty. Swan helped Nana up from the ground. Hyas hurriedly stepped forward to greet the woman. But the moment he got just a little bit closer, her face immediately became filled with ultimate panic. Ear-piercing screams flooded into Nana's ears one after another. "You cursed black-haired brat, drop dead out of my sight." For some unknown reason, the woman displayed a fierce hostility aimed straight at Hyas. In the end, knowing herself to be completely powerless, she could only huddle and curl up in the corner of the wall, trembling violently. The prince seemed to be all too familiar with this scene. He bit his lip, turning to ask Nana to change his hair color to light brown. Sure enough, the woman's state visibly calmed down. He tenderly helped her onto the bed to rest. Seeing Hyas's sincere and dedicated demeanor in taking care of the other party, Nana finally understood the reason he went to dye his hair. However, following this line of reasoning, who on earth was the person lying on the bed? Once things were handled, it was finally Swan's turn to take the stage. He advised Hyas not to harbor too high of hopes. Finishing his words, he immediately cast a spell and got to work treating the woman on the bed. Based on the situation just now, Nana already had a guess in her heart about that woman's identity. But at this moment, she had to act as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the woman went wild again, screaming out of control. But the sequence of sounds uttered made Nana freeze. She subconsciously looked over at the prince standing beside her. "Look at your expression. Could it be that the truth is even more shocking than you anticipated?" "Yes, it's exactly what you just heard. I wasn't actually born from the queen. The person lying on that bed is my real mother." Hearing Hyas's true background, Nana was completely stunned for a moment. Turns out, he wasn't the queen's biological child at all. Because the queen was infertile, she could only borrow another woman's womb to bear a child. And ironically, the current Queen Sienna, back then, was jealous of Calado's beauty, and envied her happy appearance beside her lover. Therefore, she deliberately chose Calado as a tool. Later on, Calado was forced to bear a child for the emperor, and that child was Hyas. Nana couldn't have imagined that Hyas would tell her a secret as classified as this. But at the same time, she was curious and didn't understand how he found out the truth. Just as Nana predicted, the initial Hyas absolutely knew nothing at all. To hide his identity, the emperor and the queen placed Calado under house arrest. Not until the queen suddenly got pregnant and gave birth to two princes was she allowed to see the light of day. After that, the queen obviously neglected and turned a cold shoulder to Hyas. Because of this, Hyas was plunged into gloom for a long period of time. As for Kalado, from the moment she left her place of confinement, she frequently went to Hyas's room to play, giving him all the care that the queen had never bestowed. Upon learning the reason Hyas was ignored was due to the birth of the two princes, Kalado's face instantly darkened. But Hyas at that time was completely devoted to catching the queen's attention, straining to study hard in hopes that she would look at him with a different eye. Hearing this, Kalado not only didn't object, but even encouraged him to showcase his talent in swordsmanship class. Clearly, Hyas had no idea Kalado was his birth mother, but in his heart, he had long regarded her as a real mother. Every night, Kalado would tell stories to Hyas. Clearly, she had more than enough time to escape, but out of care for Hyas, she chose to stay. And ever since learning the truth about his origin, Hyas made up his mind to become the emperor to demand justice for his mother. And this was also the exact reason that drove him to focus insanely on swordsmanship training. Only this path wasn't as arduous as Nana thought, but conversely, because it was too simple. As Hyas's strength grew higher by the day, he suddenly became the biggest stumbling block for the succession of the two princes. To pull the weed out by its roots, the queen secretly bribed his swordsmanship teacher. The guy Hyas asked Nana to investigate during the last holiday was that exact person. Recalling the scenes of studying together before, Nana couldn't have imagined even in her dreams that there would be this dramatic outcome. The reason they changed swordsmanship teachers this semester was because that guy took advantage of Hyas practicing his sword to secretly inflict the queen's dark magic upon him. With her status as a wizard, Kalado obviously detected it, so she secretly transferred the dark magic into her own body. Hyas resented himself for not discovering it sooner. On the contrary, the queen went one step ahead, catching wind of Kalado's whereabouts and ordering the teacher to eliminate her. Everything after that, thanks to the help of Nana. Hyas successfully dealt with that treacherous teacher, while simultaneously bringing his mother to this secret space. The catch was, being someone without a single drop of magic power to back himself up, Nana was a bit bewildered, not understanding how the prince managed to conjure up a miracle of this scale. Turns out, even before that, to serve the purpose of inheriting the throne, Hyas had started contacting Marquis Devazat. He was not only Cory's father, but at the same time a colleague and friend of Kalado. Therefore, Hyas was very at ease in trusting her, and right when Nana firmly believed that as long as the treatment was handled, everything would be perfect, Hyas was actually prepared for his mother's departure. He knew full well the curse on her body had taken root too deeply. Furthermore, the holy magic of the Blanche family could by no means dispel dark magic. The effect of dark magic is to weaken the body, thereby moving on to destroying the opponent's mind. Up until now, his mother still couldn't escape her most painful memories, which was why she only retained the hatred toward the collapse of her marriage and toward the royal family, wiping clean all the memories accumulated with him. The sole wish of Hyas right now was that his mother, in her final moments, even if just a little bit, could remember him. At this point, Nana finally understood the cause that made Hyas's personality twisted in the original novel. Suddenly, Nana noticed Swan hitting a bottleneck. Kalado continuously used magic power. To resist the youth's holy magic, Nana just casually adjusted the flow of the magic power a little bit. And in a flash, the holy magic took effect. Hyas immediately rushed over to ask about his mother affectionately. Nana, also taking the opportunity, reverted his hair back to its original black color. Kalado's voice was far too weak, so Hyas couldn't hear it very clearly. The woman on the bed had to muster all her strength to scream, telling him to stop bothering her. For a moment, Nana's group couldn't help but be left speechless. Under Nana's assistance, Swan successfully cured the mental issue for Kalado. From then on, every day after school, Nana would come find her to tell her about Hyas's appearance at school. When hearing the recording that captured the prince's cringe confession to Hestia, back in their freshman year, Kalado laughed so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Actually, those goosebump-inducing cheesy words all originated from Kalado herself, because every night the stories she read to him were all romantic love novels. Right when Kalado was listening with absolute immersion, Hyas just happened to return from outside. Kalado glanced at him and immediately replayed the content of the audio recording once more. Hyas's face flushed red with embarrassment. He snatched the recording magic tool and questioned Nana about what the hell this thing was. Nana, feeling guilty, explained that she didn't do it on purpose. It was just a coincidence. Kalado, with her sharp eyes, caught sight of this recording. Don't make up so many excuses. If I remember correctly, I ordered you to delete that from ages ago, didn't I? Or do you no longer want to join the Night Order? Right at this moment, Swan also returned. He swung a kick, sending the prince who was blocking the way at the door flying outside, then walked straight over to Kalado to ask about her health condition lately. At the same time, he cast magic on her again to prevent her from having to suffer pain due to her weakened body. Hyas couldn't have dreamed that Swan would be this enthusiastic. Regarding this, the white-haired youth only casually dropped a line that he simply couldn't turn a blind eye to a patient. That's all. Of course, Nana and Hyas didn't buy that weak excuse at all. Swan stepped closer to Nana and explained in a low voice. Actually, he felt that Hyas, back when Kalado lost her memory, was incredibly pitiful. After all, having your most important person unable to remember you is indeed an extremely tragic thing. Nana didn't expect Swan to be able to utter such decent, reasonable, and understanding words. Hearing his extremely sincere attitude, it seemed that regarding Hyas' situation, he also felt a deep sense of empathy. Outside the room was an endless, stretching sea of flowers. The scenery here was designed based on Kalado's hometown. Nana intended to weave a flower crown to present to her. Even though everyone knew Kalado's time was running out, Nana still felt a bit sad, hoping she could do something to make her happier. Perhaps she could draw a magic circle to summon food? After all, the first thing Kalado did after snapping out of it was look for food. She couldn't help but marvel that both Hyas and his mother were truly strong. At this time, Hyas stepped up to ask Nana what she was doing. She explained that because she heard him say his mother really liked flowers, she wanted to make a flower crown to give her. A wave of emotion welled up in Hyas' heart. He sat down next to her and voiced his thanks. Lately, even when I'm not around, you always come to visit her. Because her time was running out, how painful must this ultimate parting of life and death actually be? Nana also understood this incredibly deeply. If one waits until later to suddenly remember they need to do something, then it really is far too late. Nana, what's wrong with you? Hyas' suddenly raised voice gave her a start. Your eyes are all red. Nana hurriedly denied it, claiming that pollen must have blown into her eyes. After that, the two of them fell into silence. Hyas didn't say a word, just staring straight at Nana like that. He reached out his hand to pat her head. If you run into any difficulties, you can tell me at any time. I will exhaust all my strength to help you. Right at this moment, Swan abruptly appeared behind the two of them, mumbling in annoyance while plucking clean the flower petals in his hand. Finally, reaching his limit, he rushed up and punched Hyas. At the same time, Kalado inside the room just carried a quiet smile, watching the three of them through the window frame. When Nana went back inside the room, she discovered Kalado collapsed flat on the floor. She anxiously stepped up to ask about the situation. The other party slowly expressed that her limbs were just a bit numb and tired. After that, she spread both arms and asked Nana to carry her on her back. Nana struggled for a while before managing to carry Kalado outside. As soon as she sat down, she proactively initiated a flower tea party. This sea of flowers is indeed a perfect replica of my hometown. Though there is no real ocean and sky, this much is enough to prove the dedication of the prince. Therefore, Nana, what do you think of my boy Hyas? He's radiantly handsome, capable, and even the prince. He's truly the top priority choice to be a husband. Nana shook her head frantically to show her refusal. Kalado seemed to have anticipated this. Amidst the flower petals gently drifting in the wind, she said a phrase to Nana. Hearing that content, Nana was temporarily stunned. Upon understanding the words she uttered, she truly realized the deep affection that Kalado held for her son. Right at this moment, Hyas yelled loudly from afar, "Mother!" Mom, stop telling Nana about my embarrassing childhood history. While the mother and son bickered, Nana stood quietly to one side, silently watching Kalado. After that event, Kalado's lower body became paralyzed, leaving her completely unable to walk. Hyas decisively left school to spend the whole day by his mother's side. Nana also assisted in erasing all relevant information about him from the hands of the Imperial Intelligence, so that he could peacefully accompany her during her final moments. Every day after school, Nana and Swan would come visit Kalado. Time quietly slipped away. Exactly as Hyas had said, Kalado loved flowers just as much as she loved food. Most of the time, she would sit peacefully in the midst of that vast sea of flowers. Having just returned from school, Nana scanned around but didn't see any sign of Hyas anywhere. Kalado explained that she had sent him on an errand, and as she spoke, she presented Nana with a necklace woven from flowers. Not only that, she also prepared some for the others. The purple one was for Swan, and the radiant yellow one was reserved for Cory. Even though she had never met the magic boy, rumors had it that he was the prince's roommate, and also a very well-behaved child. Thank you so much for becoming Hyas's friend, Nana. Her words were filled with deep gratitude for her. But Nana detected that her complexion was terrible. She was just about to help Kalado back to her room, but the moment she touched her hand, she froze in shock. Right at this moment, Hyas returned, bringing Kalado her old clothes from before. Coming along with him was Swan. Kalado then presented the 2 flower crowns to them. Why on earth do you have to give one to a guy like Swan? Do you have an issue with that, mother? For a crown prince, you sure are narrow-minded. Suddenly, Kalado called out, telling Hyas to stop. I want to leave this place. I want to see the outside world, to gaze at my hometown. Hyas instinctively refused. With your current body, mother, it's completely impossible to go outside. Kalado repeated that wish once more. This time, Hyas seemed to have guessed something. Panic immediately showed clearly on his face. In the end, it was Nana who made the decision for him. Let's set out right now. Just earlier, she had discovered Kalado's hands were freezing cold. Therefore, she understood that they had to seize every single second right now. After that, the group used a teleportation magic circle to quickly reach Kalado's hometown. This was a beautiful village, famous for being flooded with fresh flowers. All around, one could see countless flowers blooming radiantly alongside the boundless ocean. Nana's group brought Kalado up the hillside, where the sea breeze blew gently and pleasantly under the warm golden sunshine. That day, Kalado asked Swan to cast the strongest pain relief magic on her. As the sun sank completely out of sight without anyone noticing, she tightly embraced Nana and Swan. The few of them sat quietly on the hillside, watching the sunset fall. Finally, Kalado rested her head on Hyas's shoulder and peacefully, slowly closed her eyes. In reality, Kalado had long since accepted her own death with equanimity. Back at the secret base, she had left her final words for Nana, hoping she could take more care of the prince in the future, frequently taking him out to play together. I hope that after I pass away, Hyas will be so busy that he has no time to breathe. That way, he won't notice the emptiness I left behind. When locking eyes with Kalado, Nana felt that she didn't mind at all. Her demeanor was so natural, showing no signs of lingering attachment. The truth was, ever since getting pregnant with Hyas, she had always intended to seek death. Though she couldn't achieve love with her dream lover, later on she found another kind of love from her biological son. That love had sustained her up until today. Therefore, she was very happy to be able to die in place of Hyas. To her, this was like an act of atonement for having hated that child in the past. On the day of Kalado's burial, the rain poured heavily. Nana's group, one by one, placed the fresh, beautiful flowers in their hands down before the tombstone. Despite the heavy rain, not a single person held an umbrella. Tears and rainwater blended together, just like that. Cory held the only umbrella over the stone monument. Hyas knelt alone before the grave, asking, at least in her final moments, Mother lived very happily, right? Nana nodded. Sometimes, forcing oneself to live on is even more painful than death. Being able to depart at one's happiest moment is also an infinite blessing. This was what Kalado had personally told Nana. By the time she returned to the academy completely exhausted, that uneasy feeling still clung to her without letting go. She recalled Kalado's advice. On Mount Oberon, located right next to the school, she had once sensed an oppression identical to dark magic. This couldn't help but make Nana incredibly curious. What on earth was hidden on that mountain? Since the day Kalado passed away, Nana's group returned to their academy life. Lately, Nana had been secretly observing Hyas's condition. From the moment he left the dormitory in the morning until he dozed off after swordsmanship class in the afternoon, Nana was exactly like a stalker, lurking in every nook and cranny of his life. Suddenly, Hestia spoke up, breaking the silence. Nana, what are you doing here? Nana made up an excuse, explaining that she was observing plant growth. Calculating the time, it's almost time for club activities. I'll head out first. Returning to the club, Nana breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that Kalado could finally close her eyes in peace. The current Hyas was living very well, and it's also incredibly prosperous and complete. At this moment, she noticed Cory was sleeping on the sofa. Nana tiptoed over, fearing she might wake him up. Who would have thought the youth would suddenly speak up and call her back? Just rest and relax today, push the club activities aside. Turns out you weren't sleeping? I just lay down and was getting ready to sleep. As he spoke, Cory pulled back the blanket. How about it? Want to lie down together? I'm no longer a kid. Hearing Nana's refusal, Cory subconsciously mumbled to himself. What a pity. But I think Nana just being cute is more than enough. Stop saying weird things and go to sleep. Nana quietly gazed at Cory's peaceful sleeping face. Without her realizing it, that genius youth had matured a whole lot. Along with that growth, his facial expression no longer kept the aggressive, fierce look from when he was a kid. Nana at this time also decided to take a nap. Hearing this, Cory immediately used levitation magic to soar up into the air, yielding the sofa and even thoughtfully handing her a blanket. Nana was a bit curious, not knowing exactly how many blankets this guy actually had. Every time she saw one, it was always a fruit and vegetable pattern, and especially, they never repeated. Cory, in a half-awake, drowsy state, replied, "Because I'm a pretty picky eater, my parents saw me crouching over snacks all day, so they thought of a way to give me blankets printed with healthy food items to replace them. Out of nowhere, I unexpectedly accumulated this many." It sounded like a warm, lovely family, but Nana found it very strange. In the original novel, Cory's parents clearly only buried their heads in research, completely neglecting him, and were even cold and indifferent regarding his birthday. Perhaps because Cory's personality became more open, it had influenced and changed them as well. In the afternoon, Nana went to meet Eves. Seeing him, she was truly speechless, because this cunning guy was always bragging to her, showing off what the dog named Nana at his house had been up to. Every single time Nana could only close her eyes and force herself to praise that the dog was cute. "What kind of expression is that, sister? Could it be that you're jealous?" Finishing his sentence, the guy immediately spread his arms and tightly hugged her. "But don't you worry. The person I treasure the most is still only you, Nana. The shampoo scent on you smells really nice too." Nana instantly flared up. Without even getting permission, this guy actually dared to suddenly pull a perverted move. How strange. Last time when Nana licked me, she clearly looked very happy. Nana was almost driven mad by anger. She loudly ordered the merchant group boss to quickly change the dog's name immediately. After that incident, Eves handed her a commission. To Nana, this was a safe job with generous pay. As for Eves, this was one of the few opportunities where he could meet the girl. Even though Nana didn't care at all about encountering this psycho, she still voiced her thanks. "Then how about I transfer this commission to someone else? This kind of high-paying job is hard to find." Next, Eves shoved an item into her hand. It was a magic tool that would release a shocking bolt of electricity just by pressing the button. "In a bit, some random guy carrying a pink book will definitely come find you. At that time, remember to press the button. Don't hesitate at all." Before Nana could understand head or tail of it, Eves had already waved goodbye to her and got the hell out. Afterward, on her way back, Nana unluckily ran into Swan and Hyas. The two of them seemed to be rehearsing some kind of script. Pressing his hand against the wall, after that say, "You can't escape me." "Do you even understand the meaning of that?" Hyas let out a helpless sigh. "You don't even understand this? This is truly the price to pay for not reading romance novels when you were a kid. Even though I don't get the reason why you're suddenly interested in this matter, even if I explain it, I'm afraid not a single word will enter your ears." At this moment, Nana sharply noticed that in the hands of the young master of the Blanche family, he was holding a pink book. Right after that, a deafening noise rang out. Swan was seen smashing the wall right behind Hyas's back to pieces with a palm strike. "Baby, you no longer have any way to escape from me. How about it? Did your heart skip a beat yet?" Hyas was choked up, not knowing how to respond. "Let's swap. Let me role model it for you to see." Nana, listening from the outside, completely turned to stone. When on earth did her friends degenerate into this kind of state? Good grief. Who could have ever guessed that the confession skills Swan painstakingly practiced in Nana's eyes would turn into a new style of school bullying? The story started when Nana was on her way back to the club. She was lugging 2 massive boxes of components to expand the model of Mount Oberon, but their weight was much heavier than she imagined. Right at that time, Cory happened to pass by. Knowing Nana was struggling with the club props, he proactively used levitation magic to help share the burden for her. On the way, the two of them accidentally discussed Mount Oberon. Cory noticed that lately, the magical beasts on the mountain had been acting very abnormally. The deeper they went, inside, the more irritable and aggressive they became, even exhibiting behaviors completely beyond anticipation. Nana also vaguely realized this problem, but she clicked her tongue and assumed it was probably because deep in the forest lacks light, which is why the magical beasts are more sensitive than usual. The two of them agreed to go scout inside together during the next magical beast subjugation. Nana suddenly recalled the advice of the former royal mage, Kalado, about absolutely having to be careful with Mount Oberon. But thinking it over, with Prince Hyas and Cory tag-teaming along, she was confident that no major incident would occur. As they were walking, a figure blocked their path. It was Swan. He was holding a bright pink book in his hand, his face showing clear hesitation and reluctance as he looked at Nana. Seeing the shady atmosphere, Cory guessed Swan had something private to say, so he tactfully made an excuse to head out first, promising to wait for Nana at the club. The moment Cory was out of sight, an overwhelming sense of dread welled up in Nana's heart. She thought Swan had just finished beating up the prince, and now his hands were itching to bully her next. "Do you have something to say?" Nana asked warily. Contrary to her anxiety, Swan's face twisted into a scowl as if he were threatening someone, but his mouth flatly recited cheesy love poetry, with a dry tone like an elementary student reciting a lesson. Your eyes sparkle like a falling galaxy, making the countless stars in the high sky look dim and gloomy. Nana completely froze, totally clueless. Seeing her lack of reaction, Swan frantically flipped through the small notebook to quickly find another line. "Every time I blink, I am terrified. Terrified of missing a single expression of yours." Not far away, Cory, who hadn't actually left, overheard everything and couldn't stop himself from rolling on the ground laughing. Nana was still lagging, completely oblivious to the current situation, only firmly believing that this was definitely some bizarre psychological torture method that Swan had just invented. Meeting Nana's bewildered gaze, Swan was so embarrassed that he didn't dare look straight at her. His face flushed red, he turned away and mumbled to himself, "Why did you have to grow up so beautiful? Wouldn't it be better if you stayed normal like before?" With that, out of sheer embarrassment, Swan swung his hand, shredding the romance guidebook to pieces, and abruptly changed the subject to mundane daily life stuff. He complained that participating in the psychological counseling club lately was boring, and wanted to apply to transfer to Nana's club. Nana didn't understand why this guy's logic skipped ahead so fast, but school regulations required participating for a full year before transferring, so she had to refuse his request. A few days later, the annual magical beast subjugation festival arrived. While the other squads were struggling and fighting for their lives, Nana's group leisurely completed their assigned quota. Even so, Prince Hyas also had to admit that this year's subjugation was much tougher than usual. The power of the magical beasts seemed to have been buffed. Nana planned to go deeper, inside later to investigate the cause, so she invited Hyas to go along. The prince agreed immediately, but his eyes darted toward the guy going wild in the distance. "Is that psycho coming with us too?" Swan was seen frantically swinging his weapon, wiping out magical beasts like an untiring chopping machine. No one expected that the magical beasts becoming stronger would stimulate the battle instincts of this battle maniac. Waiting until Swan had entertained himself enough, the four of them finally flew deep into Mount Abron together. Under Cory's guidance, Nana used vision-enhancing magic and discovered a dark, gloomy trail of black miasma converging and floating in the deep forest. The moment they stepped into the boundary of that area, the whole group instantly sensed the abnormality. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. There wasn't a single bird chirping or beast roaring, only the sound of the wind whistling through the leaves, making their hair stand on end. Swan frowned in annoyance, wanting to end this quickly, because the smell here reminded him of the bad breath of the dorm manager. Nana also shuddered, so she suggested splitting up to make it quick. Very soon, she realized this place was not only shrouded in darkness, reducing visibility, but the air was also thick with oppressive waves of magic. Still, she couldn't find the root of the problem. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice whispered in Nana's ear. She turned around startled, but only saw Cory and the prince standing there. Cory thought she must have mistaken the growling of a magical beast for a human voice before his words could finish. A stream of pitch-black magic flashed right next to Cory. A massive magical beast opened its fanged mouth and sucked him in. Nana reached out her hand to stop it, but it was too late. The giant monster snatched Cory in an instant. Nana's heart seemed to skip a beat as she witnessed the silhouette of her friend being bitten to shreds by the sharp teeth. But Swan nonchalantly pulled Nana's sleeve, telling her not to worry. Turns out, in that split second, Cory had used levitation magic to escape the magical beast was frantically tearing apart was just his uniform, Hyas, and Swan saw this and even gathered around to mock him. With such slow reflexes, why didn't you just stand there and let it chew you up? Seeing Cory safe and sound, Nana breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't understand why he was still standing frozen in place. She quickly called out to him to fall back before the monster noticed. Using her sharp observation skills, Cory discovered an interesting phenomenon. He instantly used magic to snatch the crown prince's cloak and threw it straight toward the demonic beast. Sure enough, the monster reacted extremely violently to the Academy's subjugation uniform. They were standing right before its eyes, but it ignored them and channeled all its hatred into a single cloak. Swan once again put his toxic-tongued instinct to use, probably because you guys' meat smells too bad, so it doesn't even want to eat it. Crown Prince Hyas only then had a sudden realization. He recalled during previous subjugation trips, the demonic beasts almost always actively targeted him first. Initially, he thought it was just a random risk, but connecting the dots now, that wasn't the case. Granted, the deeper the demonic beasts are, the more aggressive they get, but this kind of frantic, mindless targeting of a uniform was the first time they had ever witnessed it. Nana decided to capture it to bring back for research. She used a magic ball, the very thing used to lock Hyas up when they were kids, to seal the monster away. Going through many years of hunting, she vaguely realized a truth. The demonic beasts were becoming increasingly brutal, and corresponding to that, the Academy's sweeping operations were also getting harsher day by day. She began to suspect all of this was due to deliberate manipulation from the school's side. Suddenly, that strange voice from earlier rang out by her ear again. This time, Nana heard it very clearly. She was 100% sure it didn't come from those three. Her heart hammered continuously, her face stiffening with tension, while Swan had already lost his patience and urged everyone to go back. That voice continued to echo in her head. Following the sound, Nana discovered a small piece of paper tied to a tree branch. The next second, she hurriedly cast her eyes straight down, not daring to look any further out of fear. Realizing she was just hypnotized, like by some sort of force manipulating her mind, she intended to play it off as if nothing happened, inviting everyone to quickly go back to the school to sleep, but her body completely lost control. It automatically walked back in the opposite direction and bizarrely climbed up the tree with agility. The Crown Prince thought she was putting on a comedy act, so he mocked, "Hey, orange-haired monkey, if you wanted to make me laugh, you've succeeded." Swan, being thick-skinned, stood below clapping and cheering, while only Cory worriedly reminded her to be careful. Only now did Nana bitterly realize she was being controlled by a mysterious force. Right when she reached out and untied the piece of paper, Nana instantly regained control of her body. She jumped down to the ground, opening the paper to see. On it were merely 4 words. "Cheryl, please save him." Nana didn't understand the purpose of this note, but she had a strangely familiar feeling. Seeing Nana's face turn pale, Cory stepped forward and asked what was written on it. Just as Nana showed the paper, a pitch-black magic circle suddenly appeared on the paper's surface. Flames burst out, incinerating the piece of paper in the blink of an eye. The flames, carrying an ominous magic power, immediately spread along her arm and enveloped Nana's entire body. The terrifying accident sent all 3 boys into a total panic. They rushed over frantically to check if she was burned or injured anywhere, but Nana felt completely normal, without any pain at all, as if nothing had ever happened. Swan wasn't reassured and repeatedly spammed healing magic on her, but couldn't find any wounds. Nana smiled to reassure everyone, but the moment Crown Prince Hyas's eyes landed on the back of her left hand, the color completely drained from his face. He lunged over and grabbed her hand tightly upon clearly seeing the shape of the magic circle branded on it. His eyes were filled with despair, unable to accept the reality. He kept muttering, "Why? Why is it like this?" Right after that, the magic circle gradually faded and then completely vanished before everyone's eyes. Nana was about to open her mouth to comfort them, but the 3 boys had already scrambled into action. Cory immediately drew a teleportation circle back to the school, while the confused Crown Prince grabbed Swan, asking if there were any clues. Replying to him was Swan's furious roar, "Shut your mouth right now!" Nana could be in danger at any moment. However, the person involved, Nana, was extremely calm. Intuition told her that this magic circle wouldn't harm her. She looked at their panic and confusion. The Crown Prince tremblingly spoke to let her know the harsh truth. He was more familiar with that magic circle than anyone else, because that was exactly the dark magic that had taken his mother's life. Knowing Nana was hit by a dark magic curse, the 3 male leads were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Cory quickly activated the teleportation circle, sending Nana straight to the Academy's infirmary. After a period of discussion and research, Swan and Cory concluded that this was not the same type of curse magic as former Mage Calado's. Relying on his superhuman memory, Cory redrew the original dark magic circle and gave it to the other 2. The 3 decided to split up to look for clues. Even though they had personally checked Nana's health over 10 times, every few seconds they would still swarm around her and ask about her condition. Nana only sneezed slightly, and the 3 guys frantically pulled out all sorts of medicine to force her to drink. Unable to stand this excessive overprotection anymore, Nana bluntly kicked all 3 of them out. In reality, she felt her body was as light as a feather. The magic power inside her even seemed to become abundant and pure. After being tormented for a whole long day, Nana intended to head back to the dormitory to sleep early, but halfway there, she caught Cory whispering secretly with Eves. Nana tiptoed to hide in the corner of the wall to eavesdrop. Turns out Cory had hired Eves, to investigate all figures involved with dark magic. The most shocking thing was that this time, the tycoon, Eve actually didn't demand a single penny of compensation. Nana even thought he had taken the wrong medicine. But right after that, she heard him drop a speechless closing line. Since this is a matter involving Nana as an older brother, it's only natural that I lend a hand. Speaking of dark magic, Eves had a slight impression of it. He remembered that a very long time ago, Marquis de Vizat used to research deeply into this field and had close connections with Mount Oberon. Cory's expression turned strange. Marquis de Vizat was exactly his biological father, but he had never heard of this matter. Eves didn't bother to answer the question, only reaching out to pat Cory's head, telling him to take good care of Nana. As for information, he would handle it. The conversation ended. Nana was about to turn around and leave when she was blocked by Eves. "Where are you planning to go? Back to the dormitory? Let me take you back." Nana politely declined, but Eves had absolutely no intention of backing down. His gaze looking at her gradually became heavy and serious. "Cory said you were hit by dark magic. What on earth was written on that piece of paper?" Nana made up a lie to deceive him. She didn't intend to tell any of the four of them because clearly, the person who left the paper didn't want a third party to know. "If that's the case, your body is fine, right?" Eves's voice was a bit strained. Nana still replied casually. Eves sank into deep thought, his tone completely losing its usual confidence, replaced instead by a sincere advice, telling her if there was anything unusual, she must immediately let him know. Because in his heart right now, Nana's safety was more important than anything else. Recalling the past when the two of them cooperated to overthrow the merchant group, just because the old merchant boss, his father, threatened to turn Nana into a specimen, Eves had without a single hesitation taken the old man's life with his own hands. Before meeting Nana, he considered revenge his sole purpose in life. But only now did he suddenly realize that compared to revenge, protecting Nana was the true meaning of his life. So absolutely do not let yourself get hurt. Never put yourself in a dangerous situation. Got it? While Nana was still frozen because of Eves's sudden confession, he leaned down and placed a gentle, fleeting kiss on her forehead. By the time Nana snapped out of it, his silhouette had already melted into the night. She reached her hand to lightly touch the spot that was just kissed, her mind a mess of thoughts about the hidden meaning behind those words. Returning to her room, Nana lay her back down on the bed. Although her whole body was exhausted, she tossed and turned, unable to catch any sleep. The moment she closed her eyes, she discovered the whole world around her was submerged in a thick black color. She thought she was dreaming, but her consciousness was incredibly awake. Right at that moment, the magic circle on her left hand glowed radiantly, converging into a guiding beam of light, urging her to walk forward. The further she stepped, the more the light radiated, enveloping her entire body, revealing the scenery of a familiar classroom. She was gathering her thoughts to see if she had dozed off in class when Cory's voice rang out from behind. Nana turned around with joyful excitement, intending to say hello, but Cory's gaze pierced right through her body. Staring straight ahead, he treated her like an invisible speck of dust. Nana didn't understand head or tail of it, thinking her sudden appearance had displeased him. But even though she did all kinds of monkey business in front of Cory, he still didn't bother giving her a single glance. Not until Nana accidentally slipped and fell with a thud onto the floor did she bitterly realize the truth. She could have just used levitation magic anyway, which meant this was a dreamscape. Luckily, Cory didn't see her ridiculous look when she fell. At that time, a male student entered the classroom, seemingly wanting to ask Cory for some kind of favor. Nana recognized him as the department head of the magic club, so right now was club activity hours. According to regulations, students were strictly required to participate, so this department head came to beg Cory to join everyone, but Cory flatly refused on the grounds that going there would only be for sleeping. Seeing the other guy still hesitating to leave, Cory's face immediately darkened, unleashing merciless words to kick the guest out. "If there's nothing else, please beat it." That male student was scared pale, awkwardly apologized, and got the hell out. Nana suddenly realized, isn't this the setting of the original novel? In the original story, Cory was indeed a member of the Magic Club. This version of Cory wasn't wearing the friendship earring presented by her at all. His personality was also cold, isolated, and arrogant, a whole world apart from the warm, food-loving friend she knew before. Nana had also dreamed of memory fragments from the original novel before. Looking at Cory, burying his head on the table sleeping, a mischievous idea popped up in Nana's head. She grabbed a pen and began doodling all over his notebook. Who would have thought that the moment she put the pen down, Cory suddenly raised his head, making Nana startle and drop the pen. Even though Cory couldn't see her at such a close distance, Nana could clearly feel every single breath of his, gazing up close at the refined, resolute lines of his face. The distance was so close that the two of them almost touched lips. Cory had just woken up, blankly staring at the notebook. He completely didn't remember opening it, let alone understanding where this bizarre drawing came from. After a moment of thought, seemingly having guessed the culprit behind this prank, he pulled out a communication device to call Eves. Nana curiously leaned her ear close, intending to eavesdrop on what these two ringleaders were plotting, but the sound kept crackling, making it impossible to hear clearly. Suddenly, darkness once again swept over and swallowed her up. When she opened her eyes, Nana found herself lying on her familiar bed in the dormitory. Hajin was currently standing with hands on hips right at the head of the bed, holding out a projection magic tool, showing her the entire look of her tossing and turning like a stranded fish during her sleep talking. Nana, turning her embarrassment into anger, immediately used magic to blow up that shameful piece of evidence. After Hajin left, Nana sank into deep thought about the strange dream last night. Calling it a dream wasn't quite right. It felt more like an actual real-life experience. It was so realistic that she woke up feeling as if she hadn't caught a wink of sleep at all. At this moment, the dark magic on her hand reacted again, pumping mana into her body to recover her stamina. This bizarre phenomenon made Nana, who always kept an optimistic mindset, also began to feel a spark of anxiety. After class, Nana walked side by side with Hestia in the hallway. As a consequence of the sleepless night, Nana was utterly exhausted, her mind floating in the clouds, so she only answered half-heartedly. While walking, she accidentally slammed into a person coming from the opposite direction. Nana was just about to reach out her hand to help them up when the opponent aggressively scolded her for walking without bringing her eyes along. Though she didn't understand why this girl was flaring up with such a temper, Nana still politely bowed her head to apologize. While bending down to help pick up the dropped books, Nana suddenly realized this girl's identity. Turns out this was exactly Vish, Cory's precious younger sister. At this time, Vish also noticed Hestia standing nearby. If this was the renowned Academy Queen Hestia, then the short, blonde girl walking next to her definitely could only be one person. "Sister, are you Sister Sharena?" Vish excitedly cried out. When seeing Nana nod in confirmation, Vish jumped up and down in joy. Nana didn't expect to run into Cory's younger sister in this half-laughing, half-crying situation, and even got mistaken by the girl right away as her future sister-in-law. Cory had once opened up that Vish had lived in luxury since childhood, acting sour and tough on the outside, but in reality, her inner self was very fragile, so he was very worried about his younger sister's academy life. Nana knew they would face each other one day, but she didn't expect it to be this fast. She leaned close to whisper Vish's identity to Hestia. Vish by now had completely recognized Nana, totally forgetting her arrogant attitude from earlier. "You really are Sister Sharena. You look even smaller and cuter than I imagined." This straight-up, blunt remark didn't sound like words coming from the mouth of a noble young lady at all. Vish didn't seem to realize she had just slipped up. She quickly wiped her hands on her skirt and then excitedly grabbed Nana's hands tightly. "Be my sister-in-law in the future, okay? If you marry my older brother, then I'll marry your older brother Karis too." Vish's closing punchline made both Nana and Hestia freeze for 5 seconds. Hestia glared at Nana with an expression carrying daggers, as if wanting to eat her alive and swallow her whole. "When did you secretly cheat on me behind my back?" Hearing that, Nana hurriedly and completely denied it. Hestia then turned around to warn Vish not to talk nonsense. Nana wondered if her little brother Karis knew about this body-selling matter. Vish beat her chest and swore with absolute confidence that no matter what she did, Karis would also agree, just as Nana was secretly rejoicing over solving the bachelor problem for her little brother. Vish let out a long sigh. "Is it because you don't like my older brother? You two have been cooped up in the club for so many years without any progress. If you don't make a move, my brother's going to be snatched by someone else." Before Nana could explain, Vish had already shoved a scroll into her hand. Opening it to look, turns out it was a paper filled with birthday wishes. Cory's birthday was coming up, and a giant heart shape right in the middle of the paper was what Vish had specifically left blank for Nana. Despite having her relationship misunderstood, Nana still smiled, put her pen down, and wrote her most sincere wishes inside that heart. What made her wonder was that in previous years, on Cory's birthday, he would always hide at school. He used to grumble that celebrating birthdays was a hassle, and he'd rather use that time to research magic instead, Precisely because of that, this year Vish was determined to pull off a spectacular surprise. In the past, the Marquis and the Marchioness were always busy and had no time to care about him. Luckily, this year they managed to arrange some time. Vish wanted to prepare a surprise party for her brother. Nana rolled the paper back up and returned it to Vish. The girl opened it to look, then pouted in disappointment. "Why didn't you write some more sweet, romantic words? I just wanted to see my brother get so touched that he'd cry out loud." Right at that moment, Swan ominously appeared right behind Vish. "Let me see who's about to cry out loud." Seeing Swan's god-tier male visual, Vish instantly lowered her defensive weapon. As expected, just like the rumors, he was a rare, hard-to-find, handsome guy. When Swan offered to take a look at the wishing paper, Vish nodded in a heartbeat. Swan's appearance ticked Hestia off. She immediately grabbed Nana's hand and pulled her straight in another direction. Left behind, Swan, after reading Nana's wishes, grew furiously jealous. He secretly spat on the paper to dirty it. Next, he pretended to be helpful and said, "Let me use magic to help clean it up for you," and then accidentally tore the scroll to shreds. Vish looked at the ruined work of her idol, feeling so aggrieved that she almost burst into tears. After school, Nana dropped by the club to listen to Cory explain magic formulas, but her sluggish state made Cory extremely worried. "You look as haggard as someone who hasn't slept for a whole week." Nana rolled up her sleeves and flexed her muscles to flex, saying she was currently in peak form and brimming with energy. Even though her eyes had dark circles like a panda, she wasn't lying. Lately, every night she was pulled into the dream about Cory's original timeline. Those dreams were as vivid and real as a parallel world. What was scarier was that every time her body reached its limit of endurance, the dark magic would automatically pump her full of energy, like a cruel mechanism forcing her to stay awake in the dream realm to witness this play until the very end. The moment she laid her back down on the bed, Nana was sucked into the dreamscape again. In this novel world, Cory's life was so boring it could make one cry. He was almost completely cut off from the outside world. Nana had to find her own fun by sitting and watching him doze off on the chair. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Eves had appeared behind Cory before anyone noticed. Nana rubbed her eyes to look closely. It really was Eves, but his aura was completely foreign. The smile on his lips was cold and full of calculation, his whole body radiating a dangerous, toxic bloodlust. Eves informed Cory that he had become the student council president, and during a casual chat with the principal, he accidentally learned about the Mount-Obran plan. Saying that, he dropped an invitation, tempting Cory to join. Cory coldly refused, saying he had no interest. "Just don't drag my family into it." The next second, the corner of Eves's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Do you know that lately your parents have been doing things that make people curse them as traitors?" Hearing this sentence, a light bulb went off in Nana's mind. She had vaguely guessed who that piece of paper yearned for her to save. Even though Cory in the original novel was a cold, eccentric guy, he still always used his own way to silently protect the people he loved. With Eves, using the lives of the Marquis and Marchioness as bait, Cory had no other choice but to grit his teeth and join the Mount-Obran plan. However, he made an ironclad condition. "Eves, you absolutely must not touch my family." Eves shrugged and mocked. "Why do you have to risk your life to protect people who have never cared about you?" Cory went silent for a long time, his voice soft. "They're just too busy. There are things you wouldn't understand." Nana stood to one side, silently witnessing everything. She felt heartbroken watching Cory dejectedly trudge back to his room, a completely empty room with only him alone. In the original novel, Hyas and Cory weren't close to begin with, so they probably applied to change rooms. Cory rolled around on the bed, holding his head in regret. He knew full well that Eves was a venomous snake who would work regardless of the methods. He should have taken his family and fled far away long ago, but the hitch was, even if he spoke up, his parents wouldn't necessarily believe him. Looking at the paper-thin school blanket Cory was covering himself with, Nana suddenly realized he had tucked the keepsake blanket gifted by his parents safely away in the closet. No matter how twisted and lonely Cory's personality was in this world, then the love he had for his family was still fully intact, no different from the warm Cory she knew. The only thing was, if the gears of fate kept spinning along this trajectory, he would definitely blacken into a crazed villain just like in the novel. Nana stepped over and gently pulled the blanket to cover him properly. In just a little while longer, a tragedy would befall Cory, and the mission entrusted to her by the dark magic was precisely to prevent that tragedy from happening. Waking up the next morning, Nana was left completely speechless. Seeing her pale and sickly face, Swan, had frantically gathered a whole bunch of medicine bottles and jars, insisting that she drink them. Nana waved her hands wildly, explaining that it was just because she had been staying up late lately, researching a lot of materials. Swan was still worried, grumbling and telling her that no matter what she studied, she had to preserve her health. Nana wondered why this guy was being so overly attentive and caring toward her lately, beyond the regulations. Maybe it was just an occupational hazard of a healing mage. Swan shoved the entire pile of bottles and jars into her hands, telling her to just chug them down if she felt exhausted. He even repeatedly reminded her to remember to wear the protective ring he gave her a while back. For the past few days, Nana had been wondering whether the person who needed saving was Swan, but in the dreamscape, he still hadn't bothered to show his face back at school. At least this proved Swan hadn't encountered anything terrible. In the middle of the racket, Cory was woken up. He stepped forward sullenly, grabbed Swan's collar, and threw him straight out of the club door without mercy. Once finished, Cory threw a blanket to Nana, telling her to close her eyes and nap for a bit, while he himself sluggishly went to clean up the battlefield of medicines laid out by Swan. Suddenly, Nana stepped up and tightly hugged Cory from behind. The spontaneous, intimate action made the rims of Cory's ears turn as bright red as a boiled shrimp. Nana had tens of thousands of thanks she wanted to say to Cory, so at all costs, she had to protect the warm smile and kindness of the current Cory. However, when night fell and the dream recurred, what struck her eyes was a suffocatingly tense Asura field. The other day, you wrote an article about the Empress. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the evidence right here. Hyas glared, his eyes radiating a fierce bloodlust. The person he was cornering was none other than Hestia. She fiercely shot back that she was just the daughter of a minor count, completely oblivious to the Empress's matters. In the original novel, it clearly wrote that all the male leads were infatuated with Hestia, yet now, Cory and Eves were buried in their own conspiracies while Hyas was violently choking her like this. Hyas tightened his slender fingers around Hestia's neck, growling, "Don't think just because you're a count's daughter that I won't dare kill you. With just one word, I can declare you the crown princess, and your father will immediately sell you out. By then, even if I chop you to pieces, he wouldn't dare utter half a word." Despite being choked to the point of breathless, Hestia still didn't lose her composure, proudly declaring, "If I can become the crown princess, then even if you physically assault me with every kind of torture, I am still fully willing, because that is the ultimate glory for my clan." Nana tightly covered both ears, not wanting to hear another absurd word from the mouth of this scumbag prince, nor wanting to see a Hestia, resigned to being a power tool for her clan. Luckily, Hyas also grew tired of her resistance, so he brushed his hand off and left. Seeing Hestia safe and sound, Nana was about to go find Cory when she suddenly heard a familiar voice ring out. From afar, an orange-haired girl excitedly rushed toward Hestia. Nana looked on, her soul leaving her body. That was exactly the Shirena of the original novel. She carried the look of a certified love-brained girl, her eyes shining brightly as she bragged to Hestia that she had just accidentally run into the prince and even deluded herself, that his gaze looking at her was passionate and fiery. Nana didn't expect her original self to suffer from such a severe delusion of grandeur. Just an accidental glance passing by each other, and that girl was blissfully floating for the entire day while she was completely oblivious to the fact that her close friend Hestia had just been threatened and coerced by the prince. Before leaving, Hyas had hissed in Hestia's ear, "If you don't want to see that little Shirena girl chopped into 2 pieces, then know what's good for you and obediently listen to me." Thinking of that foolish original self, Nana couldn't help but shudder, feeling disgusted to the point that the next day while eating rice, she involuntarily frowned with nausea. Hestia and Cory worriedly asked if there was something wrong with the food. Nana used the excuse of a stomachache to gloss it over. Right as her words dropped, the 2 lapdogs, Hyas and Swan, teleported with a whoosh and appeared right in front of her. One demanded to bring the royal physician over, while the other poured a whole mountain of miraculous healing medicines onto the table. Having kicked the 2 plague gods away, Nana looked at Hyas's retreating back and rubbed her forehead in exhaustion. If she hadn't accidentally awakened the memories of her past life when she was a kid, she might have followed in the original Shirena's footsteps, becoming a simp, madly in love with this scumbag prince. Seeing Nana's pale face, Cory reminded her not to stay up late tonight anymore. She gave a forced smile and agreed. To explain away the panda-like dark circles under her eyes, she always lied that she was busy reading books through the night. After finishing eating, Nana put away her tray, intending to go to swordsmanship class. Hestia was also about to follow when Cory suddenly called her back. Nana's condition hasn't been right lately. You're closest to her. If there's any strange behavior, you must report it to me immediately. From night 2. Nana tidied up her bed and prepared to fall asleep. Suddenly remembering Swan's protective ring, she hurriedly pulled it out to put it on. If Swan hadn't reminded her, she probably would have completely forgotten. Even though the dark magic constantly buffed her stamina, her mental state was still severely depleted. Putting on the healing ring would make things much more comfortable. Entering the dreamscape, she still hadn't found any clues to save Cory. He was listlessly lying on the bed, snacking through the days, letting life pass him by. Seeing that broken-down state, Nana wanted to reach out a hand to help, but was helpless since she was just an invisible spirit. Right at that moment, from outside the hallway, the panicked screams of students rang out. Nana curiously ran out and saw everyone carrying expressions of absolute horror, shoving and pushing each other to flee. They ran while screaming that they didn't want to attend the same school as a homicidal psycho. Turns out, the news of Swan Haddon returning to the academy had leaked. From their mouths, Nana learned that in this world, Swan had inherited the Duke title. Recently, someone asked him to heal an injury, and as a result, he chopped off all their limbs. Nana listened half-believingly. Suddenly, the crowd flooded into the rooms and slammed the doors shut. The hallway became dead silent, creepily still. Heavy footsteps from behind her slowly approached. Because of the rumors just now, a chill ran down Nana's spine. But to get back to Cory's room, she was forced to turn around. The moment her gaze met the original Swan, a wave of pure malice shot down her spine. The novel described Swan as a cold-blooded killing machine. Compared to reality, the Swan before her eyes was much thinner and gaunt, his eyes hollow and soulless, without a single spark of humanity. The hideous, crisscrossing scars across his bare torso further heightened his dangerous, demonic aura. Even though she was in a dreamscape, Nana still didn't dare to breathe heavily, stepping back a few paces. Who would have thought? Swan would suddenly halt his steps right in front of her. He twitched his nose and softly muttered, "Strange. Just now I clearly felt an unusual surge of mana here." Nana held her breath, her body frozen like a log. Observing for a moment and seeing nothing, Swan smacked his lips, assuming he was hallucinating. Nana breathed a sigh of relief and tiptoed past him, planning to sneak away. Just when she thought she had escaped danger, Swan, with his wild beast instincts, caught her movement trajectory perfectly. A terrifying impact struck straight at the back of her neck, making Nana fall face first onto the ground. Before she could scramble to get up, a foot carrying the weight of 1,000 tons stepped heavily on her back, pinning her tightly to the floor. Swan's voice, carrying the undertone of the Grim Reaper, hissed in her ear, "Thought using dark magic to go invisible would fool my eyes?" Seeing Nana stubbornly refusing to show her true form, Swan lost his patience. A sharp, gear-shaped weapon spun rapidly on his fingertips, repeatedly, tearing his own flesh, and then instantly getting restored by healing magic. Feeling death closing in on her neck, Nana's eyes were filled with absolute despair. To save Cory, the dark magic had dragged Nana into the original dreamscape. Originally, she couldn't physically interact with this world, yet she was caught by this psycho Swan as easy as turning over a hand. Seeing Nana stubbornly refusing to reveal herself, Swan decided to use force. A sharp, cold blade ruthlessly stabbed straight down into the floor, right at the spot where Swan sensed the densest dark magic. "Missed. Your dog life is quite lucky, huh? Next time you won't be so fortunate." Swan burst into a savage laugh. Hearing that chilling laughter, Nana struggled violently. This time, the brutal blade pierced straight through the back of her hand. The black magic circle was shattered, and a bone-deep pain transmitted straight to her brain. Nana realized in shock that this was absolutely not a mere dream. Ignoring her writhing in agony, Swan leisurely squatted down, curled his lips, and asked, "What on earth are you?" The moment her eyes met his soulless eyes, she knew she was completely exposed. Nana lunged up and fled frantically for her life. Even the reality version of Swan was someone she couldn't beat, let alone this original psycho version. The only thing she could do now was buy time to find a way back to reality. Seeing the prey trying to escape, Swan lazily snapped his fingers. In just a flash, tens of thousands of magic blades rained down on Nana's body, leaving her drenched in blood. Pressed into the corner of the wall, Swan's enchanting voice echoed in her ear, terrifying her to the absolute core. "What kind of existence are you, anyway? From what I know, dark magic was wiped out long ago. But still, being able to use dark magic, you must be a bit more badass than the trash out there." Just as Swan was about to play mental torture games, the ring on Nana's hand suddenly glowed radiantly. This was exactly the protective ring that the reality Swan had forced her to wear. The warm light enveloped her, and the fatal wounds on her body, instantly recovered as if they never existed. This miraculous scene left the original Swan stunned. He grabbed her collar and roared, questioning, "What the hell is going on?" Because the mana radiating from the ring was clearly his own. Fury erupted. Swan brutally grabbed Nana's head, forcing entry into her memories. And then he froze. Sweet, fragrance-filled memory, fragments between him and Nana in the parallel world, ran through his brain one after another, like a movie. The hand that was squeezing Nana's head trembled violently, then slowly dropped down. He collapsed backward, wailing agonizingly, Who on earth are you? Why do I in your memories look like some kind of mentally challenged idiot like that?" Nana gasped for breath, muttering, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand anyway," taking advantage of that psycho being in psychological shock. From seeing his other universe self being such a massive simp, Nana secretly gathered her strength to restore the dark magic circle on her hand. Out of nowhere, Swan threw out a casual question. "Why did I have to seal a part of your memories? Seems like you are very much hated, huh?" Though she didn't understand what he was rambling about, Nana sternly warned him not to insult her friend. If there really was a matter of sealing memories, she firmly believed his other self absolutely had no malicious intent. Hearing that, the bloodlust around Swan's body surged up fiercely again. "Originally, out of respect for that mentally challenged alternative self, I planned to spare your life, but your attitude ticks me off too much, so I've changed my mind." In that critical split second, Nana's dark magic circle was successfully repaired. At the same exact time in the bedroom of the real world, Cory startled awake, because he heard a strange clattering sound. He looked all around, saw nothing, so he covered himself with the blanket to sleep again. That sound was precisely caused by Nana's shockwave. Although the magic circle was repaired, it seemed to have a coordinate error. Instead of bringing her back to reality, it threw her straight into Cory's bedroom in the dreamscape. During the following days, Nana was officially stuck in the dreamscape, having too much free time. On her hands, she stalked and tracked Cory's every move, because she knew only by breaking his calamity would she have a way back home. In a flash, Cory's birthday was just around the corner. Vish in the dreamscape was also exactly the same as the reality version. The bubbly girl declared she would prepare a surprise party for her older brother. Although Cory kept a poker face and didn't bother to react, Nana knew full well his heart was jumping for joy. Too bad she was absent from Cory's birthday in the real world. The birthday finally arrived, but what was waiting for Cory at home wasn't a party filled with laughter, but a bolt from the blue. The Marquis and the Marchioness had been assassinated. Vish had just excitedly promised all sorts of things, yet a moment later, the corpses of their parents were brought back. Cory stood frozen, thinking there was something wrong with his ears. The guard bowed deeply, hesitantly recounting the tragedy. Early this morning, the Marquis couple, along with young Lady Vish, went to the streets to scour for a birthday gift for him. Who would have thought on their way back they were ambushed by a crowd of assassins? To protect their daughter, the Marquis couple used their own bodies as shields and lost their lives. The only thing left behind at the scene was a birthday gift box completely drenched in blood. Cory trustingly received the box, his legs unable to stand firmly, tears streaming down his soulless face. The guard kept rambling on, reporting the details of the case. "Shut your mouth for me!" Cory roared transitionally, collapsing onto the pool of blood, covering his face and crying out loud in sheer agony. Nana stood silently, helplessly watching the tragedy unfold before her eyes. In the days that followed, Cory changed completely. He locked himself in his room, going on a hunger strike, frantically gathering investigation documents. The deeper he dug into the truth, the more he loathed himself. The only purpose in life keeping him anchored to this world was left with just 2 words: revenge. As an outside observer, Nana felt ultimate heartbreak. She knew Cory's reasoning had been blinded by madness, accidentally forgetting the most precious thing left by his side. Suddenly, Cory bolted up from his chair. Nana thought he had found the identity of the mastermind, but the expression on his face warped in horror. His entire body trembled violently, his furious, bloodshot eyes gradually becoming hollow and soulless. Cory rushed like a mad beast to find Eves, pinning him fiercely against the wall. "You knew about this outcome beforehand, didn't you? Yet you still forced me to be a pawn for the principal." Contrary to Cory's agitation, Eves was incredibly leisurely and indifferent. "Your parents just died, right? So now you jump up and pin the blame on me as the mastermind? I'm sorry, but the person who agreed to join the principal's plan was you. You were the one who weighed the pros and cons and made the wrong decision yourself. How does it feel to indirectly cause the death of your own parents? Quite fascinating, isn't it?" Hearing those taunting words, the mana inside Cory exploded violently. He tightly gripped Yves's collar, the terrifying magic pressure causing blood to leak from the corner of Yves's lips. Even though his body was suffering severe backlash from abusing his mana, Cory still had no intention of stopping his hands. Yves sneered. Even if you kill me, it's useless anyway. Another important person of yours is also about to cross over to the other world, you know. A girl who lost her legs, with her self-esteem reaching sky high. What will she think when her only brother doesn't even bother to visit? Who knows, maybe at this exact hour she is already sitting in despair on the windowsill. Yves's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed straight onto Cory's face. He remembered in shock his baby sister, who had just barely reclaimed her small life in the attack. Assassination. Cory frantically put his legs over his neck, running for his life back to the girls' dormitory. These past few days, out of a sense of guilt for causing his parents' deaths, he didn't dare show his face to see Vish. Around the dormitory area, the crowd of students was gathering, pointing and gossiping noisily. Cory had arrived too late. Vish had already thrown herself down to self-delete. He held his sister's mangled corpse in his arms, continuously muttering hopeless apologies. Collapsing to the absolute lowest point, Cory developed the intention to use death to atone for his sins. He began chanting a forbidden spell, a type of magic that would end the caster's life. With the most extreme agony. Right at that moment, Yves appeared and stopped him. He revealed a brutal truth. The Marquis couple and the former royal mage Keradai used to be the leaders of this plan. He craftily steered Cory's hatred to point straight at the royal family. Instead of drowning in foolish regret, why don't you stand up and complete the unfinished final wish of your parents? The moment Cory dropped his hands in agreement, Nana understood that the warm young man she knew was dead. Cory had been completely swallowed by the darkness, blackening into an emotionless revenge machine. Nana sat flat on the ground with tear-filled eyes. Finally, she fully understood the complete meaning of the phrase, "Please save him," on the piece of paper. Due to being stuck in the dreamscape for too long, Nana began to worry about Cory's safety in the real world. While she was anxiously unable to sit or stand still, a spine-chilling voice rang out from behind her. "You didn't think you could escape from me that easily, right?" Before anyone noticed, the original Swan had ominously appeared. Looking at this crazy alternative self, a layer of cold sweat broke out down Nana's spine. She wondered how he found her. Swan raised the back of his hand, revealing a brightly glowing white magic circle. Turns out, after clashing with Nana, he had dove into research and successfully reverse-engineered and decoded her dark magic circle. Thanks to that, her invisibility magic was completely neutralized before him. Seeing her tense look, Swan curled his lips and asked, "Now you can't go back to your world anymore, right?" Having her weak spot hit right on the money, Nana bit her lips, not knowing whether she should confess the truth or not. Seeing her silence, Swan ordered her to follow behind him. Not daring to drive this psycho mad, she obediently tagged along behind. Suddenly, a blinding surge of light radiated from the room ahead, catching her attention. Inside the room, a giant, magic circle interwoven between two colors, golden gold and pure white, was glowing radiantly. Nana instantly recognized this as Cory's and Swan's mana. In the real world, they must have drained all their mana to create this magic circle in order to save her back. But that amount still wasn't enough to activate it. The dark magic on her body was precisely the final key. Nana secretly observed Swan. He was casually wiping away the streaks of blood, leaking from the cracked wounds on his body, nonchalantly speaking up. "Seems like my alternative self in that other world treasures you a lot, huh?" Before reading that segment of memories, I intended to chop you into 100 pieces. Nana stared with unbelievable eyes. "You really intend to let me go?" Swan just smiled faintly, slowly approaching her. "I'm only afraid that you staying here will ruin my upcoming play, that's all. A play, dyed red with blood across this school. Why are you still standing there? If you know what's good for you, hurry up your hands before I change my mind." Hearing Swan's threat, Nana frantically focused her mana to fix the error in the dark magic circle. In her heart, she still carried a lingering pain about Cory's blackening, but to prevent worse tragedies, she was forced to leave this place. In the middle of the tension, the psycho, Swan standing behind, suddenly dropped a shocking line. "Wait a minute! Don't tell me you're my girlfriend!" This brain-dead question made it impossible for Nana's brain to load in time. Before she could react, Swan brutally grabbed her and pinned his lips tightly against hers. He bit hard on her lip, causing blood to ooze out. A blatant jump scare assault. Nana used all her life force to shove him away hard. Immediately, the magic ring on her hand flashed, instantly healing the wound on her lip. Witnessing that miraculous scene, the original Swan sneered, muttering, "As expected, the alternative self. In that other world is also a goosebump-inducing psycho." Saying that, he straight up shoved Nana, making her tumble into the magic circle. In Nana's gradually blurring vision, she saw Swan putting all his effort into unleashing magic to tightly seal the connection of the dark magic circle, so that she could never return to this world again. As her consciousness gradually recovered, Nana slowly opened her eyes. Finally, she had escaped that cursed dreamscape. Comatose for too long, her entire body was sore, her throat dry and parched. Just as she propped herself up to sit up and pour some water, Cory noticed. He lunged over and tightly hugged her into his arms, with tearful eyes, recounting everything that had happened. The first person to find Nana comatose and unconscious was Hestia. After that, Cory and Swan keenly discovered that the dark magic on her hand was mutating. Eves immediately used the student council president excuse to infiltrate the royal palace to investigate records about dark magic, while Hyas scoured all over Mount Abran to hunt for more clues. Seeing Cory still perfectly healthy and whole standing before her, Nana felt ultimate luck. Turning her head, she saw Swan lying sprawled out, sleeping soundly on the floor. Cory explained that when he saw strange wounds occasionally appearing on Nana's body, Swan decided to stay up all night guarding her bedside. He himself was being forced by Hestia to wear a mana-restricting ring, but just now he stubbornly forced, and squeezed out his magic to open the array, so now he had depleted his stamina and fainted. Suddenly, Nana remembered the key to life and death, and she panicked, grabbing Cory's hand, frantically asking what date it was today. Fortunately, tomorrow was Cory's birthday. Everything was not too late yet. She still had a chance to save his family's fate. However, Nana couldn't help but doubt whether she had enough ability to change that dark future. Seeing her trembling in fear, Cory blamed himself and apologized, thinking that if he knew more about dark magic, Nana's body wouldn't be this weakened. Nana knew Cory said that just to convince her to rest, but with the current situation, managing alone was truly too overwhelming. So she demanded that Cory go out with her. "If you feel guilty, then obediently listen to my orders." Under the effective assistance of Swan and Cory, Nana finally found the way back to reality, but time was running out. In less than a day, the tragedy would strike. To quickly confirm the safety of the Marquis couple and Vish, Nana immediately dragged Cory onto the road. The two sat on a flying broom, heading straight toward the Marquis's mansion. Because she had been sleeping soundly for several days, along the way, Nana took the opportunity to snack to recharge her energy. Initially, she planned to contact and hire a few mercenary teams as reinforcements, but thinking about it, relationships bought with money are not very reliable. Who knows, there might be someone among them sneaking in as a mole for the backing force behind, so she had to drop that idea. On the way, Cory used transmission magic to contact Vish, but before he could locate where the girl was, the other side of the line hung up with a click. Nana explained that Vishay did that because she wanted to keep the surprise gift a secret. Seeing Cory still blankly not understanding anything, Nana dropped a hint that today was his birthday, and that girl Vish went all the way out just to scour and buy a gift for him. Hearing that, Cory shyly turned his face away. Unknowingly, the two had flown to the front of the Marquise's mansion. The Devozat family was originally an aristocratic family, famous for the Empire's orthodox magic, so when designing the mansion, they deployed countless different defensive magic arrays. This entire system was personally designed by the first Marquise. Theoretically, every magic array has a certain expiration date. But the first Marquis was able to create magic arrays that lasted almost eternally, and every once in a while, the Devozat family would produce a magic genius. As outstanding as that, Cory was one of them. However, for some reason, the central magic array of the mansion made Nana particularly concerned. It was more complicated than any magic array she had ever seen, and seemed to be closely linked to the concept of time. Cory's voice dragged Nana back to reality. He asked what the next step to do was. Both decided to follow the main road connecting to the downtown area. As twilight had fallen, they had to find Vish as quickly as possible. By this point, Cory couldn't suppress his curiosity anymore. He asked Nana why she had to spend so much time and effort doing these things. The explanation, "I saw it in Nana's dream," didn't seem to have a single bit of persuasiveness. Cory was silent for a moment, then turned to tell her not to worry, no matter what she did. He was ready to believe her unconditionally. Suddenly, the click-clack sound of carriage wheels from afar echoed over, catching the attention of the two. Cory asked if they should fly straight down to block the carriage to find Vish, but Nana decided to continue hiding up high to observe. because currently there wasn't any sign showing that the assassination was about to happen. And besides, her physical condition right now was also very terrible. To guard against mishaps, Nana asked Cory for a few magic stones. Seeing her shivering from the cold, Cory straight up took off his outer coat and wrapped it around her neck like a scarf. Right at that moment, a deafening explosion tore through the night sky, cutting off the conversation. The horse carriage was blown up by magic, flipping upside down onto the ground. Dozens of masked assassins in black clothes, holding weapons in their hands, rushed toward the carriage. Witnessing this scene, Cory froze for a few seconds, because he couldn't believe his eyes. Fury immediately flared up, burning every cell in his body. Right when Cory was about to drop magic down on the crowd of assassins, Nana stopped him. Using wide-range magic at this time would easily cause splash damage to his family inside the carriage. Right after that, both landed at lightning speed, assigning clear duties. Cory was in charge of wiping out the assassins, while Nana rushed to check on the situation of the Marquis couple. And Vish, even though Cory had actively restrained his magic power, the surging bloodlust radiating from him still couldn't be hidden. The crowd of assassins, dozens of them standing in front of Cory, were no different from a swarm of stinky ants, having almost no chance to fight back. Taking advantage of Cory clearing the path, Nana hurriedly checked the horse carriage. Fortunately, the protective magic was activated just in time, so the Marquis couple and Vish were all safe and sound. Knowing they were targeted in a planned ambush, Vish was still in total shock. The Marquis was about to rush out to engage in battle, but Nana stopped him. Right now, the safety of Cory's family was the top priority. Right at that moment, Cory's scream rang out. Before anyone noticed, a giant magic array had already been laid out, completely surrounding the horse carriage. The assassins began to retreat in an organized manner. Nana instantly smelled danger and yelled loudly, ordering Cory to chase after them immediately, absolutely not letting a single one escape. Actually, Nana and Cory had arrived at the scene just in time. Under Cory's overwhelming power, the enemy already showed signs of breaking formation and fleeing, but with her sharpness, Nana instantly discovered something unusual and ordered to hunt them down to the very end. She was worried that they were preparing to activate a type of large-scale explosive magic. Hearing that, Cory blanked out for a moment. Even though that speculation sounded crazy and absurd, he completely trusted Nana's judgment. Saying that, Cory dashed away to pursue the remnants of the enemy. Nana's suspicion was completely well-founded. She clearly remembered in the dreamscape that the crime scene had been leveled into a charred wasteland, making Cory's later investigation into the culprit's identity face countless difficulties. To stop a destructive magic array of that scale, only Cory's terrifying magic power could do it. Boom! A magic bullet slammed hard into Nana's protective shield. Yet another group of masked assassin mages had surrounded the horse carriage out of nowhere. To protect Cory's most loved ones, Nana drained all her strength to plunge into the battlefield. Even with support from the Marquis, they were still overwhelmed and defended themselves with extreme struggle. Nana's magic power was also draining to an alarming level. Fortunately, it seemed like Cory had successfully destroyed the enemy's destructive magic array. What they needed to do now was defend to the death until reinforcements appeared. Nana knew this was by no means easy. Both she and the Marquis were wounded, while her protective shield was paper-thin, waiting to shatter at any moment. Right at that time, Vish, out of sheer worry, poked her head out to check on the situation. A momentary distraction caused the Marquis to take a hit. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy focused their firepower to unleash a fatal attack. Seeing the surge of magic about to charge over, Nana squeezed out every last drop of her magic power, even overdrawing her own life force to block it. In her daze, she vaguely saw Vish's tear-stained face and heard Cory's trembling voice ringing in her ear, announcing that everything was over, and Hyas and Swan were cleaning up the aftermath. Cory's tears fell continuously. He never wanted to see Nana use her body to take a hit for someone else ever again. Hearing those words, Nana let out a soft sigh of relief. She raised her wound-covered hand to caress his face, whispering, "Happy birthday to you." After the event of rescuing Cory's family, Nana finally got a decent sleep. She was awakened by low grumbling and complaining sounds around her ear. Opening her eyes, what struck Nana's eyes was a man dressed in pure white clothes from head to toe. She recognized him as Duke Blanche, Swan's father. When they were kids, they once had an occasion to talk to each other. Seeing her wake up, the Duke clapped his hands loudly, his tone reeking of sarcasm. "Well done, young lady. Every time I meet you, you're always in this half-dead state. Currently, there is a very unusual surge of magic in your body. You need to recuperate properly. Fortunately, I previously infused white magic into your body to neutralize it. Otherwise, you would have blown to pieces ages ago." Nana listened while her brain still couldn't load. The Duke didn't even bother to explain in detail, just threw her a few bottles of nourishing medicine, repeatedly reminding her to remember to take them on time. His tone was filled with disdain and haughtiness. If you don't recover quickly, that crazy son of mine will make a fuss again, being half alive and half dead to come disturb me. Just watch. Nana hurriedly nodded in agreement, thinking to herself that it seemed the father-son relationship in Swan's house had improved significantly lately. While the Duke was still rambling and grumbling, Marquis Stevazov stepped in to visit her. Nana hurriedly tried to sit up to greet him. Seeing this, the Duke took the hint, made an excuse of being busy, and slipped away straight. Completely contrary to that cranky Duke, the Marquis appeared extremely attentive and thoughtful. Not only did he personally carry tea and pour water to invite her to eat cake, he also informed Baron West, Nana's father, of the situation so her family could rest assured. The Marquis sincerely expressed his deep gratitude for Nana's act of sacrificing herself to save their lives. But from what Cory recounted, it seemed she had prophesied this assassination beforehand. Seeing Nana clearly showing signs of a guilty conscience, the Marquis laughed it off, saying he wouldn't dig into the reason. He only wanted to know one thing, whether the person pulling the strings behind this was the principal of Ogrand Academy or not. Although she successfully changed the future and saved the lives of the Marquis couple, the price to pay was Nana being severely injured. Fortunately, Duke Blanche came to treat her just in time. After she regained consciousness, Marquisa de Voza personally came to her hospital bed to say thank you. At the same time, he wanted her to confirm whether the mastermind was the principal or not. The plot being exactly the same as in the dreamscape made Nana's spine turn ice cold. In that other world, it was Eves who dragged and cajoled Cory into participating in the principal's plan, leading to the tragedy from then on. But she didn't understand why the principal had to go this far. Turns out, ever since the accident of the former mage Karadai, the Marquis had developed dissatisfaction with the shady actions of the royal family. During the investigation process, he accidentally crossed paths with the principal. Initially, he thought the two shared the same vision, so he helped out a lot. But the deeper he got involved, the more he realized the principal's plan was way too brutal, so he decided to withdraw. After decisively ending the cooperation, he realized in shock that all this time, because he was too absorbed in work, he had neglected his family, even bringing fatal danger upon his wife and children. The Marquis deeply regretted not giving enough attention to Cory's growing up process. Before letting Nana open her mouth, the Marquis already stood up to excuse himself to go home. In short, the truth of the matter definitely has something to do with Principal Ogrand. From now on, I will slowly investigate. Before leaving, he warned Nana that absolutely not to startle the snake, because after all, that was still the place she had to attend until graduation. Nana obediently nodded. If she got expelled halfway through now, her whole plan of a peaceful retirement would be considered as down the drain. Suddenly, the Marquis remembered that there was still an item in his coat pocket he wanted to give to Nana. It was a coin engraved with the crest of the Devazat family. The pattern on it looked kind of familiar, very similar to the semi-permanent time magic array that she once saw at the mansion. The Marquise explained that as long as she kept this coin, she could freely borrow the name and power of the Devazat family at any time. Receiving such a massive treasure, Nana felt a bit overwhelmed by the favor, but the Marquise insisted she must accept it, considering it a token of appreciation for saving the lives of the entire clan. This generosity left Nana totally dazzled, secretly praising that, as expected of Cory's dad, his style is truly generous. After he left, on the outside, Nana still put on an elegant act, but in her heart, she was already throwing a celebration. Who would have thought that besides the Crown Prince's big thigh, she would grab another solid backing like this? At this rate, even if she ends up unemployed later on, she won't have to worry about starving to death. While she was rejoicing, a bickering noise rang out outside the door. Hearing the voices, she knew right away it was Hestia and Swan. Nana called the two of them in. The words had just left her mouth when Hestia, with short and long tears, rushed in like a hurricane, plunging straight into Nana's arms and crying a whole river. She complained why Nana always brought danger upon herself like that. Nana, flustered, grabbed a tissue to wipe her friend's tears. "All right, stop crying now. Anyone who doesn't know would think I died. See, aren't I healthy again now? I won't suddenly plop down and faint anymore, right?" Hearing Nana reassure her that Duke Blanche had treated her wholeheartedly, Hestia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She tightly hugged Nana, gently listening to every single heartbeat of her friend. Right at that moment, Swan walked in with a grim face. "Your visiting time is up," Now it's my turn. Seeing Hestia still clinging tightly to Nana, refusing to let go, Swan casually threw a digestion support magic onto Hestia's body. Instantly, Hestia's face warped. She clutched her stomach, turning pale, and ran for her life toward the restroom. When only the two of them were left, Swan didn't say anything right away. It seemed he was harboring a lot of thoughts, but the expression on his face was filled with complex emotions that Nana could by no means decipher. This image was worlds apart from that psycho in the dreamscape, making Nana awkward, not knowing how to face him. But the next action of Swan smashed all her doubts. Because he was afraid Nana would get hurt again, he busied himself putting a whopping 10 healing rings onto all 10 of her fingers. His mood seemed very unstable, his trembling voice unable to hide his worry. Nana obediently sat and listened to Swan grumbling and reminding her of all sorts of things. Even though the two of them had never been overly close, seeing him panic like that because she was injured also warmed her heart. Suddenly, Eves, appearing like a ghost out of nowhere, showed up behind Swan. "Hey, little old man, time's up. Let me take you outside." "Nana, congratulations on being safe and sound." Just seeing Eves' face, Nana immediately remembered that scumbag in the dream. Fortunately, the reality Eves was a much more gentle and responsible person. A moment later, Hyas also came to visit. He brought along a strange, rare flower. I happened to pick it on the mountain. Nana knew full well that this flower only grows in deep mountains and remote valleys teeming with dangerous magic beasts. Looking at his mud-splattered clothes, he must have worked himself to the bone to pick it. Hyas urged her to eat that flower quickly. Its fruit tastes like jelly. Not only is it absolutely delicious, but it also has the effect of rapidly restoring stamina. Nana's nose tingled. She didn't have superpowers to protect everyone, yet she was cared for and loved by everyone this much. Suddenly, she remembered that since waking up until now, she hadn't seen Cory anywhere. Little did she know, Cory had been standing silently by the window in the hallway all this time, seeing her safe. His tears fell continuously. Nana sacrificed herself to save Cory's family, getting injured and ending up half dead. When she woke up, her friends all brought their well wishes to visit her. Cory alone was nowhere to be found. Hearing Hestia say she saw him lingering in the hallway, Nana couldn't help but wonder. Clearly, he had come right to the door, so why did he have to hide? Remembering Cory's expression before she fainted, Nana couldn't convince herself to stop worrying. Right at that moment, she saw Cory's figure looming outside the door. Nana was just about to call out, but froze when she saw him standing and staring intently out the window, his face filled with sorrow, tears streaming down non-stop. Hearing Nana's gentle, caring voice, Cory, startled, hurriedly wiped his tears with his hand and then tried to act calm to ask about her health. But when the eyes of the two met, the sincere worry in Nana's eyes became the final straw that broke down Cory's last defense. "Cory, why are you crying? Is it because of me?" The words had just left her mouth when Cory's tears burst through the dam again. He tried to squeeze out a forced smile to hide the pain, but it only caused his tears to gush out even more fiercely. Seeing this, Nana was flustered, not knowing what to do. The next second, she was pulled into a tight hug by Cory, his trembling hands and rapidly thumping heartbeat exposed all the insecurity he had harbored for so long. Hearing his broken, choked apologies and expressions of gratitude, Nana sighed softly. She gently patted his back, telling him not to think too much. She only did what needed to be done, and besides, the injury was no big deal. She used her sleeve to wipe away Cory's tears. Once Cory's emotions stabilized a bit, he led Nana to a room inside where things were thrown all over the place. Books, papers, and magic props were piled up in a complete mess. Nana took one look and guessed instantly that this was Cory's rat nest. Looking at the room with not even a single spot left to step on, she wondered how he usually slept. Out of nowhere, Cory scooped her up princess style, using levitation magic to soar up to the ceiling. Turns out, there was a secret loft up above. Nana thought this was his actual sleeping area. Who would have thought this loft was even messier and more full of junk than the room below? Cory scratched his head, explaining that this was his research room. Looking around, Nana discovered that information investigating Mount Ogrand and the principal was pasted everywhere. Clearly, while she was comatose, Cory had frantically plunged into investigating the truth of the assassination, as well as looking into the origin of the dark magic on her body. Even the profiles of the two mages who had severely injured her were prominently pinned on the wall. At this time, Cory crushed 2 magic crystals. From inside, 2 magic arrays appeared, one burning red and one deep blue. He turned his hand up, asking Nana for her pair of orange earrings. Nana obediently took them off and handed them to him. The red magic array was an attack spell with the most destructive power today. while the blue one was a top-tier solid defensive spell. Nana was curious, not knowing what kind of trick he was trying to pull, when she saw him compressing those two magic arrays to the absolute maximum, trying to fuse them into the tiny pair of earrings. Not stopping there, Cory also inserted a third type of magic in between. Nana was shocked to realize that its structure was exactly like the time magic array at the Marquis's mansion. She couldn't believe her eyes. Time magic was considered the holy grail that every mage in the world desired and pursued for a lifetime without reaching. Yet this young, highly talented genius had comprehended and applied it this smoothly. Not knowing how much time had passed, the one-of-a-kind pair of earrings, fusing the three top-tier types of magic, was finally completed. Carrying a haggard, exhausted face, Cory solemnly placed the pair of earrings into the palm of Nana's hand, warning her absolutely not to take them off for even a single second. Cory's gaze, filled with an overly intense amount of care, made Nana shyly blush. She stammered in agreement, then used an excuse of having urgent business to slip back to her room. In her heart, she secretly swore a solemn oath. From now on, she would absolutely never do anything to make Cory worry again. Thanks to the dedicated treatment and medicine from Duke Blanche, Nana's injuries recovered rapidly. She asked for Marquise Devizat's permission to return to the academy, partly because she was worried about being barred from exams due to missing more than the allowed number of days, partly because of the headache caused by her dark friend group skipping class every day, using the excuse of visiting her to haunt her bed. And besides, staying and eating for free at someone else's house forever was also embarrassing. The Marquis planned to arrange a magic carriage to take her back, but Nana declined, saying she had already called a horse carriage beforehand. While the Marquise was thinking about what to reward Nana with, she suddenly asked about the strange magic array in the middle of the Marquis's yard. Guessing right away that she was talking about the semi-permanent time magic array, he honestly confessed that he himself didn't know its actual effect, because it was an array passed down by his ancestors, and its structure was way too troublesome and complex. Even though his family brought it out to study in every generation, they were still completely helpless. The Marquise apologized for not being able to answer her question. Nana hurriedly waved her hands, saying it was fine, but in her heart, she became even more curious. She imagined the scene of studying and cracking the mystery of that array, together with Cory in the future, because as long as it involved magic, that bookworm would always be enthusiastic. However, when Nana returned to the academy, Cory's attitude was completely contrary to her predictions. Usually, whenever she stepped into the club activity room, he would look up to greet her, but lately he just buried his face in a pile of papers, drowning in work. Nana curiously peeked, and immediately a cold sweat ran down her spine. Who would have thought he had brought the exact pile of investigation documents about the assassination from home to school? After that, Nana began to secretly observe Cory. Although the situation wasn't as hopeless as in the dreamscape, it was clear that Cory had been psychologically traumatized. He became extremely vigilant toward everyone around him, always in a defensive state as if afraid the assassination would repeat itself. As time passed without finding the mastermind, it made him all the more anxious and restless. According to Hyas, Cory even stayed up all night in the dormitory to grind documents, not closing his eyes for even a single minute. Cory's image right now almost completely matched the crazy version in the dreamscape, haunted by the fear of losing his loved ones, paranoid about an accident waiting to strike. Anger and fear intertwined like that, pushing him deeper into the quagmire. Thinking to herself that if it were her, she would probably go crazy too. Nana decided to roll up her sleeves to help. She borrowed a few of his books to bring back to her room to read, getting so absorbed that she stayed up all night. The massive volume of magic knowledge inside left her overwhelmed. Some concepts were even recorded from before this empire was founded. Because she hadn't informed Cory beforehand, she decided to grind through it all in the night. Very quickly, Nana came across an extremely interesting piece of information. The book stated that when dark magic, white magic, and time magic are interwoven together, the human soul has the ability to cross space, traversing to another dimension. Dark magic symbolizes the dimensional gate, while white magic plays the role of the teleportation engine. Instantly, all the puzzle pieces in Nana's head connected. She understood why she was dragged into that novel world, while at the same time having dark magic engraved on her hand and receiving white magic from Swan. However, due to lacking the core element, which was time magic, only her consciousness was dragged away, while her physical body still remained in the real world in a conscious state. That proved the brutal world she witnessed was not a dream, but a parallel reality existing side by side. Theoretically, according to the book, whoever holds at the same time both dark and white magic can manipulate life and death at will. swapping souls between dimensions. But the author of this book didn't have that capability, so they had to classify it as a sci-fi hypothesis. While drowning in her train of thought, Nana accidentally caught sight of Cory and Eves standing and talking in the distance. That scene was no different from a slow-motion playback of a scene in the parallel world. Ever since the carriage assassination, Cory was like a man who had struck gold, plunging into investigating the truth without rest. Seeing him wear down his strength to this extent, Nana couldn't help but feel heartbroken. But ironically, her excessive care accidentally knocked Eve's jealousy jar completely sideways. On the way, she happened to see Eves approaching Cory. The scene was identical to the one in the dream, making Nana's heart skip a beat. She tiptoed to hide behind a bush to eavesdrop. As expected, it was a matter related to dark magic. According to the information Eves investigated, besides the royal family, there was no force capable of manipulating dark magic. The royal family was using their power to oppress the principal. But what the principal's ultimate goal was still remained a mystery because the old man was very crafty, only showing his face at a few public speeches. So Eves came up with a brilliant plan to run for the student council president position in order to have an excuse to approach the old principal. Hearing up to here, Nana's heart gave a sudden jolt. She was afraid Eves would sell his soul again to assist the principal's plan, like in that other world. But then she reassured herself that the Eves here was a good guy, not that scumbag who ends up dead. Cold person over there, he will definitely find a way to mess up that plan. While rambling nonstop, Eves's eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of Nana hiding behind the bush. Realizing she was worried about Cory to this extent, he immediately changed his tone, playing the role of a model senior to advise Cory. Don't be too stubborn. Look at you right now. You're no different from how I used to be. When you have free time, take care of yourself. Cory frowned and told him to stop meddling. Eves subtly leaned closer, lowering his voice to whisper, "What's the harm? Whether it's revenge or whatever, right now those things are no longer important. Your family is still safe. And the assassins who ambushed you that day have also been pulled out by the roots. Just leave the dark magic investigation to me. You go worry about resting." Finishing his words, Eves waved his hand to say goodbye to Cory. Nana was blaming herself for thinking too much when suddenly Eves loomed right behind her, making her heart skip a beat. "Worried about me that much, huh?" Eves casually plopped down on the grass next to her. "Or are you curious about what I just said to Cory?" Having a guilty conscience, Nana turned her face away. Eves didn't beat around the bush either, and spilled everything about how he had secretly broken into the royal palace a while ago. He was positive that the dark magic on her body could only be dispelled by someone of the royal family, but the reality was much harsher. Instead of finding a way to dispel it, he ended up snooping around the royal family's heirloom treasure, a pitch-black heart continuously radiating endless dark magic power. Just by touching it lightly, Eves was hit by a backlash of that magic power, corroding his body. But when Nana asked in a panic if he was okay, Eves nonchalantly shook his head, saying it was fine. In short, his trip to the royal palace was a total waste. In return, he discovered a noble. Family involved in the assassination had been secretly purged to silence them. The mastermind was cutting off all clues. The investigation came to a dead end here. Eves let out a long sigh, looking visibly exhausted, then shamelessly rested his head on Nana's shoulder. Ever since she got afflicted with dark magic, he had always been living in constant fear. Nana froze, not knowing how to react. Her eyes stopped on Eves's arm, faintly sensing that there was a surge of dark magic power circulating restlessly under his skin. Remembering she had the ability to purify this type of magic power, she reached out to touch his hand out of reflex. As expected, the surge of dark magic power on Eves's body obediently got absorbed into her body. Eves startled. He knew full well how terrible his body's condition was, so he was very afraid Nana would get caught in the crossfire if she touched him. Nana waved her hand, telling him to stay calm. "I just feel like the dark magic in my body has the ability to fuse and purify." But Eves was still not reassured, sternly warning her never to do that again. "What if there are side effects?" Nana then deflected to another topic, asking if he was really going to run for the student council president position. Receiving his nod, she decided to ask straight to get it clear. "Don't tell me you're running just for fun." Because the Eves, in that other world, ran for president simply because he was bored out of his mind and wanted to find something to pass the time. Hearing her brain-dead question, Eves was speechless. "Do you see me as someone with that much free time? Lately I've been buried in work. Where would I find the time to do those clown moves? Every day I'm busy picking out clothes and taking photos for my pet dog." Hearing that, Nana finally breathed a sigh of relief. She advised Eves, No matter how boring life gets, don't go harboring crazy thoughts. Just living normally like right now is good enough. By the way, she thanked him for helping Cory. Before she could finish her words, Eve suddenly brought his face dangerously close, narrowing the distance between the two to a risky point. You don't need to worry about my life being boring. As long as I have you by my side, I will never change. So just stay by my side forever, helping me continue to be a good person, okay? Under the fluffy orange bangs, Nana stared straight into Eve's eyes, filled with affection. The shock turned her to stone. This situation deviated completely from what she imagined about the word love. Eve's hot breath fanned against her face, the feeling of confusion and panic mixed with a bit of shyness making her involuntarily close her eyes tightly. Right at that moment, Eve paused and gave a fake laugh to apologize. Sorry about that. I almost got confused. Because lately I often kiss my pet dog at home, so I got used to it. Just now looking at you, I thought. Nana flared up, so angry that smoke practically blew out of her head. She huffily stood up and walked straight to the cafeteria to cool down. Watching her figure gradually disappear, the smile on Eve's lips faded completely. The hand that had just been purified began to ooze a thick stream of dark magic power again. Turns out just now, the reason he didn't dare to kiss her was because he was afraid she would discover this disgusting secret. After smoothly resolving the assassination of Cory's family, Grand Academy returned to its peaceful daily rhythm once again to welcome a new school year. Today, Nana woke up with a splitting headache, all because of that absurd dream last night. Hestia invited her to go on a picnic, bringing along a mountain of snacks. While they were having a happy camping trip, Hyas jumped out of nowhere to crash the party. The climax was her and her teammate Swan getting into a fistfight, bruising each other just to fight over a piece of food. Ever since the event with Marquise Devazat, Nana realized she barely dreamed about segments of her past life memories anymore. It seemed her subconscious wanted to remind her not to keep clinging to the past. However, Nana felt a bit regretful. Even though those were all painful memories, at least in those dreams, she could meet again the people she once loved. Starting the new school year, Eves, naturally and properly, sat on the student council president chair. Wherever he went, he had an entire army of fans, underclassmen girls following him around and cheering, which Hestia found extremely eyesore. That habit of turning the student council into a personal fan club and always throwing electric winks to flirt with his Nana. Whenever they met, she would sing that same song, complaining about how annoying Eves was to Nana. While they were gossiping, Swan, riding on a flying chariot, zoomed past over their heads. In Nana's eyes, that was another vivid proof of the close, unbreakable bromance between these two guys. In another corner, Vish was running for her life, stalking her younger brother, Karat. After surviving that life-and-death crisis, Vish seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Not only was she bold in pursuing love, but she also frantically plunged into practicing real combat swordsmanship. The problem was, Karat showed an attitude of avoiding her, like the plague before the aggressive flirting of the young lady. Seeing that scene, Nana couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that her Karat liked Hestia? But her older brother, Haroon, also seemed to be harboring an unrequited crush on Hestia. Furthermore, at the recent social party, the two of them were even each other's dance partners. The more she thought about it, the more Nana got a headache. In her eyes, Hestia's love life was as tangled as a ball of yarn. Fortunately, the male leads currently showed no movement of besieging Hestia. Nana secretly hoped that by the upcoming Valentine's month, she would officially shake off this title of an accidental matchmaker. Returning to the clubroom, Nana saw Cory dropping his head, dozing off at the table. She just reached out her hand, intending to help remove his glasses, when he suddenly woke up, looking at his handsome, half-asleep and dazed face. He asked her what the matter was. Nana advised him that if he was sleepy, he should go to the sofa to lie down properly. Cory rubbed his eyes and pulled her close to the model of Mount Ogrand to show off his new discovery. The magic beasts they were keeping locked up for experiments had a fiercely agitated reaction upon seeing the Academy's uniform. Worse yet, all the magic beasts on Mount Ogrand showed this symptom. Nana boldly put forward a hypothesis. The principal was dedicating his mind to pushing the students to their deaths. Cory didn't dismiss it, but brought up a different perspective. Who knows, maybe someone is throwing stones from the shadows, intentionally framing the Academy to cause harm. The blurry figure, Nana, saw deep in the mountain the other day, might highly likely not be a human, but a form of humanoid magic creature capable of manipulating dark magic. Nana tiredly rubbed her temples, saying it was easy, but in this era, where could they dig up someone who knew how to use dark magic to cross-examine? Cory, of course, understood this dead end. He had racked his brain to investigate, but still got no results. Nana sank into deep thought. The problem was definitely not that simple. If it was as Cory said, then why did that person have to send a help note to her? While her mind was in a mess, Nana's eyes caught a glimpse of a jumble of items on the table. Shoving. A few books aside, what struck her eyes was a pile of birthday gifts for Cory from ages ago, still lying around there. Even Cory startled, because so many things had happened lately that he completely forgot about it. Nana excitedly urged him to open them quickly to see. Inside was a scroll of wishes that Vichet took the trouble to collect. Nana subtly asked if Cory could feel the boundless love from his younger sister. Who would have thought Cory's face would turn bright red as he snapped his head away, noticing something wrong with his reaction. Nana peeked to take a look and almost fainted. Her normal, straightforward birthday wish had been remade by a certain little Vish into a fiery, cheesy love song. At the end of the line, it even concluded with a vow promising to give Cory 1,000,000 kisses. Nana knew full well this was the artwork of that brat Vish. She even carefully mimicked her handwriting. Cory smiled secretly, asking if she really wrote it, making Nana's hair stand on end from fear. Fortunately, Cory laughed it off, saying it was just a joke, as he knew full well these cheesy words could never flow from her mouth. Speechless, Nana gave him a glare. These kinds of jokes, you should save them to tease the person you like. The words had just left her mouth, when she could swear she saw Cory's face turn, flushed in an inexplicable way. That afternoon, during swordsmanship class, the teacher announced that each class had to prepare a performance to contribute to the upcoming school festival. Their swordsmanship class naturally couldn't be an exception, because this was also a way to lure freshman sheep into joining the department. A green-haired youth named Eric immediately raised his hand to nominate the teacher to perform. Nana looked at this guy Eric, who had just transferred in last semester, and suddenly found his face familiar. While the whole class was noisily debating what they should perform, Nana chose to shrink into a corner to act like air. Suddenly, a voice nominated, "Let Nana be the representative face to join the performance." Turning around to look, she saw Isabel, that female student who once had friction with her over Hestia's matter. Crown Prince Hyas also joined in, clapping furiously in support. Thanks to the Crown Prince's hype, the whole class chanted Nana's name in unison. Just as she was about to decline, the teacher dropped a bomb. Whoever performs and wins a prize will receive a scholarship. Waiting only for that, Nana's two eyes lit up like car headlights. For money, she was ready to sell herself. However, right after class let out, she finally realized she had been thoroughly scammed by the teacher. Painful. But since her nature was to finish what she started once she accepted, she was still determined to go all out. After practice, Hyas suddenly pulled her into a corner, saying he had something important to tell her. Last time when scouting Mount O'Grand, he accidentally picked up a paper filled with strange characters. Saying that, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the boys' dorm to take a look. On the way, that green-haired guy Eric happened to run into them, and even proactively called out to greet her in a baffling way. Waiting until he walked away, Nana's brain finally finished loading the data. Turns out this guy Eric was actually a piece of her cringe past from her Chunibu days. When she was a kid, she once confessed to him, but in the end, his real target was Hestia. Hyas and Swan. After hearing that tragic and miserable love history, had their jaws drop in shock. A few days later, the Valentine's Month event officially kicked off. According to the assignment from Eve, Nana had to run all over the school to set up the magic system to prevent magic beasts. Although she was exhausted to the point of running out of breath, thinking about how this work counted toward her club's training points plus the safety and security issues, she grit her teeth and followed Eve's words. Lately, all the school's decisions no longer went through the principal. While she was curious, not knowing what the hell the old principal was plotting, Nana looked down at her feet and discovered the campus was overflowing with couples hugging and flirting, throwing dog food everywhere, leaving her with not even a single spot to land. After working hard to find a quiet, hidden corner to touch down, she was called back by Eric, seeing Eric waving and even blatantly using the cringe childhood nickname from when she was still a toddler to call her. Nana froze for 3 whole seconds. He began to pour out a stream of flattering compliments about her talent and beauty. Feeling the atmosphere was way too awkward, Nana kept her face down toward the ground to avoid his gaze. Who would have thought? Eric suddenly stuffed an ice-cold glass of water into her hand. The chills spreading from the glass made her mind clear up a little bit, while she was murmuring curses under her breath. Positive that this guy was going to ask her to be a matchmaker to connect him with Hestia again, the next sentence out of his mouth was a direct confession. This simple sentence, with extremely high critical damage, was so foreign to Nana that her brain completely went on strike, leaving her no time to think. Her instinctual desire to escape being single surged, and she nodded in agreement. The news that the forever single old maid, Nana, had finally escaped being single spread across the school at the speed of light. Everyone was positive that her other half must be one of the close guy friends who always stuck to her. Our 4 male leads also deluded themselves into thinking they were the chosen one. As a result, nobody had the mind to practice swordsmanship or research magic anymore. Swan even foamed at the mouth, almost collapsing and fainting upon hearing this thunderbolt news. Hestia, on the other hand, went crazy and rushed straight to the dorm to cross-examine Nana. Seeing Nana nod shyly and admit it, Hestia asked in a frantic panic which bastard had stolen her friend and what Nana liked about him. When she found out the winner was that bottom-tier Eric, Hestia almost lost her mind. Looking at her best friend's over-the-top reaction, Nana embarrassedly explained that if she missed this chance, she was afraid she would stay single for the rest of her life. Hearing that, Hestia choked up, not knowing what to say. For this low level of self-esteem in Nana, a large part of the blame was caused by her. When they were kids, because she wanted to eliminate all the satellites around Nana, Hestia had intentionally flirted and dangled around those boys first. As a result, the plan backfired. Nana lost all confidence in herself, voluntarily retreating backstage to become a professional matchmaker. Looking at Nana's silly smile as she asked her to support this first love, Hestia couldn't bring herself to say no. Although she nodded in agreement on the outside, in her heart, Hestia was still positive that Eric Guy wasn't worthy to carry Nana's shoes. She was determined to think of a brilliant plan to smash this relationship to pieces. Over the next few days, Nana and Eric began their campaign of publicly flaunting their relationship all over the school, like holding hands and walking under the sunset, or feeding each other food in the middle of crowds. Finally, the endurance of the male leads reached rock bottom. Under Hestia's fanning of the flames, they summoned Nana to the clubroom for a closed-door meeting. Crown Prince Hyas got straight to the point, asking if the rumors out there were true. Seeing Nana nod her head, Cory's mood felt like it was weighed down by a boulder. Swan was so despaired that he wanted to bang his head against the wall to log out of life, while Hyas showed a look of utter disdain. Only Eves stubbornly clung to the final hope, pressing to ask if she was living happily lately. Who would have thought Nana's face would turn as red as a tomato as she stammered, admitting that every day passing by for her was overflowing with joy. After hearing that, the 4 of them were speechless, turning to stone on the spot. Seeing her so deeply in love with him, Cory had to swallow his anger, gritting his teeth to wish her happiness. Eve, with a fake smile, kindly reminded her that lately, couples in love were only allowed to have intimate physical contact after they got married. Nana widened her eyes in disbelief, arguing back that usually she and Cory still hugged and put their arms around each other's shoulders all the time. Seeing his teammate raise the flag, Cory immediately joined in, implying that touching between friends was perfectly fine, but with a lover, it was a forbidden act. Hyas delivered the final blow, firmly asserting that this was a new decree just issued by the royal family. Right when the drama was hitting its climax, that green-haired Eric showed up out of nowhere at the door to pick Nana up for class together. The moment the door opened, Eric had to receive the full glare of knives from the 4 male leads, their killing intent soaring to the sky. The situation was critical, so Nana hurriedly grabbed Eric's hand and ran for her life away from the scene. On the way, Nana confusedly apologized to Eric, explaining that her friends just wanted to tease them a bit since she was the first to escape being single in that group of forever alone people. Eric laughed it off, showing generosity and saying he didn't mind, and even offered to have Nana introduce him to those friends so he could get to know them. Out of conditioned reflex, Nana rejected him instantly. She knew full well how unpredictable the consequences would be if that group of male leads went wild. Hearing her refusal, Eric's expression immediately shifted to pettiness and annoyance. He claimed Nana thought he was embarrassing, which was why she hid him away and wouldn't let him meet her friends. This unreasonable blame left Nana flustered, frantically explaining that she didn't mean it that way at all. Right at that moment, a few classmates walked past and greeted them. Seeing that, Eric immediately flipped his attitude 180 degrees, throwing his arm around Nana's waist to put on an act of sweet, affectionate lovers. Once the classmates were out of sight, he whispered to ask Nana a favor. Next time we go out, remember to put on glamorous makeup, just like that time you attended the social party. And thus, the peaceful days of the green-haired guy finally came to an end. Thanks to his stir-up of the waters, the male leads finally brought themselves to face their true feelings. Returning to the story after that cheesy confession, the first few days of dating for Nana and Eric were quite sweet, but it didn't take long for Eric to gradually show his true colors. When Nana offered to be his tutor to help him with his schoolwork. Since he just transferred schools and had gaps in his knowledge, he not only ignored her completely, but also waited until she had just finished practicing swordsmanship, drenched in sweat, to mock her for being dirty, forbidding her from ever practicing swordsmanship again. Nana's jaw dropped, and she was about to explain, but Eric showed a thoroughly arrogant attitude. In his narrow-minded brain, Nana was born to follow his orders blindly, put on heavy makeup like a queen, and walk delicately beside him to serve as an accessory to boost his pride. Nana felt extremely conflicted, asking herself, could true love really be this toxic type? Seeing her scratching her head and pulling her hair, Haya slowly approached, making an excuse to tease her about what new sword stance she was plotting that made her face so wrinkled. Nana gave a bitter smile. Facing the crown prince's concern, she hesitated, not knowing if she should spill everything out. But thinking it over, if she accidentally said something good about Eric and caused Hyas to misunderstand, it would be troublesome. And even if she did tell him, Hyas wouldn't be able to solve the trouble between the two of them anyway. So she decided to keep her mouth shut. But Hyas, with a sudden spike in his EQ, saw right through her heart. He bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on her, advising her to kick that guy Eric to the curb. A relationship where she was always neglected and disdained was not worth keeping. Continuing to get involved would only bring more humiliation upon herself. Hyas's blunt advice left her even more muddled. Looking at her forlorn appearance, Hyas pondered for a moment, then softly said, if it were me, at least in small matters, I would take a step back to yield to you. Nana didn't hear clearly, so she blankly asked him to repeat. Hyas startled, realizing he had just let something slip, and hurriedly changed the subject. Nana still stubbornly followed, asking to find out no matter what. Hyas's face flushed red, and he hurriedly stood up to slip away, not forgetting to throw back a sentence, advising her to find someone else for advice. Having no other choice, Nana turned to look at her next target, Swan. The problem was, this guy was currently lying flat on the ground, his face pale like a body without life left in it, his gaze soulless and full of despair. According to Hyas's explanation, he was probably reaching the final crisis of his teenage puberty lately. Ultimately, Nana had to go find her strategist, Cory. She vented her thoughts to him, saying that at that time she was just afraid of missing the last train, fearing she would have no other chance to experience romance for the rest of her life, which was why she closed her eyes and leaped in. Even though he knew she once had feelings for Eric when they were kids, Cory still found this reason way too absurd. Looking at it, anyone could clearly see her feelings for Eric were just based on a self-invented title of a boyfriend. Just like Hyas, Cory extremely approved of a swift breakup. A relationship where only one side keeps humbling themselves to stroke the other's ego should be thrown away. Furthermore, if she obediently threw herself away to live according to Eric's design, then that would no longer be the Sharina he knew. Nana nodded. She also knew full well she couldn't wear that fake mask for a lifetime. Right when she had just made up her mind, Cory suddenly opened his hand and offered a lollipop. If there really is no one to take you away in the future, just come find me. After graduation, let's open a magic research institute together. Nana was moved to tears, but immediately splashed a bucket of cold water back, telling Cory to stop joking. Her ultimate life goal was still to grab a royal knight position and live comfortably off a pension. However, she also secretly put Cory's magic research institute on her backup plan list. After that, Nana went to talk about this with Hestia, and received the exact same advice. But when the time came, her heart sank again. Thinking it over, if Eric knew his faults and changed, maybe she would give him a chance to start over. Who would have thought? The moment she dragged herself to find him, she accidentally overheard a shocking conversation between Eric and a few of his friends. The green-haired guy was bragging out loud, saying he didn't care about liking her at all. It was because she kept sticking to him, begging and pleading, that he showed mercy and didn't break up with her. He even slandered her personality as eccentric and bizarre, betting that aside from him, no guy would ever dare take her in. Hearing that, anger rushed to her brain, and Nana was so mad she practically blew smoke. She was just about to rush out to beat that sharp-tongued guy to a pulp when Swan had appeared behind her, using his hands to tightly cover her eyes and ears. Turns out Swan had been secretly observing and felt the suppressed rage inside her heart. He was very sensitive to her emotional shifts, But not understanding why she kept submissively enduring it, out of respect for her decision, he just silently followed closely to protect her. Swan softly advised her not to care about those trashy words. He liked her appearance when she was highly focused, and even liked her messy hair and sweat-drenched look when she swung her sword. Even though his words were a bit hesitant and awkward, that sincere gentleness made Nana instantly guessed the identity of the person standing behind her. She murmured an apology to Swan, promising herself from now on she would never run away again. Hearing that, Swan smiled radiantly, tipping his chin toward the green-haired guy bragging in the distance. "Do you need me to conveniently clean up that noisy thing for you?" Nana shook her head to decline the executioner's help. She borrowed a professional fencing glove from Swan, then walked straight up behind Eric. Before he could even realize what was happening, smack! Nana whipped the glove straight into the scumbag's face, standing proudly and arrogantly to challenge him. How could that green-haired guy know that right after breaking up with him, Cory's parents had already targeted Nana as the future daughter-in-law of the Marquis house? Regarding the duel, the result was naturally an overwhelming victory for Nana without breaking a single drop of sweat. Before Nana's storm-like attacks, Eric was clumsy and couldn't hold his ground. Nana fought while throwing mocking, disdainful words at him, a man who can't even hold a sword properly. Although Eric had heard of Nana's reputation as a swordsmanship genius, being humiliated by a small-statured girl in front of so many people was something beyond his endurance. Shame turning into anger, he frantically rushed forward, trying to salvage his pride, but his all-out attack was easily evaded by Nana. Eric once again fell flat on his back on the ground in an extremely humiliating posture. Nana's cold, sharp voice rang out from above. "It took so much effort using your father's money to buy a ticket into the academy, yet you don't bother to study. If you wanted to ride my coattails because you're incompetent and useless, then at least you should know your place, put your face down on the ground, and kowtow. Do that, and maybe I'll throw you a bone to chew on." While Eric was thoroughly humiliated, wishing he could dig a hole to crawl into, Nana slowly sheathed her sword into its scabbard. "Thanks for playing the romance game with me all this time. But sorry, a nauseating piece of trash like you. Please never show your face in front of me again." The next day, news about the duel covered the front pages everywhere. The headline of the article was written very sensationally. "Swordsmanship Department, Goddess punches scumbag's mouth in." Below the article, numerous witness testimonies exposing Eric's rotten hypocrisy were attached. The media effect exploded, causing Nana to suddenly become a youth idol, gaining a whole bunch of fangirls. Naturally, the person pulling the strings and writing this article heavy with the scent of gunpowder was none other than Hestia. When sitting and gossiping about Nana's badass vibe that day, Hestia's face was tilted all the way up to the sky with pride. She even clicked her tongue in regret for not witnessing with her own eyes the scene of that Eric guy curling up on the ground like a worm. While speaking, Hestia shifted to a worried tone, asking if Nana was sad, since after all, the two did have a passionate dating period. Nana rested her chin in thought, concluding with a blunt statement that she didn't have a single lingering feeling. Besides, looking at Eric's disastrously clumsy sword-holding stance, all the annoyance inside her dissolved into thin air. Thinking back to the fact that she was once blinded by such a weirdo, Nana felt depressed, positive that in this life Cupid had blocked her completely. The words just blurted out made Hestia jump up. In Hestia's eyes, Nana was the most perfect individual in the universe, more outstanding than all the people she had ever met combined. Even if Nana just lazed around doing nothing, there would be a long line of people waiting to ask to be her lover. Being praised by Hestia to the point of being flattered, Nana was embarrassed, not knowing where to hide her face. But just as she turned her face, she saw Hestia. With tears streaming down, she tightly hugged Nana, crying out loud, murmuring apologies for making Nana become this insecure. Nana was completely dazed, not understanding a thing, frantically trying to coax her friend to stop crying. "If that's the case, then you have to listen to me. Repeat after me. I am the most beautiful and wonderful person in this world." Nana was speechless, but before Hestia's threatening crocodile tears, she had to reluctantly repeat after her like a parrot. A few days later, the festival of Ogrand Academy officially opened. The clubs and classes were all busy preparing booths, like every year. Nana and Cory's club decided to open a minimalist tea ceremony shop. The surprise was that this year, Marquis Devizat personally came to support the two kids, even taking the trouble to bring along a mountain of expensive gifts. Little Vish, who followed along, pouted upon seeing this and complained, "Normally I don't see father caring or paying attention, but today he's suddenly being extra. And what kind of tea shop forces the customers to self-serve like this?" The Marquis, however, had a completely different perspective. He stroked his beard and asked softly, "Since its establishment until now, has this club really only had the two of you?" Cory stole a glance at Nana and then shyly nodded. "How is it? Feel jealous yet?" The Marquis turned around to ask his wife triumphantly. The Marchioness immediately caught the vibe and rushed over to tightly grasp Nana's hands, asking and caring for her warmly from head to toe. The session of checking in dragged on and on until the Marquis family left, leaving Nana still completely dazed, not understanding what the real purpose of this visit was. Waiting until they were out of sight, Cory subtly shooed Nana away to go play and wander around the other booths. He volunteered to stay behind in the shop alone, since this empty shop didn't have a single customer anyway. Seeing Nana as happy as if she had struck gold, running so fast her heels kicked her neck and disappearing, Cory softly smiled in relief. It seemed like she had thoroughly erased that guy, Eric, from her memory. Having escaped the cage, Nana lightheartedly strolled around while munching on snacks, stopping by to peer at all kinds of booths. After walking for a while, she was attracted by the blaring speaker sound, advertising for the swordsmanship department. The content was that with just 1 silver coin, you would get to relieve stress by fencing with a giant teddy bear. The moment she saw the teddy bear Hyas, Nana burst out laughing, looking at Hyas's face full of raging. Killing intent, she knew he absolutely enjoyed this clown show. Thinking back to the scene of the two of them dragging each other out to the courtyard every day, to practice fighting until they were bruised, Nana decided to give him a pass today. Leaving the swordsmanship booth, Nana wandered in front of a fortune-telling tent. Rumor had it that this shop had just opened, but had already caused so much drama. Just stepping inside, the dim and mystical space of the tent immediately impressed her. Suddenly, a lazy and sleepy voice rang out. The moment she clearly saw the other person's face, Nana screamed out loud. Hearing the familiar voice, the fortune-teller Swan startled and hurriedly ripped his blindfold off. Nana curiously stepped into the tent that was advertised as an ultra-accurate destiny fortune-telling shop, only to discover a white-haired youth sitting proudly behind the table. Not until he heard her voice did Swan startle, widening his eyes and then swiftly pulling the blindfold down at the speed of light to hide his flushed cheeks. The youth who was carefree and relaxed just a minute ago was now experiencing a sudden spike in anxiety. Facing Nana's questioning gaze, Swan replied like a pre-programmed robot that he was providing fortune-telling services here. Nana even thought Swan had also lost a bet, which was why he was forced to join the activity arranged by the advisory club. Saying that, she then tried asking how her financial fortune was lately. Hearing that, Swan immediately sat up straight. His hands swiftly shuffled the cards at the speed of light, and the next second, he pushed a tarot card toward Nana. Based on the message on the card, she would make a lot of money in the future. Receiving the result, Nana was half skeptical, but still curiously asked further about her future. This time, Swan took only exactly 1 second to conclude. Nana would go conquer the world. Even though she didn't believe a single bit in her heart, she still wanted to see what else Swan could pull out of his hat. So Nana kept asking how her eating fortune was going to be. To this question, Swan replied that there was no fortune-telling hex for food at all. But in the future, I will buy you lots of delicious food. Too bad Nana didn't hear his tiny mumbled murmur at all. Pondering for a moment, she decided to throw out the ultimate question. Where would her romantic destiny lead? She originally wanted to see, when throwing out this tricky question, what kind of sweet words Swan would fabricate to trick her again. A flash of slyness blinked in Nana's eyes. The next second, Swan buried his face down, his hands frantically shuffling through the deck of cards. Very quickly, he pushed a card toward her. It was the Prince Charming card. Swan firmly asserted that he would definitely make Nana find the true love of her life. But when Nana picked the card up, wait, why did that Prince Charming in the picture have white hair like that? The moment he heard her speak, Swan jumped up as fast as lightning, loudly declaring that it was closing time. Needless to say, Swan had subtly shooed away who knows how many customers, ending the fortune-telling session in an incredibly abrupt manner. Nana leisurely walked out of the tent, thinking to herself, that just now was definitely another prank by Swan. There was a moment she almost deluded herself into thinking. Swan was indeed her Prince Charming, but Nana hurriedly crushed that nonsense thought right away. Right at this moment, the upperclassman Vish finally caught Nana wandering around all over the place, reminding her that the festival night was about to begin. Hearing that, Nana hurriedly turned back to say goodbye to Swan. But Hestia suddenly appeared, looming right behind the youth. Her friend reported that she had snagged an extremely premium seat for everyone. Although she didn't like having to share space with Swan, Hestia calculated that the more fans Nana had, the better. So the next second, the whole crowd swarmed in to tie Swan up and drag him away. At the festival night, after the choir performance of the theology department ended, Nana stood in the wings with an extremely tense face, the makeup and outfit on. Nana right now was the ultimate lifelong skill that upperclassman Vishay had poured all her energy into. When the host announced Sharina of the swordsmanship department to step onto the stage, Vish was already itching to show off the masterpiece of art decorated by her own hands to the public. Under countless eyes gathering toward the front, Nana finally stepped into the lights. The next second, everyone just felt like the world suddenly lit up blindingly. Nana, holding dual swords, for the first time, put on a display of an exquisite sword dance before the eyes of the public. This was a charm that she had never intentionally revealed, and even Hestia had never witnessed before. The corner of Eva's mouth hooked up uncontrollably. Crown Prince Hyas's gaze went dazed, and even Cory widened his eyes that were always sluggish and sleepy. The sharp sword flew and danced wildly in Nana's hands, both filled with power, yet making everyone clearly see her delicate face looming behind the thin veil. Until the performance ended, sweat drops rolling down her cheeks, the grandstand below immediately exploded with deafening cheers. Finishing the performance part, Nana ran for her life to slip away quickly from the festival night, only leaving upperclassman Vish standing there busy welcoming the sisterhood of fan girls who were crowding to send gifts. After finishing the performance, Nana felt her body burning like fire. Originally just intending to find a hidden corner to rest, she searched around for a while and finally saw the academy's fountain. Nana sat flat down next to the fountain, allowing the cool mist to soothe and ease her excited mood from earlier. The water splashed up into tiny droplets, bringing her a refreshing feeling she hadn't felt in a long time. But suddenly, she realized something was wrong and strange. Why did a strawberry-flavored pastry suddenly poke out like this? Nana's gaze followed the sweet treat looking up, discovering that turns out Swan had found her, clearly her. Sword dance had shocked the entire audience. Yet this youth had quietly left since who knows when, and now he suddenly appeared here. Nana blankly took the item. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Swan snapped his body around, preparing to slip away smoothly at the speed of light. Facing Nana's puzzled look, Swan only casually explained that he noticed she hadn't eaten dinner yet had to go on stage. During the fortune-telling earlier, he once said Nana, in the future, would never have to worry about food or clothes, because he would take thorough care of everything for her. Both cheeks of Swan turned slightly flushed. He confessed he also had a bit of selfishness. Doing this allowed him to see Nana for a little longer. He softly praised Nana's appearance on stage as truly beautiful. Hearing that, Nana looked up to meet Swan's gaze, which was so gentle that it made her feel the atmosphere suddenly became unusually ambiguous. However, right the next second, Swan frantically turned his back and paced away, not daring to linger even for a single second. No matter how much Nana called after him, he just buried his head and walked fast, making Nana involuntarily doubt whether that romantic atmosphere just now was just her own delusion. But then she shook her head to drive away that jumble of thoughts. Friends using the excuse of praising her as beautiful to sweet talk. Her was not something that happened just for a day or two. She mumbled a complaint that this peaceful world lacking drama had caused her romance cells to start multiplying and growing. Very quickly, Nana reined in her emotions. She still hoped this world would stay at peace forever like this. After all, those crises close to death, like when saving Cory, she absolutely didn't want to experience a second time. Right at this moment, deep whispers suddenly rang out by her ears. Nana immediately snapped around to look around, but didn't discover anyone's figure. The next day, the atmosphere in the academy was still bustling as usual. Having just pocketed the prize money, Nana decided to go buy a new sword right away. When the preservation box was opened, the exquisite craftsmanship of the weapon made a person specializing in swordsmanship like her extremely satisfied. She was deeply passionate about these weapons. Even the fate of getting to know Crown Prince Hyas originated from this exact hobby. The shop owner very quickly brought out the item Nana had pre-ordered. The only thing was, the torn, battered layer of packaging made her want to roll her eyes the moment she saw it. But the worst part didn't stop there. Hearing the shop owner's trembling explanation, Nana instantly had a bad feeling she had just been scammed. But, since she had already placed the order beforehand, she had no choice but to bite the bullet, opening it to see what kind of scrap metal this pile actually was. The moment she got back to the dorm and cracked the packaging open, a thick cloud of dust blasted straight into her face. The sword looked incredibly rusty and completely battered. But as Nana narrowed her eyes to take a closer look, she suddenly discovered familiar patterns carved into the hilt. A surge of magic began to spread from her palm. Nana carefully wiped away the thick layer of dust, and the full shape of the pattern gradually became clear. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. This was the exclusive crest of the royal family, and the name engraved on it belonged to a warrior, famous across the entire continent, the first emperor of the empire, the one who once claimed the dragon's heart and ended up cursed. Nana couldn't help but be shocked. This rusty sword that looked like it would struggle to cut fruit could actually chop off a dragon's head. But the very next second, she was completely convinced of it. The dark magic emanating from the blade felt exactly like Lo, whispers calling out, creating a powerful resonance with the dark mana deep inside Nana's body. At that exact moment, she even had the sudden urge to absorb it. This was an incredibly pure, clean, and powerful surge of mana. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain high-quality mana, Nana decided to grit her teeth and absorb all of it. The next second, the dark mana exploded, violently sweeping through the entire room. By the time the pitch-black sword regained its stillness, all the mana had been thoroughly absorbed by Nana. Feeling the surge of power inside her body, the mana that had always been on the verge of running wild had now become completely docile and stable. Even the mana quality that had given her a headache for so long had received a massive buff. Curious, Nana pulled out some magic crystals that used to give her a hard time to test them out. To her absolute shock, now all she needed was a casual wave of her hand to instantly create them.